Testing. Test. 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 Okay. All right. Fucking God. Oh my God, but pain in the dick. Right. Anyway, here we are. Reverie Roundtable coming on in a sec. If anyone's watching. So we're about to do. Okay. All right. Super annoying. Sorry, guys. All right. Oh, how did that happen? Okay. Let's go.
Seeing like Dana White went from wearing t-shirt. Well, Dana White's a bad example, but Scott Coker, for example, the guy that owns Strikeforce and Elite XC, he went from wearing like tap out t-shirts to wearing suits every day, right? Like even the WWE did that. You would see like Paul Heyman wearing, hats
Yeah.
and like whatever and leather jackets to now he wears a three-piece suit to every event, right? And I think part of it is it adds seriousness at like to a conversation and it adds like legitimacy to an organization that like say if I like say I was on the fence about PV, right? And I watched that PV event, and I'm not obviously because I'm staunch conservative, but say I had been on the fence, right? And I saw that nobody seemed to be like taking this seriously as political commentators. I think that that takes away from your message some. Whether that's fair or not, it's a whole different debate. But I see it a lot in like streaming events, like in IRL streaming events. These people don't have like any sort of like presentation, and I think that's an issue. I
Well,
think that
so
Yeah, wearing sweats and dirty shirts.
I can
to
agree
debates
with you.
might
It's
be
like there's
best.
two aspects. Like if you're concerned with an optics game in a debate, I agree appearances matter. I have no problem conceding that I don't really care about optics. And like if you don't take me seriously and you're trying to you will only engage with what I say based off how I look, I would say that that's on you. That would be me like at least for me akin to like, traditionally, at least in STEM or the biological sciences, largely male dominated. It'd be me like saying, well, you need to dress more masculine as a woman in order to be taken seriously. And that would just be a ridiculous message.
I will
It wouldn't be
say,
a ridiculous message.
Gibbs, be glad you weren't there because half of DDG needs to discover what fucking deodorant is.
Yeah, would you
no,
trust?
look,
Would you
like,
trust a
hold on.
lawyer? Would you
Can
trust a
we- can
lawyer
we-
if they were just in like
hold
a
on.
t-shirt and jeans
Hold
in
on,
court?
hold on. Can we separate these
Don't
two
forget
things?
the leather jacket.
Because
Mhm.
The FUBU
because
jacket.
The food.
there are two things.
No, this is just
There are two things being discussed here as if they're the same thing. Okay. And Corey, I'm not trying to be a dick, and I don't know if it's because there's maybe a miscommunication, so that's why I just want to clear it up.
Fair.
There is the concept, right, that like one ought ignore somebody completely based upon their dress as an unserious person, right? Which is, I think, what Corey is fighting back against. And then there's the concept that what you wear communicates to other people your level of seriousness,
Yeah,
what
that's
you
kind of what I'm
feel,
saying.
and communicates like a lot of things that are unspoken via your dress and your mannerisms, and that there is an understanding that as an institution becomes more serious, the kind of the crowd and the people that engage with it expect a certain level of seriousness in dress as society defines it. And I think these are maybe two different things, because I feel like you're both correct, but maybe you're talking about different things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I agree with. I don't really disagree with. Like I can engage with the reality of like I understand the reality that people, unfortunately, they are concerned with how people look, and for whatever reason, just as in our politics, we
Why is that unfortunate?
because I can steel man it. Why should I ever take a fat person seriously?
Sure, I'll
Right.
admit that.
But
About what?
again, what you've done
Doesn't that
is
show?
no. These are two different things. Again, what you've done is you said, why shouldn't looks matter at all? Which is they should have 0%, right? And then you changed it to never taking a fat person serious upon any domain. And the answer is that like there are plenty of times where you should take a fat person serious. And there are times where a fat person might even be a boon, right? Which is like if I go to a soul food place and I see like a skinny Korean back there versus like a fat black man, I'm more likely to positively judge prejudice the cooking based off of a fat black guy doing the cooking than a skinny Korean. The idea is
I think that's
that
on you.
humans discriminate.
I mean, never
No, but
trust a
humans
skinny cook.
discriminate, and discrimination is good. Discrimination is how we survive and understand things until we have better information. If you obtain better information, right, it should change
That's not
your
necessarily what I'm
initial
saying though.
assessments.
I'm saying
But
like
like
I think it's
the act
different
like we
than
shouldn't is to deny humanity.
so I was kind of pushing back on the like it's not the same as like telling a woman what to wear. That's not what I'm saying. In fact, I would say that this is actually one of the cases where I think women have it easier than men in this
It's
regard.
only different because women bitch more.
But no, actually, and I'm gonna say because I think women have more options on what to wear, like and be and like a business professional outfit, as opposed to men. What do we have? We have button ups, we have like suit and ties,
We have
and
pockets though. Key
that's
important point.
that's about it. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, you can have pockets on dresses and stuff now. I mean, even cocktail dresses, they're wonderful. Pockets are great. I'm not gonna bash that.
I'll
I mean,
take your word
but
for it, Gibbs.
hey, listen, Papa gives no. I
No
own a
judgment.
fashion company. I own a fashion company of some sort, right? So the thing that like I'm saying is I think it shows like the seriousness of an organization, right? So like if I'm hosting like a panel or not a panel, but like if I'm hosting like I guess it would be a panel, but it'd be like an IRL event, right? If I'm hosting an IRL event, like you mentioned the deodorant thing, Tiberius. I already know how like streamer events go. People don't wear deodorant. Like anybody that's like internet
That's
culture,
gross.
it's bad. It's a
That's
problem. Yeah,
disgusting.
it's disgusting. But like
I don't care how famous I am. I will fucking
I could tell
spray
you
you in the
some
face
horror
with a water
stories
bottle if
you
you
wouldn't
need
even
deodorant.
believe. But like I mean like to the point that even like DreamHack, they had showers on site on the main floor for people to go and use because they knew that the deodorant problem was so bad, right? Like it's bad, right? So like but then you go and like I said, I'm sitting next to Boomer on the announce desk and I'm sitting next to Lonnie the hottie and she's got a three-piece suit on with a pencil skirt and and then this guy's over here in a t-shirt like that's skin tight. He's like, yeah, I've been working out. And like then you have every other announcer in like suits or like button ups, and like you can tell which one of these guys is taking this seriously and which one of these guys is taking a check. Like I don't know. I find that like to be a real thing that people judge off of.
Uh, go ahead,
think
Trigger.
that's well, just to back up like what Corey is saying, because I don't disagree in a vacuum, right? Like what Scott and like what you were saying, Gibbs, is true, right? But it's especially like with the sciences, there's a kind of thing, at least in the STEM field, that I've noticed where people will deliberately dress down to show as a vote of confidence in their data that they are so intellectual, that they are so well researched, that they know their things so well that they don't need to wear the three-piece suit. And then you see the flip
Yeah,
side of that where
okay.
you see the guy that wears the three-piece suit. And I see this I see this where I work, where people will overdress, and the fact that they overdress and the fact that they're
That's
buttoned
also
up,
true.
it actually like
Yeah,
makes them seem less confident than the person in blue
but
jeans and a t-shirt. It's actually like
but you're describing a meme.
power.
So scientists dress like they're in
Like
the Big Bang
you're
Theory.
describing the concept
Worse.
that like the
Worse.
outlier proves the rule, right? Like
Howard was dressed
the
pretty bad.
justification. Hold on, hush. No, the justification that you're giving, I do agree with you, right? That there are outliers, and what you're describing is a specific outlier that may be heavier within academic conferences. But nevertheless, what you are describing is actually proving the rule that Gibbs and I are talking about. Maybe a little bit, maybe Gibbs and I are communicating it a little bit differently, or maybe we feel slightly different. But you're proving the concept that the way that you dress and how well you choose to dress is a communication tool that is subconscious to other people. Like I agree with you that yeah, that you might be correct in that regard, and that there is something kind of a little bit different to academic conferences, and also there's also something different with like I would see this at like APA events, right, where they give out awards, where like there is like a like humility is sometimes often displayed by down dressing, so that when you get the award there's like a oh like this isn't really a big deal, like I'm so thankful for all of you guys, etc. Like they're trying to communicate that they don't feel super full of themselves when they get this award. Like there are different things, right? But again, that's just the exception proving the rule.
Well, yeah, I want to.
Yeah, when I'm teaching in speech class, one of the big things is how should you dress, like for debate tournaments or for speech tournaments, things like that. And I also one of the things I teach them is you got to dress for the occasion. So, for instance, many moons ago, I worked at corporate REI, which they sell tents, sleeping bags, and things like that. And we would set up like these big like conferences where somebody would come up on the stage in front of 300 people or whatever, like Boy Scouts or something, and teach them how to pitch a tent, or like the best way to do low impact camping or something like that. And if you walk down that stage in a three-piece suit, that would lower your credibility as somebody who understands the outdoors, right? You want to be dressed like an outdoor, you want like flannel, or you want like, something that communicates that that you're part of that tribe. So the way that you dress, you can overdress, or you can
Mhm.
dress like in the wrong style, and
Oh,
sometimes
for sure.
casual is the way to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
And
there's definitely exceptions.
yeah, well, so I want to address, well, multiple things, but totally like what you alluded to, Fairy Queen. I think academic conferences, at least, well, I only have experience in the STEM, is like super interesting because totally the phenomenon that you're talking about, dressing down, totally happens. You see the range. I also observe the phenomenon of like, as you alluded to, Scott, of like, pretty much, following the norm where it's like, yeah, so it's implied that you're supposed to dress up. But then what I observe, it's like, it's clearly this professor has just like dusted off their 20-year-old suit that is like untailored and ill-fitting, but they're dressing for the occasion. And so like they're going through the motions just in the attempt to be taken seriously, but it ends up like undermining.
Right.
And like, actually, ideally,
Which
I'd
is,
prefer
of
like,
course, their dress kind of showing you their seriousness, right? Is that like it proves that they're just doing it because they're supposed to, not because they want to look nice or not because they think that they respect the event, etc. But instead, they're like, "Oh, I'm checking boxes,"
well,
which
yeah,
is again might communicate something to you about their research, which you just did. You just gave me like a bias that you showed based off of the dress that they wear and how they conform to the event, which is again proving my point.
No,
Yeah,
well, if anything, I would prefer like if I'm giving a presentation, like I have no problem if it's like the Masked Singer. I'm just like wearing a mask behind. It's just a voice. I don't really see why the person has to be
well,
there to
let,
present
let
anyways.
me
Like
hit you with
at
something.
at the end of the
Just
day, like I don't think appearances should be taken into account, at least for academic
so,
conferences,
I mean, that's
personally.
fair. I,
It's
I
from the
mean,
way to
I know.
present.
I'm not really arguing the academic conferences. I'm really more arguing, I guess, the internet culture at the moment, right? And Tiberius alluded to people smelling bad. I don't know how many events y'all have gone to that were like streamer based or like gaming based or like whatever. But like the meme is true. I remember going down to DreamHack Atlanta and they had this elevator and they had what we called the smell level. And you would be about halfway, yeah, you would be halfway down this elevator and like escalator. And as soon as you hit about halfway, where the air pressure changed and went to like the low floor, it was like hitting a wall. The room temperature got hotter, it got stuffier. It smelled way worse. And like I would gag every time I'd come down, and then you would go nose blind to it after like 10 minutes. But like you would hit this wall, and
Admiral.
but
Admiral, how bad do you think rainforest smelled? The
right.
how like you don't know about rainforest, the furry convention that
Oh
is
yeah, I
basically
don't even
banned
understand.
across America, where they were crinkling everywhere, so people were
Yeah,
walking around
that's
in like
bad.
dirty diapers. Like, how
But
bad do you think rainforest smelled with all those fursuits?
yeah, but
Oh
I mean,
man,
my point is though, even with that, like, is this like internet culture? Like, I guess that like there's like same with academia, kind of mentioning like how there's like little separate little entities that are acceptable, right? But like internet culture is like usually what I would consider. This is gonna sound weird when I say it, but like on the cutting edge, and by the meaning that like I hear like the talking points of these panels about 2 to 3 weeks before you see
well,
them
they're
on
younger,
mainstream.
yeah.
Yeah, straight mainstream news, right? And so it feels to me sometimes people are like, oh, the internet culture thinks this is fine. So I'm gonna go walk in there wearing my leather jacket like Lactoid here, looking like I was on a fucking anime, and thinking I'm cool. I'm a cool bad boy from like Demon
I am a cool
Slayer.
bad
Cowboy
boy.
Yeah,
Bebop villain.
yeah, Cowboy Bebop villain. Yeah, exactly. Whenever it's like, hey, we're sitting here supposed to be talking about, I don't know, serious political issues, or like talking about like major players in this gaming event or something, and like I think that really is harmful to organizations' images, whether they agree with it or not, because the people that have money are the older generations, right, for the most part, and those are the ones you want to take you seriously, especially if you want them
Yeah, it
investing
depends on
in
your
your event.
target audience is.
Sure.
Right? Like if I'm Nike, right? I recognize that like the elderly and even upper Gen X are probably not my target audience. Even though they have a lot more disposable income, I know as Nike that like those people are probably going to buy Reeboks, they're going to go buy New Balance, they're going to buy internet shoes that like have like cool social things or supposedly ergonomic shit, right? Like they're not here to buy high tops so right so that they can look cool on the court, right?
I
Like
don't know,
that's
man.
not
I think you
fucking.
might be wrong
I
about
mean,
that.
like some of them sure, but like a majority of my income is going to come from most likely millennials and like some Gen Z that have money, right? And so like that's also going to determine like if like whether or not I as a brand am worried about being associated with a product, because like if I'm associated with some company where everybody's dressed hip and cool and dressed down and it's not that serious, well, all of a sudden that shifts my target audience to a younger kind of situation, and that's fine for me if that is what my brand's target audience is, as opposed to vice versa. And you see this too, like in the extreme circumstances, right? Like people like My Patriot Supply, right? Like they will sponsor the most based and or the most racist right winger ever. They don't care because they know that like lefties politically just aren't fucking preppers. Like they're not prepping for fucking food in case the fucking like they're very very small percentage of their market where they know that like your average right winger is way more right. And so it's like you're gonna see that too, where it's like, yes, if I'm Colgate, right, and my target audience is literally fucking everyone, I don't want to be associated with that brand. But if I'm someone with a target audience that's more specific, it changes.
So, Prime, sorry for hijacking your panel.
No, it's fine.
No,
yeah,
he literally
sounds-
bitches every time he comes in here as he's setting up audio and stuff to be like, talk about something interesting.
I can give you guys a quick tip. So if you're a lawyer and you go into court, you don't have a suit on, you're going to get yelled at, right? It's a must to do the job.
And that's silly.
Yeah.
So you're
and
saying My Cousin Vinny was an accurate film? I agree.
Great movie.
You will get
Great
yelled at.
movie.
Judges are usually, I mean, obviously they're going to be older. They also tend to like the feeling of control, obviously, and they like to tell you to do things. And if you don't show up,
And they think
their
it's
authority,
disrespectful to the court. Yeah.
yeah, they think it's disrespectful to them personally, and then
And it
they'll
is.
freak out. But if you are like if you got like a traffic ticket, now if you're a defendant in a criminal case, do whatever your lawyer says. But for a traffic ticket, I have heard, I've got a clean record. I don't have anything, right? But you might not want to show up to traffic court in a suit because then they're going to think you have a whole bunch of money. So that's something to consider. It's not necessarily true. I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but I'm just saying.
You don't want to go in a suit.
That's why you wear like a polo.
You still want to dress nicely so you can respect the judge and show respect to the court. So you don't want to go in like a t-shirt and shorts either, right?
No,
you
wear
want
Walmart. You wear
slacks,
Walmart
polo.
Which you wear Dickies from Walmart, Dickies from Walmart, and like a button-up from
shirt,
Walmart.
cheap button.
Yeah, make sure
a cheap button-up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when I say polo, I don't mean Ralph Lauren. I mean you can get a polo from Walmart.
Well, you don't want to look like you're going to go on your dad's yacht, right? You want to look like you are dirt poor and you just scrape the bottom of your piggy bank to get together enough money to buy the cheapest dress shirt you can get. And please don't give me a ticket. Please don't give me a ticket because I'm just going to destroy me. I think that's what you want.
I think this is going to be a wonderful thing for everybody to think about as we move into the first topic, and especially think about.
You think this bolsters the justice system, Blackjoy? Like it's good that this is baked into it. That if you wear,
I think this is a concept. Lactoid has brought up a concept that maybe we should think about as we move into the second topic, right? About the concept of bias and the concept of how you're viewed by the court and judges. Maybe just let that seep in as Prime Guys can get his show started.
But judges are objective and they never make mistakes. I don't know what you're talking about.
But what I will say, I've posted this study before, is going back to STEM and scientists. If you're
I did everything I could.
Well, I'm gonna wrap it up. Sorry.
Just want you to know that.
You could have just let me speak.
I get one free.
You could have just let me finish my point.
One free distraction.
You need to interrupt to say,
now.
by the way, I tried Prime, as I was just trying to say one sentence. But if you're a social scientist, it pays apparently to be basically pretty or whatever, aesthetically pleasing, as opposed to if you're a scientist, it pays to be unattractive.
That's why
it
always listen. Anyone who's ever tried to get into grad school and had to get on to research to get into grad school, and it's like, will know 100% that every single solitary fucking research place has a token pretty girl that doesn't do shit. That is almost certainly picked because they're fucking pretty and they fucking make everything better by being there. Be mad, Fairy Queen. I'm not saying that's necessarily you. But you seem mad because that might have been your ass.
If you're accused of a crime, the best thing you can be is a white woman, statistically, like by far.
Thanks.
So bleach your skin before going into court.
They're coming for you, Fairy Queen. They're coming.
The layers is like white woman is like you're best off if you're ever accused of a crime. And then it's like black women or like Hispanic women, then black women, and then white men. Asians are in there somewhere too. But basically, you go through all the races of women, and then you start like the worst thing to be is a black man. Like you're just fucked. Sorry.
I mean, but like, what if you're accused of beating your child? I feel like being an Asian woman might not be helpful there. I
Oh
feel
my
like,
lord!
like, the judge would be like, "Nah, she did that shit."
Have you ever seen a judge snipe at a female attorney for wearing a pencil skirt in court? Has that ever happened?
I've never seen that. I know that this is true with fashion generally. Women can get away with a lot more formally than
That's what
men
I
can.
said.
With men, it's like you show up in a suit or you're getting yelled at. I've seen women show up with like cardigans, with like skirts, with pants, with what kind of whatever they want. As long as like it looks like they put a lot of effort into it, the judge is going to let
Yeah.
them like get away with it. But
I mean, but
not if you're a
isn't that
guy.
kind of communicating the same thing though, right? Like I feel like there is a societal expectation that like as a guy, if you put in a lot of effort for court, that means you wore a fucking suit. Whereas for a female, looking professional, those lines are a little bit more gray. So yeah, if you wear something and it looks
Sure.
nice and it looks respectful and formal, I feel like it's probably communicating
I
the
mean,
same thing.
I'm sure there's a difference. Like,
And
I mean,
they
like,
probably put more time into it than the dude.
I mean,
that
I worked.
probably just fucking like
I know-
cleaned himself
Definitely.
up and threw a suit on. You know what I mean? Like women probably spend so
Takes
much
me
more
10
time getting ready
minutes.
to
It's-
court
What if a
just to
man
look
shows
like
up
they
in a,
It
didn't
makes me so
fucking.
frustrated.
what if a man shows up in a pencil skirt? Then what?
That's a good question.
Then the judge better not say something, otherwise then he's going to get a lawsuit.
Mm.
I saw a guy show up to a
And
court
they
case at
might
my
be
law firm
very
that I
mad.
worked at in a kilt. He went to a case in a
So
kilt.
what?
They do allow that. They do allow
Yeah,
that for
I saw
cultural
with-
reasons.
Yeah.
What makes you frustrated, FQ?
Oh, I was just saying, like, I know, like, exactly like what Corey was mentioning earlier. When I first started my job, I remember I would show up to my job dressed like way overdressed. I would wear good shoes. I had tons of dresses. I would make sure that my hair was sprayed back and like tight bun in the back of and I overdressed specifically because I wanted to make sure that like I put the fear of God into my students when I went to class, okay? Because I had students that were 18 and 19 years old and I wanted to make sure. Over time, I've relaxed that. And I've relaxed that because what I found is that I tend to like make better relationships and they seem to respond to me better like when I wear and I dress a little bit more casually. Which is interesting to me.
So,
But I'm
okay.
always
I was
jealous
right.
of the other male
I was
graduates.
right.
You're presenting as more
show up in a
relatable.
t-shirt and a pair of mustard smeared jeans to go in to teach their course for the afternoon. That always like frustrated me. It was like,
So
really
I
good.
was indeed
That was
correct
frustrating.
when I
heels and a
said
dress, and
the
you're
Fairy
here
Queen might be the only
t-shirt and
Twitch streamer that
jeans.
doesn't smell.
I mean,
Okay.
that would drive me crazy. If I saw
We don't
I
have to.
just took a shower.
There we go.
I
All
did
right,
too,
we got
actually.
it.
A shower and what, Lactoid?
Money, no, water, water and body wash. And I use this.
Fucking
I think I told
Scrooge
you
in
this
the dark.
charcoal face scrub. It really
And-
helps
oh,
prevent
God.
acne.
Oh god. And essential oils, I'm sure. I
Charcoal
imagine.
face scrub, but one ply toilet paper. Really?
Well, yeah, and then I aligned
No,
my
but it's-
amethyst crystals for my well-being before the show, as I do
Okay.
before every show.
Did you collect your orgone? You gotta get
Can we
your
start a
orgone.
vote out process, Prime?
Um,
Survivor.
Okay, so let's get started. Thanks all for being here. This is the Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern. It's incredible. So like usually the point of like the early bits of the show is that people aren't here. So we're just like stalling for time. But you guys were all here, which was fantastic. Thank you all so much. It's because you're not
You
black.
start your stream at 8, right?
Do I start my stream at 8? Yeah, I start my
Yeah. What
yeah.
time? Yeah. So I mean, like even if everybody's not here, it's also the audience isn't quite here too.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, fair enough. But thanks all of you for making it. Okay, so we are and if you like the channel, like what you were heard before, right? Whatever that was, hit the follow button if you haven't done so yet, or if you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. We'd love to have you. So I'm gonna give an introduction to all these great people, and then we'll get started. So our friend Lactoid, the bad boy of the U.S. justice system, is here. Lactoid, thank you for being around. Could you also tell us like how a court under the crown of the UK, how do they operate? Right? Like, do you like when you go in for the for those appointments? Like, do you wear
You
the
ever seen
wig?
black dudes wearing those wigs?
Yeah. It's awful. Oh my god! It's like Are we doing this? Do I have to look this ridiculous? Lacto, tell us all about it.
Listen, I'm no fucking barrister, okay, Prime? I don't know this shit. I don't want to know this shit. I only know the law in the best country on the face of the planet, and really the only country that matters, the United States of America. I'm Lactoid, the nicest anime villain on the internet, apparently. You could find me on Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
Thank you, honestly, for being here, friend. Next, we have Scott. Hello, Scott. I'm glad to have you around. You got a nice red shirt on. I feel like I've never seen you in that shirt before. But yeah, thanks for being here.
I just threw it on because I'm so mad about these topics. No, yeah, I'm Scott. You can find me Fabian Liberty pretty much everywhere. I am a libertarian, anarcho-capitalist. I am the most extreme of the most extreme of anarchism and libertarianism, and that means I'm right. That's what it means to be extreme. It means to actually hold to your principles as opposed to giving them up the moment that you think things get rough so that you can play nice with your friends. I actually believe in what I say, unlike most of these other people. So you should follow me just for that reason alone.
Lactoid. I was so before I came in here and heard you guys talking what you were discussing, right? Like I had my own idea. I had something prepared rather than relying on Corey to provide the entertainment. I had something prepared. It was a hypothetical question that did involve Scott's death. A legal question, but we didn't have time for it. Maybe we can do so after the panel.
After
Fun.
This sounds illegal. I'm not sure I want to be involved in this.
Just curious, but yeah, we'll hold on to that one. Next, Corey Campbell, right? Everyone's favorite Canadian. How are you, friend?
I'm doing well, and I have to publicly apologize sorry for delaying in responding to your message. It shouldn't happen again. And I also have a small related story. I'll be short, both in speech and in height. When your All Black Everything panel, you were talking about child support. Fun fact, my mother was still collecting child support when I was fully moved out and independent as a person. And that's just one of the reasons why I no longer talk to my mother. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv CoreyCampbell84. On Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube, it's Corey Campbell. And yeah, as always, looking forward to getting into it. Thank you so much.
Sorry, you were moved out independent, but you were like sub 18, right? So you were.
No, I was over 18.
Then how were the checks coming? Like,
so because it was automatically.
It's different in Canada.
Yeah, it was
So
automatically. Well, wait, can I explain it, please? For my own personal story.
Yeah, go ahead.
He gives you permission. Go ahead.
I'm excited.
I understand that you
Corey.
probably have some experience, and you probably also have some feelings and thoughts on child support. Not to dismiss it. But so yeah, when my parents divorced, okay, it wasn't an amicable divorce. They were not speaking, okay, and the arrangement was, okay, since they weren't speaking, it was all through courts and lawyers of like pretty much money was withdrawn from my dad's account just automatically twice a month or every 2 weeks. And the stipulations that my mom got were that the child support payments would stop, or the automatic withdrawals would stop when I am moved out and finished my education and pretty much like, a fully independent adult. But that would only stop when my mother would notify the courts saying, hey, this stipulation has been met. As in, because I wasn't in contact with my dad. And so like, it only came to light when I reconnected with my dad and he was saying, hey, though you getting those child support payments? I'm like, what are you talking about? And then legal proceedings happened from there.
Okay. Well, thank you. Wow. All right. Interesting. Oh, that's a story. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. And I appreciate that, Corey. Let's go to a person we haven't seen in a little bit. Our friend, Sociologic.
I need Corey on the red pill panel now.
Yeah. Ali, thank you for coming through. Right, I really like your beard and mustache. It looks really good on you. I gotta say, like, you look really nice, actually.
Comes with the culture, you got to keep it. That's how I let people know. I was actually wondering, Scott. So, like, if extremism means you're right, then the Muslims are right, the terrorists are right. I'm with it.
No, they're just extremely wrong.
Oh, okay. So extreme can't. Okay. I thought being extreme just meant
their principle. Right, I mean, they're like. They're principled. The more extreme you are, the more principled, right? Like jihadis are more principled than, let's say, cafeteria Muslims in the West that kind of just pick and choose what parts of their religion they want to believe in, and
Yes.
then the parts that
We
they
like to
don't
be called
believe in,
cultural
so that they
Muslims.
can, yeah, so they can pretend that like they don't believe in like a barbaric religion, but like jihadists would be more principled, right? But like I guess Salafists and Wahhabists would be even more principled. They'd just be more wrong.
I'm just glad to know that you're aligned. That's all I want to know. I'm Ali. I go by Sociologic on X, Twitter, whatever it is. And yeah, looking forward to the panel. Thanks for having me, Prem.
Absolutely. And next, one of our brand new regulars, I think we can call her that now, is our friend FQ, back with us. FQ, how are you?
I'm doing great tonight. How are you tonight, Prime?
It's a day.
It's a day. It's a
Mm.
day.
Mm.
It's been one of those days. I understand. It was a long weekend for me too. A fun weekend, but a long weekend nonetheless.
Mm.
It was very fun. But hey, everybody, nice to see you all. You can find me at Fairy Queen's Cottage. It's right there on the screen on YouTube, and you can find me at Fairy capital F triple underscore Queen on Twitter. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much. Next, our friend Admiral Gibbs back with us, in a snazzy blue shirt here, right? But like,
Oh, blue.
I'm not. Okay, I'm gonna make a bad joke. All
Blue.
right, I'm a bad observation. I'm not sure about this suit with the horizontal lines, right? You want to go with pinstripes?
Vertical line. Yeah, vertical line. Yeah, I'll be honest. It's laundry day, and I was not gonna wear a t-shirt for a panel, so this is what we had because
Hey, look, I've
as
got a tablecloth pattern going on. So
see, yeah, you just said. I mean, I always like to go for that good old like Miami Vice Coke dealer look. It's really a good look, I think. But that's neither here nor there. But yeah, Admiral Gibbs, that's me. I can assure you that despite what Fabian Liberty said earlier, I am definitely the most principled when it comes to their principles. Because guess what? I'm always going to be looking out for numero uno, no matter what, and that is really the only principle that matters. And by looking out for numero uno, I'm looking out for you. So, yep, find me at Admiral Gibbs and everything.
Except if you're an undocumented immigrant, and then he is in favor of mowing you down at the border. All right,
Hey, that's rough.
Lasers.
Drones, whatever it takes.
Drone strikes was what I remember.
yeah.
Look
and
forward to hearing of the base transition to objectivism there, Admiral Gibbs. I'm so glad you're finally leaving the conservatives, becoming more libertarian, and being an objectivist. And
I've always been
rational
sympathetic.
self-interest.
Hold on, I've always been sympathetic to libertarian arguments. I just differ on a few key things, like listen, I don't think that us libertarians can get together and fight China, but I think that all the money that we've made being successful people here of our own individual persuasions together
Tiberius is asleep.
can go and give China the whooping.
Okay.
Thanks to our wonderful tax budget on that.
That is
I was
amazing.
just trying to make an objectivist joke. I'm sorry.
Let's go to our friend Tiberius D. Here with us again. How are you, Tiberius?
I'm doing pretty good. I had a good day until I came home to find out the dogs had destroyed pretty much all of my trash and put it all over the floor. So that was always nice. But yeah, I'm Tiberius D. I haven't been here for a while, and Prime has finally decided to pull me out of retirement. Thank you very much, by the way. I appreciate that. Outside of that, if anyone isn't known me for some reason, I'm a center-right Republican. I come from the hills of Indiana, and I think MAGA is trash. Please vote for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. He's a piece of shit. Thank you very much. Let's have it out.
Thank you, Aiko.
yeah.
Our debate coach extraordinaire. Thanks also for stopping by. I'm really glad that you can make
Sure.
it. I wasn't sure if you would, but yeah, thanks.
Yeah, it was touch and go today because I thought I might be working late. But this whole conversation, like during all of the different openings, sort of reminds me of one of the kinds of debates that events that I teach, and it's called Lincoln Douglas debate. And the way that it works is you set up a framework, and you do that by picking a value, and you say this is my value, and then you set a value criterion that determines whether or not you've met that value, and then the debate proceeds from there. That sounds a lot like how Scott is describing like his method, right? Is that he picks a principle and then he follows it. But I've always been curious, and I've mentioned this once before, but I'd like to have a longer conversation one day about this, about how do you pick your principle, right? You have to start with the material world and all of your particular observations of the material world, and then you've got to use inductive reasoning to arrive at that principle, right? So all of that precedes the principle. It's not just deductive reasoning going from the philosophical value to the particular world, but it's also prior to that, when you're picking your value and you're picking your framework, you have to do that by starting with the particulars, right? Starting with the pragmatic sort of realities of the world, right? And I'm
No,
always curious how that works.
it's
So
very
how do you
simple.
pick your
Very
value?
simple.
They
So,
come
so I
from
discovered
God.
I discovered argumentation ethics, and then I discovered the argument that backs it up via objectivism, starting with existence exists. So into existence exists, into logic, into argumentation ethics, which creates a value that is impossible for me to stand against.
But you have to start with axioms, right? Things that you have to assume are
Yeah,
true. And then
the axiom is existence exists. To deny that axiom
How
requires
convenient.
one of
That's a
two
bold
possibilities.
claim. I'm not sure
It's
about
a,
that one, Chief.
it's right. It's either primacy of consciousness, which is what Christianity uses, right, and Islam and Judaism, right, which is that logic is given by God. In the beginning was the word or logos, right? Like the
revelation
breath
does
of
make
life.
things easier. Yeah, for sure.
Right. So it's either the axiom of Christianity, right, which I disagree with, the primacy of consciousness, or
Right.
existence exists. If you do not have either of those axioms, then you can't substantiate formal logic. If you can't substantiate formal logic, then everything that you say, I need not listen to anyways, because it's all gobbledygook nonsense. Because you don't believe your axioms aren't grounded before formal logic, so you don't necessarily believe in logic. You just say, well, I'll accept it for now.
Obviously,
So,
this
yeah.
isn't for today, but one day I'd like to
Yeah.
see how you get from existence exists to being an ANCAP. Like
Yeah.
there's steps in between, right? Yeah.
It's a
Oh,
long
Quite a
process.
few steps, I'm sure.
yeah,
Yeah.
You're asking for it there. I think we've actually gone through it at one point in time. And
Okay.
I've gone through it without explaining each step, just telling you what each step is. Yeah.
Well, that
Yeah.
was I was asking you, and I wrote notes. We didn't actually wind up having that conversation, but I had some issues.
Bitch, my DMs are open.
I'm not. You didn't dodge it or nothing. I'm not saying.
I mean, he will tell
Making
you,
that clear.
consensually or not. He's gonna explain it to you. So we are.
I'm here to spread the word of our true Lord and God, Murray Rothbard.
Oh my God. All right. Moving on. Finally, topic one. Instagram will stop recommending political content on their platform. This follows similar moves by its sister platform, Facebook. This is supposedly being done to increase the enjoyment of people using the platforms and decrease acrimony caused by that sort of content. Do you think that politics makes social media worse? In general, would it be better if we didn't discuss divisive issues, or at least suppressed their visibility? Under this new rule, what do you think should count as political, quote unquote? Or do you think that this is a heavy-handed censorship? Yeah, so I just ran across this story in an article, and I mean, interesting. Like, this isn't the first platform, right? Like, again, Facebook is also working on this, but YouTube, like, suppressed political content, right? That doesn't come from the established news sources. This is like a known thing. So like your CNN and MSNBCs, they all of a sudden they got a bunch more views on their clips when before they got nothing. And other independent news sources were having that, like YouTube does these things. But at least from the sounds of this, they didn't say there were going to be exceptions, but we'll see like in the metrics later on. But from the sounds of this, at the very least, that this is political talk of all stripes. And is that a good thing? Right? Like, should we want these platforms? Like, another one that I didn't mention here is Threads, actually. So they're, Facebook's version of Twitter. And they started off saying that they didn't want this type of content, actually. They started off saying that we want a place that people just kind of get along, right? And trying to, opposite Twitter. Exactly, right, yeah. And so with that in mind, yeah, does it make sense to say, well, like, no political talk? Not that there's no political talk, but that if you have it, that simply won't be pushed out to others. I think it's an interesting question, and especially where these lines get drawn, because I think there's some interesting problems that appear there. So we'll start with our friend Lactoid, work our way around.
Yeah, so when I first read through this, I think I had the reaction that most people have, which is fuck yeah. I personally, one of the reasons I got involved in online debating under the pseudonym of Lactoid, surprise, not my real name, is because when before this, I was debating like I do on social media with my friends and my family and my grandmother, and causing a lot of issues. It was causing a lot of issues. I'm not going to lie. I'm
His
sure I alienated
his
a
real
lot of
name is
people.
Sven, by the way.
Mhm.
He is a Swedish model.
Sounds a good name, but I
Mm.
alienated a lot of people, and I made the conscious decision to basically just stop, right, to move off because I wanted to still be invited to Christmas, um, and it's helped tremendously, and I would recommend that everyone do it. But I'm really concerned about this because what is political is also going to be a subjective determination, oftentimes through the bias, right? Kind of hinting at the second topic, like the bias of the people who are in charge. So you're going to have people saying, "Well, this is not political, right?" Or this is. Um, I don't know all the specifics of how exactly they're going to apply this, but like we could do some thought experiments, right? Where it's like, they're talking about Palestine, obviously political. Well, human rights aren't a political subject, right? This is not like political. This is just about human rights. So you're allowed to post this. Well, is it really just about human rights, or is it really like political? I can see a lot of stuff about the culture war, right? Are you allowed to post certain books that were banned in Florida to your Facebook without getting any pushback? Well, because that pushback might be political. Um, I don't like the way this might be applied. So, do I like the idea of social media being less political? Yes. Do I think politics should kind of be in the realm of not people who don't want to hear about it all the time. But I'm also skeptical that these social media companies who have already kind of expressed a bias, I don't think they're going to be able to do it correctly. So I think it's going to be biased. I think it's going to be bad, and I think it's going to lead to negative outcomes.
Okay, two things. One, Admiral Gibson for resubbing up for 5 months straight.
No
Thank you so
problem.
much for being a real one. Thank you, X Here Shot, for using your Prime Gaming earlier. I see you. I hope you're still around to hear that. But thank you for the kindness. And please consider supporting the channel if you can, right? And now, to no one to put it in particular, into the ether, right? Just, we didn't start this immediately like the topics. We would like to get to the general discussion. So if you could keep your intros short, right?
No one in particular.
To the ether, right, and your general direction, participants. That'd
Yeah,
be
yeah.
useful. Thank you, Scott.
Yeah, so I have a very similar opinion to Lactoid here. I kind of have three thoughts here. Primary thought is it is laughable to think that Facebook, a company that is far more famous than any other company for political censorship, or Meta, I should say, is going to handle this appropriately and even-handedly, right? Like this is a company that still to this day, has a policy that death threats against certain conservatives are allowed, but not against other people, such as Alex Jones, Paul Joseph Watson, and most specifically, the oh god, now I can't think of his name, the activist from Luton, UK, that
Oh, the
Tommy Robinson.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Tommy Robinson, right? Like that these people, it's okay to make death threats against because like they couldn't handle the amount of Muslims that were making death threats against that guy. So they just were like, all right, well, this is allowed, right? So the idea that they're going to do it. The other thing too, and again, and this is on the same vein as Lactoid kind of pointed out, since, the famous paper from, feminist Hanish, I think is how you say her name, 1969, The Personal is Political. There has been, especially in the left, but also on the right, an understanding that certain things, certain individual experiences, certain discussions are political without being political. And that's going to be a real big problem because the interpretation is obviously going to be biased one way or the other, right? When the CDC or a doctor gives out vaccine information. Well, magically, that's not going to be political. That's important information. But when an anti-vax mom says, hey, look at these court documents about what's going on with Tylenol, vaccines cause autism, whatever, that's going to be misinformation and political. And while I might agree with the CDC on that specific instance, right, that's going to be a problem. The second thing is, where is this actually coming from? This is most likely coming from the fact that a few days ago, Facebook has been freaking out because they don't know what to do with the term Zionist. They want to put Zionist as a term to be that they use similarly to Jew or Jewish as a means of hate speech, but they're also super worried that this would basically stop any discussion of like what's going on in Gaza and the West Bank, etc. And so they have no idea how to appropriately put this into their algorithms as whether or not it's hate speech, because it's both being used as genuine political discussion and as being used as hate speech by like different people, and it's really difficult. And so they're going, well, this is very clearly why they're rolling this out now as opposed to like getting it better. The third thing, I posted a research study from in the Discord that I think is really important, and I posted this specific research study, one because it's from September of last year, which makes it very recent, and two because it's private research that is done by social media companies and tech companies to understand markets, etc. And what I think is happening is in social media, they're beginning to discover something that is very true, which is that all of these algorithms are based off of engagement. That almost all of these algorithms are designed to keep you on the platform for as long as possible to maximize the amount of advertising revenue that they get by maximizing the amount of ads that you see because you stay on the platform for longer. And that research shows, I think, in a very unbiased way, because it's talking about hate speech, but if you actually look at the methodology, it's not quite about hate speech. What it shows is that when people see political views that they perceive as abhorrent or as a part of the other group, it makes them think negatively of any advertisements that are attached to it and negatively of the platform itself. And so what I think is what we're going to start seeing is that they're slowly but surely realizing that they might be able to sell more ads to companies by having more clicks and more, instances of hitting ads. But once companies realize that all of this negative engagement can have negative impacts based off of their ads, well, either the advertisers are going to pull away or they're going to make demands of the company. And I think that's what we're going to start seeing is we're going to start seeing algorithms and things try and stop pushing so much political things in general, which I do agree is a good thing. I just don't think that Meta could ever be trusted to be one of the arbiters of that, because they're the worst. And the only reason we think of Twitter as worse is because Twitter was the only one that got exposed, whereas Meta's been caught with their pants down a ton of times without ever being a proper investigation on how much the government and how much they have been doing to censor people's speech. So there.
So thank you.
Tried to make it quick, but it's 3 important points.
Oh no,
Mission
thank you so
accomplished.
much. Yeah, I do appreciate it. That was really interesting. Let's go to our friend Corey.
Oh yeah, I'll try to be brief. Well, so I have mixed thoughts. Where there's the question of like Facebook, or rather Meta, and these social media companies seem to have the right, at least as of now, to more or less do whatever they want with their algorithms and what they censor or not. And whether that changes or not in the future, I guess we'll see. But then there's the other question of whether, as you're pretty much implying here in the question, is this is a good thing? And I'm sort of mixed on of like, I could see it going either way. As in, for me, the positive in sort of censoring political content, the data are mixed, but there appears to be data that hints that, social media might be contributing to echo chambers and sort of maybe increasing polarization. Maybe, but the data are mixed. And I can see that, or I'm in favor of running the experiment of like if now political content is censored on some social media platforms, if it results in less political polarization and less echo chambers, then I see that as an ultimately good thing. But I can also see the opposite end occurring, where it may be even more polarization. So as of now, I don't know, but I'm in favor of running the experiment. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much. Next, Admiral Gibbs.
So yeah, I mean,
Oh, did I say Admiral Gibbs?
yeah,
Ali.
I was
Sorry.
like, okay.
Yeah,
Hi.
I let it go. Whether or not it's good or bad, I don't know. I don't think they're going to be able to do it. People that are engaging in political content online are going to be searching for it. So the best that you can do is shadow ban the people that are engaged in it. And I just don't know if that really does anything. Maybe new viewers don't get to see to it, but if people are going to be continuing to share share the content and everything and get new viewers that way, banning it, I don't really see doing any good. or suppressing it, I don't really see doing any good. People want to have these conversations, and then honestly, I think the internet becomes more boring. They're trying to make it more enjoyable for people, but it seems that people want to be engaged. They want to debate. They want to argue. They want to like have these conversations, whether or not it's under their name or a pseudonym. But I don't know. Suppressing it, I don't think would even work, much less to say if it's good or bad.
And I didn't make this clear when I was introducing this, but like by suppressing, what they said in the article is that that content deemed as political, however they'll do that, won't be in your recommendations or your feed, right? Or your wall, or whatever. But you can get it if you're already subscribed to this individual, right? If you're already
Yeah, or followed.
following the channel, yeah. Then you'll get you'll get the post. Yeah. So let's
Yeah, I
go
don't know how
to.
they would do that because wouldn't a debate be political to a certain extent?
Well, that's
Right?
exactly
You have
what we'll
ideologies you're
discuss.
pushing. You yeah.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
yeah. FQ, please.
Okay, so I'm gonna sound like I'm repeating everyone, but my initial response was also I felt that this was an incredibly based decision when I saw it. And there are some some quick points to point out about the app. So the app specifically, so not the app, the article specifically says that it's a setting that allows users who still want to see political content recommendations can still opt in to do so. So it's not as though Instagram or Facebook are completely eliminating political like content or recommendations on their platforms. They're simply making it an option that if you as the consumer do not want to see that content or you want to see less of that type of content, you can choose to opt out to do so. And I think that that is a very important point to bring up because that's not the same thing as Facebook or Instagram sitting behind a desk deciding, well, what is political or what isn't political. Whatever that means, even if it is incredibly biased, which it more than likely will be, the point is if you don't like it, all you have to do is go to that setting, click that button if you want to have those recommendations pushed your way anyway. So I think that that's an important point to bring up when we're talking about potential issues regarding bias. I like this because I think that it puts the power back into the hands of the consumers as to what it is they want to see or what it is, what type of content it is that they wish to engage with. Um, and I will agree that there is a conversation to be had about like what does it mean for something to be political and what does it mean for something to be apolitical. But I'm going to offer another perspective to this. So this is and we'll get into this a little bit more further down the line. I'm concerned about the conversations that we have where we criticize people's access to social media as a vault for information. And I would say that I am concerned that by criticizing, people having access to social media, by people using social media to engage, that in fact that encourages that has a few negative outcomes. One of them is number one, it encourages a lack of personal accountability in terms of what personal information you consume. So an easy thing that some people can say, that an easy argument that people will say, like when you don't agree with something that your opponent says, is you'll say, well, you're just biased because you are sitting behind your laptop and you're just looking at everything that you've looked on Twitter, but you haven't actually looked at the evidence, right? You're looking at your incredibly biased version of Twitter. So what's the cause? And on the one hand, is that true? It's true to a degree, but it leads to wonky consequences where if you sit next to somebody who's a full-blown tanky and you tell them, hey, have you heard about the Chinese re-education camps? They will give you an 80 IQ take about, well, haven't you heard of Noam Chomsky's manufacturing consent? And can you really trust anything that the American media says or anything that you see that's promoted on Twitter or anything that you watch when you open up Instagram? It creates a wonky, warped perception where all your opponent has to do to disregard a piece of information, a New York Times article that you bring up to them, is to say, well, I don't have to read that and I can disregard that because you pulled that off of because it's biased or influenced in some way. And I think that that's not good. I don't think that it's good to anyway, we'll get into this more. I am concerned that by implying the idea that the fabric of society is being ripped apart by easy access to information, that that by doing so and by pounding that into the average person's head over and over and over again, what you're really saying is you're too stupid to be trusted to actually decide what it is that you really think or want to believe. And therefore, you should listen to me and what I think, and here are my list of highly great sources. And nominally, of course, that's true. Of course, like you should look at peer-reviewed research. Of course, you shouldn't read the first thing that pops up on Twitter. Until, of course, you're sitting next to the tanky who wants to deny the existence of the Uyghur genocide going on in China, right? So we'll get into more of this, but I think that I'm skeptical of the skepticism about social media. I am skeptical of it because it seems to me to be an attack on the average person's intelligence and and it's an extremely condescending way to view people. But we'll get into it later.
Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Admiral Gibbs now. Really, for serious.
Lady and gentlemen, let me teach y'all about how to be quick. I got 3 points, and this is actually going to be quick. 1, companies can do what they want. Capitalism. 2, which leads me to 2. What do they want to do? They want to make money. Happy people that are enjoying their content produce more money. Real simple. 3, all that would be well and good, but that'd be fine. But it's conservatives who are punished disproportionately, and the evidence supports that. End thread. That's all you need to know about this. I already won the debate. 3 sentences.
Admiral Gibbs understood the mission, and I appreciate him for that. All right, let's see if Ty does.
Topic 2 now.
All right, yeah.
That was quick. Am I up now?
Yeah, that's your name.
All right, fantastic. All right, yeah. First and foremost, Meta has been basically told to get its house in order. The FBI is consistently coming to them and telling them that their algorithm is making extremists over and over and over again. They pretty much are getting told behind the curtain that they can't keep going the way they're going. Number 2, I actually believe in the policy that everything is political. I don't know where this idea comes from that we're just gonna like lock shit off and it's just like, oh, we're not gonna cover this thing. It's politics. Fuck that. I've seen this road 10 times already in my lifetime. It's gonna get fucked up. Third and foremost, when it comes to politics, it's difficult to talk about because it's fucking important. This is why we all come here and actually engage with this. Some of you do not take it to the credit that you deserve to, but at least to some degree, no matter where you are, no matter what you believe in, I can actually get here and have a conversation with you. And if we push the jackasses away for like 10 seconds, we actually might be able to find some meaning in each other. But, that's just me being a big hippie, I guess. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And finally, Aiko.
Yeah, the point that I find most interesting is that everything is political point, because that's absolutely true. But it's really hard to find. So I think maybe if what they're really saying is like extreme political opinions are what they're going to look at, we're always going to have a difficulty finding the line. But it's not just about extremism, right? Because that's not what the policy says. So what okay, there used to be a lot of stories about Joe Biden's dogs, right? Is that political? Like a lot of people talked about it, created a lot of engagement, but does it have anything to do with policy? No. Would that go if it? What about if you're covering the Super Bowl? That's political right now, right? Because Taylor Swift's boyfriend just won everything. Can you talk about that?
It's a psyop.
Just her showing up, according to a lot of conservatives on Twitter right now, just her showing up to the Super Bowl is an ad for Joe Biden, right? Just her face being on the camera, in that. Can you talk about that? There's so many things that appear non-political in terms of at first blush. If you're talking sports ball, that's not going to be particularly political, but then it is. Right? With basketball, it was the kneeling thing, right? These things constantly pop up. I don't understand. And the other thing is, like, just to respond to Gibbs, it's been proven over and over again that political content and negative political content and outrage drive engagement. So it's not happy people going to social media that makes money. It's anger that makes money in the world of social media.
Okay. Yeah. To be well, I'll because I do want to like jump in here at some point, but go ahead, Scott.
I want to clarify something because I think there is a confusion, and I want to maybe make a prediction. I don't know if I'm clarifying or maybe making a prediction, or if it's a little bit of both. But when I say that I don't trust Facebook, Meta, Instagram, etc., to be able to distinguish between political and non-political, and everyone says, well, everything kind of has some level of politics in it, right? And I brought up, the personal is political, which is that early kind of second wave feminist literature that is describing the idea of telling the story of my sadness at home, like the feminine mystique that was so famous, right? Is politics, even though really it's just describing the plight of the average white woman in suburbia and like what it is that she's feeling strangled under a new nuclear family. That's not really an overtly political. So the thing here becomes the real distinction, as far as I can see it, is there's a gradient between what is overtly political and what is subvertly political. And the problem with this is that what this will do is this will almost certainly, as far as I can tell from the incentives, is it will bias towards censoring overtly political opinions whilst not censoring subvertly political opinions. Obviously, there will be things that are in a gray area by happenstance or accident, but there will be intentional politics that are overt and subversive. And when I say subversive, I don't necessarily mean it in a Marxian kind of like way of like, though that is going to be part of it, right? And so, like, to give an example, I'll give you two things that are obviously exactly the same level of politics, right? And this is from a conservative perspective, but I think this will also disproportionately harm radical leftists as well, though I think it will harm the right more. But here's an example of two things that are exactly the same in their politics, and I could totally see. And as soon as you hear this, you'll go, "Yeah, I can totally see Facebook censoring one and not censoring the other." So one would be Geeks and Gamers putting out a new video on their Facebook for the 1,000th time, talking about the wokeness that exists in some Netflix or Disney adaptation of something. And they'll be talking about how Hollywood forced in, and like changes, or maybe it'll be like, why is Alexander the Greek fucking gay in the first 8 minutes of their new show? Like, maybe he was bisexual. We don't really know, but we think he was, right? And then this policy almost certainly would say this is political. This needs to be censored in some regard. But at the same time, what if I was a standard left-wing political inspired movie or show reviewer, and I said, kudos to Netflix for stepping up for diversity. I think this is a great show, blah, blah, blah. That is a very subtle thing, because that is within the Overton window of what we find acceptable, what Hollywood deems acceptable, what the tech industry seems acceptable. These are equally as political. One is celebrating diversity. One is saying that the diversity is forced and is like a part of a message that is, anti what we should be. But I can guarantee you one will be censored and one wouldn't be, because one will be seen as overtly political by attacking Hollywood and attacking this piece, and the other simply celebrating and saying, hey, it's a great show, would likely be seen as non-political. And that's kind of like just one clarification that I think is an issue. And again, I don't think it's just going to be the right wing. I do think, as Fairy Queen was talking about, the tankies and manufactured consent. They're like, when you look at Has and Infra Has, people that got banned off of Twitch the moment the Ukraine war popped off, because Twitch loved everything that they were doing as Marxists, but the moment they were supporting Russia, all of a sudden they had to get fucking rid of them on Twitch, right? There will be instances where the far left are going to be hit by this as much as the right wing, I think.
So I have to. So
Go ahead.
You respond, and then we'll go to Ali. Yeah.
So I guess it's more of a question. So fair enough. It will almost certainly be biased. The gradient will be messy. It will not be fair. But then if you're concerned about that, why not just hit the button and opt out? Like, why not put the responsibility back on the consumer?
The same. So it's the same problem that you have with like organ donor lists, where we absolutely recognize that if you have to actively tell someone that you don't want to be an organ donor, as opposed to actively having to opt into being an organ donor, we know that this drastically changes how many organ donors there are. The same thing is going to occur on Facebook, where yes, people that are super interested in politics are usually already have a political, they already have a political camp. Right? Like, if I'm super into politics, I kind of know where I sit politically and I'm into it. But there's a lot of normies that simply won't click that button. And when Facebook alone has 3.049 billion people on it, 1 or 2% shifts in the way that politics is censored or seen or shown to other people can be massive, especially once we understand that growth of channels and growth of influence and growth of brands is often exponential, right? Like, like that 10% increase builds upon itself, and that's how people get blown up to the top. So a lot of people are going to never make it because of that censorship. And like I said, even if it's just 1%, right, then you're talking about 30 million people that never see something on Facebook alone, right? Like, so that'd be my response to that.
Ali?
Yeah. So like, rather than censorship, go with the TikTok algorithm, how they have it. TikTok algorithm, you go on, you click one thing, it literally
Which one?
shows...
The Chinese one or the American one? The Chinese one. pushing STEM and science on Chinese children and
wait,
away from degeneracy.
The American one has, there's a For You, a Friends section, and there is a STEM section that you can go to and scroll. But what I was saying is that, like, on TikTok, if you click like on something, it's going to show you that type of what you engage with is what it's going to show you. What you don't engage with, it will not show you. So for people,
Well, that's what they already have everywhere. I think that's the problem that they're recognizing. That's what exists, and that's what's calling polarization problems, because it's all based off of engagement. And when people get angry, they engage more, and so they dislike and they like and they watch and they comment and they get pissed off, and so they get more ads. They see more ads, and the assumption is that we make more money because we see more ads. But what we really have is an intensifying political landscape of people that are online that are pissed off at each other.
Yeah, it's an anger factor.
I think that depends on the platform, right? Because, like, I mean, yeah, Facebook for sure and Twitter for sure are going to be like anger factors, right? But like TikTok is like people are almost omitting political stuff. They're going strictly for the shits and the giggles. And Instagram is supposed to be about ass and cars, anyways, right? So
yeah, but TikTok is so Gen Z. That's
so if you're on if you're on Twitter, you're looking for political content creators for people to follow. If you're on YouTube, Twitch poll, if you're on these apps, you're going to be looking for these people anyways. How do you censor them what does censoring them mean?
Because they won't get recommended to you. You have to actively search for them, or you have to press, or if you go and find a button somewhere buried in the settings that will allow them to be recommended to you again.
Yeah. So I'll go to Aiko and go to Corey quickly. This is where I was gonna jump in. So Fabian Scott, excuse me, has already
Either one, it don't matter.
Touched my the point. I was gonna respond to that opt out comment from FQ. This is. So I'll tell you exactly how this is going to go, like from a design standpoint, right? You're going to go into Instagram on one day when they finally roll this out, and it's just going to give you a notification saying about this change, right? If you want to like opt back in to the applicable content, go into your settings, right, and click this thing, right? And then under that, it's going to be the close button. You're going to close that message, and that's the last time you're ever going to
see that recommendation.
Yeah, see that at all. Period. Right? That's it. That's a problem. Like, I'm biased. You can say that I'm biased because I produce political content.
It's going to be worse than that. You're gonna do it, and then you're gonna check the right box, and then 6 months later you're gonna get a fucking update, and it's gonna uncheck that box when they did a random update.
Oh my
God!
God.
Like, where the fuck is all my political content after like a month, and then you're gonna have to check it again.
It's a problem. Yeah, that could happen too. So like, it would be better if instead it was a opt-in. I think I'm using that's the one I want. Opt-in one. Yeah, right? And then here's what you could do, right? So like as you're scrolling through your feed, there could be like political content, things that have been deemed political, and you could have a banner across each and every one that says, if you don't want to deal with this kind of content for whatever reason, hit this button and you're opting into the censorship, right?
That's just gonna end up shadow banning.
No, it's not. This is not shadow banning. This is not shadow ban. So you're not shadow banning the channel. You're saying that like you're altering your feed altogether. Hey, yeah.
But if enough people select out
like,
of it, it'll shadow ban that
I think with Primecast, what you're saying, yeah, that's the problem. Is that like YouTube, for example, like you and I know, right? Like we put out videos on YouTube, and like you can tell basically how well a video is going to do the moment you see that demonetized or like, you know, not safe for advertiser, right? And then you look at it and you go, okay, is there a way that I can fix this? Can I trim some of this? Probably not, because it's a debate, right? But okay, I'll request a review and I'll wait a couple days before putting this out, because maybe now it's a few days less relevant. And then it's still banned, and then you put it out there and you get like, you know, 300, 400 views instead of 1,000, 2,000 views, because now Facebook, you know, YouTube knows that this is bad content that advertisers don't like, and which means they're going to show it to less people. Like the same thing is going to happen like with people on Instagram, is that like even if the opt-in opt-out works the way that you say, it's still going to automatically find people that have this tag and recommend them to less people in general, even if they're opted into the thing, because it's still going to be considered like bad stuff.
Yeah, that might be a possibility. I can't be sure about that. But like I'm working with, so I don't want this policy in general. So like to be clear, like I think this is a bad policy. I don't think we should have it at all. I was surprised that so many people thought that this was a good idea. Because my first reaction to this was, this is awful. And because of all the caveats, we haven't discussed them yet, but like all the caveats are going to be involved with this is clearly a train wreck. So I'm actually really surprised that everyone has, well, most of you have a differing opinion on that.
So don't look at me.
Yeah.
But that's why I'm saying like working within this paradigm, right? A better solution within a bad paradigm is to have an opt-in thing, right?
It's called an internal critique.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I feel like it'd be better to
yeah,
have an
and then-
opt-out. Opting out would probably be better than opting in.
Like
If
out of the politics, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
it should just be standard that the politics come with it. And if you want,
That's what he's saying.
Opt
That's
out.
what I-
He's saying opt into the opt out of politics.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
As
yeah, yeah.
opposed to like automatically being opted out and then having to opt into
Because-
the political section.
Yeah, because the way the censorship sounds, so like if someone's banned on Twitch, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, sorry, I don't know if I'm getting confused in my head as to which one I want, but you understand. I mean, the opposite of what's being proposed, right?
Yeah.
And that, like, you specifically have to go and decide that you don't want political content, right? So I guess that would be opt out. Whatever, it's fine. But that would be a better way. I think I have sympathy for those who don't want to see who want to engage with social media in a kindler, gentler way. I do understand why that would be important. But because of all those caveats, and again, we'll get to that soon. Like, I think this is just disastrous. So let's go to Aiko, and then we'll go to Corey, and we'll go to Admiral, and then we'll go to Ali of Q.
I was responding to Fairy Queen's question too, and I think the answer really has a lot to do with Section 230, right? Because the problem is it doesn't really matter what the blowback is or what the effects are of what they're doing with their moderation, because social media companies are not liable for anything that happens on their platform because of Section 230. It's insane to me that this happened like way back in the day. And every time I talk to anyone who works in social media, I used to live in Seattle. There were a lot of people, a lot of contacts that knew from back then. They all tell me it would be like a disaster for social media, like to eliminate 230. But at the same time, there's got to be some incentive to be responsible for bad outcomes in your system. And it seems like the least bad solution that I can think of is civil courts, like handling it that way, so that like fear of creating bad outcomes like becomes something that's a financial consideration for companies, and it's not, because Section 230 protects them from all of that.
If FQ, you want to respond to that, that's fine. Then we'll move on to Corey, and then Admiral Gibson.
Trying to make a comment. Folks, you're witnessing a marvel today. Today, the libertarians have joined forces with our resident leftist, and the resident feminist on the panel is going to join forces with the right-wing Texan, okay? Folks, okay? This is a business. It is their decision about what it is that they want to put on their platform, and they are responding to what their consumers want. This is not simply, at least according to the article from what we read today, and I think the reason, Prime, why most of us are having this reaction is I think that this reaction is a fairly normal one. I've spoken about this to other people. Most people, when they talk about social media, most of them complain about the political content that they engage with and that they see being shoved in their faces when they go on. They complain about it all the time. You probably heard your own family members. I know I've heard my family members complain about it too. This company is responding to the needs and desires of its consumers, and that's why this policy is going into place. If you don't like that, then all you have to do is click out of Facebook or click out of Instagram and go choose and go somewhere else. You can go to Twitter. You can go to whatever other social media platform there is. You don't have to participate in Facebook or in Instagram. It's your individual responsibility to choose to do it or to not to do it. As to whether or not it's responsible, Scott, it kind of sounds to me like you're agreeing with iCal, which is that these social media platforms are responsible for the impact and for. Do you agree with Section 230 or do you not agree with it? I'm not. I think that I'm in favor of it as of right now. I mean, does anybody here think that if you say something on this Twitch stream tonight and somebody goes off and chooses to do something horrible, that's your fault, that you're responsible? Should you
Uh,
mediate language in case somebody hears you and then goes off and does something stupid? Are you
Can I be the
responsible?
one who responds?
I
for that?
got no. You go ahead. You
Yeah.
respond.
So, first of all, we're not protected by Section 230. We're responsible for what we say, just like anybody else. It's just that Twitch is not responsible for what we say because Section 230 protects them. That's the difference. Yeah, if we go off the handle and say something extreme, I don't know, like if you bully somebody through social media to kill themselves and they kill themselves, you're responsible. And we have examples of that, of people who have been convicted of that, of crimes through that. So we're not protected by Section 230. It's the platform that's protected. And I agree with your statement and with Gibbs about they're a company that can have moderation policies of any kind that they want. I mean, I've been saying that for years. People have been saying that for years, specifically to conservatives who complain about that fact. But what the point that conservatives make that I think we have to consider is that this is not like a normal business. This is a business. It's sort of like when you're talking about, like, universities can do what they want if they're private, but really that's not true because they have so much federal funding. And here, it's not really true that this is just a business because this is a business that's been released from any liability. So it makes it our business.
I was called
when
out
we do that.
specifically.
No. But hold
That's it,
on
I'm
to
done.
it because we got to go through a lot of people, right? So it's gonna be
Arians are becoming leftists, folks.
Well,
It's good.
Fairy
Yeah.
Queen just called me out like 7 times by name.
Yeah, and I
God
promise
hasn't
you,
had a chance to be
I-
fair. You know?
yeah.
Okay,
Let's
fair,
go
fair,
to
fair. Well, I will answer your question when I can, Fairy Queen.
yeah.
I think you're deeply wrong.
We'll go to Corey, Gibbs, Ali, FQ, Ty, and Lactoid, and
You're gonna
then
go
Scott.
back to Fairy Queen after she called me out by name again?
She's gonna
Like
shit
before
on
I'm
you
allowed to
twice.
speak? What the fuck?
Twice.
Like, what the fuck is this?
What is
Right?
this?
She is
censorship,
royalty,
Brian?
okay?
We're gonna go to the whole panel, including the person
female.
that called you out by name first before you're allowed to
This
And
is
then
what
after me,
theme-
Fairy
First time
Queen
they called
again,
you out
and
by
then you.
Yeah.
God. So
Right.
after
Right.
I'll go
I
get
I
dinner,
did
and
say
then
that.
maybe
I
I'll
did
be
say
allowed
that,
back
yeah.
on the panel.
And that so female privilege at its finest here on the Prime Time. So let's go to Corey.
Well, clearly, Prime has
It's
new
affirmative action because they're losing so badly. I get it.
but yeah, clearly Prime has a new policy. He's censoring ANCAP content. The audience maybe has spoken. But yeah, I want to address a few things. Well, first of all, I want to tack on to what iCal brought up earlier in terms of like social media is largely driven by outrage and sort of like negative content. It also appears to be not driven, but rather also my concern is like misinformation, false information is also seems to be spread more rapidly on social media, and I think that that's an issue. And to sort of, I want to address a couple things that Fairy Queen mentioned. One, what you just said in terms of like, yeah, sort of ultimately social responsibility and like if you don't like what you have on Facebook, Instagram, just like click away. I think that's a little bit over simplification, analogous to like just telling someone who's overweight to just like put whatever the food down. I think based off what we know of how these platforms are designed and engineered, it's almost for some people almost impossible to click away. Or as iCal brought up, it's designed to drive your engagement. It's not quite as simple as just like whatever putting the phone down, at least for some people. And I would also even to tack onto that what you brought up earlier with your overall argument of like this is maybe condescending to consumers. I'm not necessarily, let's say, in favor of this, but I would ask the question, sort of, why is that a bad thing to be condescending to consumers? And I would rope in Lactoid. How were you trained to treat jurors in the general public?
Well, we're given evidence that the average juror has an attention span of about 7 minutes, and they read at a fourth grade level.
Okay, so why is condescension inherently a bad thing? Convince me. I'm on the fence currently.
I think that it's inherent. I think that unless somebody has proven to you otherwise, you should assume competence when you are engaging with another adult human being. You should assume a
So
competence.
the practice of law is actually incorrect, right? In terms of what Lactoid like.
Is it a
just
matter of
outlined.
legal principle to assume that all of your jurors only read at a fourth grade level? Is that something that you're instructed as a matter of principle to believe? Really?
It's how we're taught to handle cases, right? Because the average American reads like I think what 60% of Americans read at a fourth grade level. Your average juror does. They have an attention span of about 7 minutes. That's kind of
So
how.
would it be fair to say you're
Mhm.
taught to be condescending towards anybody on a juror?
We are taught to use words that a fourth grader could understand quite literally. Yeah. class. Keep everything very simple. Ask experts to explain everything in a way that a fourth grader can understand.
So
Corey, do you think that it should be Facebook and Instagram's new policy to make sure that all of the things that are promoted are deliberately written at a fourth grade level so that anyone that goes on can click on it and understand and read
that's why I
it?
said, like I say,
Well,
I'm
I'm
on
asking you, do you
yeah.
think so? And should the
I'm
content be short enough so that they can read it in 7 minutes before they finish it? You think that should be the new policy
I'm
too?
on the
In
fence. That's why I
accordance,
said.
of course,
That's
with
why
what
I
happens
said
on a jury?
if I may
Yeah,
respond,
you think
if
so?
I may
Yeah,
respond.
That's wild.
If
I
you
would
want to stop,
appreciate it.
if you want to
Wild.
I
stop
would
dick
appreciate it.
scalping,
Okay.
I said I'm on the fence. So
Are
like,
you
yeah, if
smarter than a
you're
fourth
open
grader
to,
in IRL,
yeah,
folks?
there's
If we
there's
can
a
get
reason
a
why
layman
that
translator.
show was
Let's-
so popular. So bring in what I brought up in terms of like outrage and misinformation. If there's again, I can be swayed either way, but if content is, let's say, curated on Facebook such that, if it's a fourth grade level, people can actually now discern the truth, I could actually sort of maybe get on board with that. Or if they're more able to discern false information versus, true information, based off of the fact that we actually dumb it down and we make it in like bite-sized chunks to, acquiesce to their 7-minute attention span. I can see that maybe as potentially good. Again, I'm not fully on board with that, but that's why I brought it. Like, Lactoid is trained to pretty much treat the general public in a courtroom like, hey, you're
and his
you're
friends.
not up to par. So, like, if you want to argue against the justice system, then go for it. Thankfully, I'm Canadian.
It's not a matter of legal. Okay, is it a matter of law that everything has to be written in a fourth grade at the fourth grade level? That policies have to be written at a fourth grade level? That sounds like what Lactoid is referring to is how he treats a juror when he's on the stand. He's advised to do that, but I don't think he's required to do that.
Might be
Well,
a defense for
I think that.
unconscionability.
Wait. I want to respond. I
arguably am required, actually.
I want to respond. How popular?
How?
So, I'd be very curious. How popular?
No, Corey. We got to go to everybody on the panel, and then Fairy Queen again before you're allowed to respond.
Well,
And then 5 times, and then you never get to talk, Scott. That's the best part of all.
Like, I'm curious, like, how popular do you think that legislation would be? Of like, if people actually learned of like, we're gonna pass the law that now lawyers treat you like at a fourth grade reading level. In reality, that's probably how it should be, at least based off what Lactoid is outlining. But that basically, it seems like that legislation should be there, but obviously it's not going to get passed. And so it's built into the training as an unspoken rule.
Why would it not be passed? Why would it not be passed? Just because of practicality? Like,
no, do you think? I don't. Assuming someone's,
you just
let's
said
say,
that it wouldn't be passed. Why wouldn't it be passed?
in terms of popularity, as in like
Why wouldn't it be passed?
Democracy's retarded, and people have to vote, and people are
But
retarded.
see, that's exactly
here's
it.
where-
That's
here's
exactly
where
the
I
problem
would
with
put-
what you and what Lactoid and I'm sorry, Scott. What Scott just said, that's the third time, okay? It's because it's a threat to democracy, okay? Because it's a threat to the idea that people can represent themselves and their own ideas and have the right to participate in public discourse. It's a way of going to a person and saying, well, I know you really think that, and I know that you've read all of this, but really, dear, why don't you just listen to me and take a seat down for a second, okay? I think that's incredibly fucked up. I think that's an incredibly fucked up thing to do.
You just
okay?
saying effed up is not an argument though. Like, so convince me why. That's why I asked the question. Why is condescension inherently like wrong or bad? Like, I want to be swayed to your
Because
side.
it undermines your ability, because it undermines the idea that you as an individual can equally participate with everyone else in a democracy. That's why.
You can't. People aren't equal. Some people are retarded. It's really that simple. Retarded people can't participate at the same level. It's that simple.
Let's go to our friend.
You're agreeing with Scott right now, Corey. I want
No,
you to
not
know.
necessarily. Like, well,
You
so
are in league with the libertarians.
even
tonight.
you
You
are.
all switching colors.
Wait.
It's
I'm
very
curious.
fun to
I'll
me.
respond. I'll
Gibbs,
respond
we
to this.
are
I'll
in
respond to this
together,
slander.
okay? Bring
Even
out
you
the
recognize.
drone strikes,
Wait.
okay?
Should we remove all voting restrictions, Fairy Queen?
All voting restrictions?
Yeah,
I don't know.
should we let
Corey,
children
do you think
vote?
there should be a voting IQ test? I'm just curious.
Hell yeah.
Do you think so?
I've had this conversation with Lactoid. Like, I'm on the Lactoid makes compelling arguments.
You're on the
Okay.
fence. You're on the fence. Wow. Okay.
Well, so did you answer my question? I answered yours. Should we
You
remove
answer
all voting
mine.
restrictions?
Do you think there should? You're on the fence. You're not sure.
Yeah, I would say I am not sure. Yes, I am not sure.
Okay.
So do you want to say I'm not sure about voting restrictions in terms of including children?
I think that like the reason like we don't let children vote is because they're not agents with responsibility. That's why they can't vote and they
I'll
can't
let
serve
Lactoid
the army.
pick it up from
They're
there when he gets a
retards.
chance.
Boy. Oh yeah. Yeah, that
Yeah,
now
they don't
you've
have the
you've
judgment. They're not capable. We have to
you
be condescend
Right.
towards them
you've
a little bit. Yeah,
opened the door
Well,
as soon as you
also
say
they,
that.
you
Okay,
know,
so let's go to our friend Gibbs, who's been waiting quite patiently. Like Gibbs, Ali, FQ, Ty, Lactoid, Scott. Gibbs, you're muted, friend.
Muted.
I gotcha. So yeah, on the surface, I'm sitting here like I want to sit here and go, "Oh, it's terrible. The conservatives are the ones who are being taken advantage of by these systems." Because this is where free speech happens now, on the surface, right? Like this is what we do. The people, it's like the old school editorials in the newspaper. It's our version of like playing chess at the barber shop. Like this is what you like. People go and talk about these issues, right? On the surface, but then I start thinking, and the idea that happy people don't spend money, you can Google that. There's been numerous studies. Whenever I do sales, I've done sales my whole life. The whole job is to have the customer leave happy. Why? Because that means they're going to come be a repeat customer. All right, these algorithms and these companies that are Facebook, Meta, or whatever, Twitter, Instagram, gobbledygook, doesn't matter. All these companies, their goal for the most part is to make money. How that may be is to keep these people engaged on these platforms, right? So for them to sit here and go, hey, we should come in and we should take this hard stance where we need to regulate what these companies do is really laughable to me. And I get that there's the whole free speech argument, and I'm a conservative. I already know that if I get to a certain size on like any platform, that I have to be much more careful than my liberal counterparts because everything is perceived as draconian or evil. That a conservative says whatever you say is going to be like what they want to take down. But on the same side, if I'm using their services, who am I to bitch about any policy decision they make? Because that's their right as a company. And so it's really crazy that we've turned into all these libertarians have all turned into leftists tonight, as Fairy Queen has said, and they've all sat here and suddenly started to argue against capitalism. And I don't really understand because it's kind of like it's a slippery slope. Once
I
you
can
start telling
explain
these,
when it's my fucking turn why
sure,
you're
yeah, I mean,
slanderous.
it's all right. I mean, I
We can
know
Don't
that.
stay
actually
mad, Scott. Stay
But I
mad.
mean, it's just it's as these companies go. Like I just lost my train of thought with that. But the point is, it's a slippery slope. That's where we're going. It's a slippery slope. Once we start coming down to these companies saying you can't run your company that way, then what's to stop the next company going, hey, we're gonna do this? And then Lactoid, he's a legal expert. He's fixing to be on the Supreme Court in the future, I'm sure one day. You're gonna be a very fair and unbiased judge when he gets there. I'm sure that he's gonna go look and be like, look at the legal precedent set over here, and then they're gonna use that to their advantage. So it's really entertaining to me to see the leftistarians tonight, and I just don't even know what to say.
Leftistarians. Leftistarians. Um, I love my friend Lactoid. If he was on, if I was president, I would not nominate my friend Lactoid to the Supreme Court. Now, I would nominate him for like Attorney General. I've also problems with this Pisco, right? I also Pisco as well. I told him I wouldn't nominate him to the Supreme Court, right? He's a fucking corporate hack. No way I would allow him there. But like, but yeah, you guys, Attorney General. The
Well, hold on.
position's
Who
open.
gets Attorney General? It's only one spot.
Well, fights to the death, of course. But
Better start working out there, Lactoid.
My money's on Lactoid.
I'm trying.
We've seen him shoot a deer. We know he's gonna be all right.
Let's go to our
Lactoid's
friend.
gonna be armed. That's gonna be the difference.
Yeah.
Well, time sets the rules of war.
And
Fair
unless
fights are for
time tries to get
suckers.
rid of the Second Amendment, right? Then I'm
Yeah, I mean, like if you're not going, if you bring a gun to the fight, clearly you've already disqualified yourself.
Well,
So
what happens if the other guy's dead then? There's not really any argument once it's already happened.
fair enough. Let's go to Ali. And FQ Ty Lactoid Scott.
Yeah, so to Gibbs and Fairy Queen's point, I mean, yeah, they are companies. They can do whatever they want. I think this is going to hinder them more than it's going to help them. We keep talking about how it's negatively affecting some of the consumers, but there's positive effects too, right? So like for me, if you want people to be engaged, you want them to see the content, and then you want them to comment on it, like it, keep reading about it, then engage with it. So like anecdotally for me, I wouldn't have been here on this panel if I didn't watch a Fresh and Fit panel with Destiny 9 months ago, and then follow Destiny, get to follow it, get to Twitter, follow Wick on Twitter, argue with Wick a little bit, get on his panel, then come here. And I think that's like a positive engagement, right? So it's like you have people that are engaging positively.
But that's an outlier. Wouldn't you say that's an outlier? Like, so like when you look at like
actually no, I don't think
MMORPGs,
so.
but look when you look at like games, right? They ban political content in games, right? Because people don't want that. Once you
Yeah.
start getting people going in there and be like, I don't know, some kind of I was gonna say some wild shit, but they say some wild shit in there, and
Mhm.
then like you don't want that, and like they stop playing that game, right? So like games have already decided this was what makes us money. So although you might have an outlier,
I think
as
games are
Scott used
different.
earlier,
I think games are different
that's
than
the exception
social
proving the
media.
rule.
I think games are different than social media. A game is like you want a specific thing, right? If I want to go play Mario, I don't want to play Mario and have a Joe Biden or and a Trump, advertisement within the Mario. I'm trying to escape from the world that I'm in. Versus when you're on
And with
social media, you're
Instagram,
going to socialize with people, the
yeah,
people that
same
you're
thing with Instagram. I
following.
want to look at some ass and some cars, as
Yeah.
somebody mentioned earlier, and then all of a sudden now I got Joe Biden
Yeah.
posting a photo of, oh, exactly as planned with
which
red
was
eyes.
which was to my point, which is they should go with the TikTok algorithm, so like in the way that if I don't engage with political content on Instagram, I don't see any political content on Instagram. All I see on the explore page on Instagram, food, ass, cars. And that's because you have to work with your algorithm. You have to dislike things that you don't want to see. You have to click and hold and say you don't want to see this content. That's how it works. If you're not doing that, you're not an engaged consumer. And to that, but like to Corey's point, why shouldn't that person be condescended to? If you're not an engaged consumer, that's your fault. You shouldn't be able to you shouldn't be able to complain. Oh, I'm seeing political content. Stop engaging with that political content.
Let's go to that's really interesting. Let's go to FQ.
And I'm just quickly Googling because I was just curious. I was looking to see if people with intellectual disabilities have the ability to vote. And what I found is that apparently,
State by state.
it's state by state. And there are some states that, in fact, do allow people with intellectual disabilities. And those include, let's see, so states, let me see.
What about
What
late
is it?
stage
Yeah,
Alzheimer's? How about
yeah, but
that?
what is an intellectual disability? Is ADHD an intellectual disability? Now we're gonna
It's
start talking
Yes.
being
about ADHD.
No,
is
what I
being
mean,
libertarian and intellectual disability.
ADHD
It's being like
any
determined by a
learning
court.
disability is an intellectual disability as well.
I'm just saying
As far
that
as the
also
DSM is
sounds like a
concerned.
slippery slope to me,
What
kind of
about
thing. But
But
CTE?
yes,
I'm
but as
all football
Lactoid
players.
said, like it wouldn't like you have to have your rights taken away.
Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
And so the way that your rights are taken, it's not the same thing as like I went to the doctor and the doctor gave me Adderall for my ADHD. It's like I tried to do certain things and then I tried to buy a car and then like I got arrested because like I don't know I did something out of the norm. I broke some laws or something, and then people were like, oh, this person is too mentally deficient to be able to like operate in society without a guardian appointed to them. And then in many states they'll have their right to vote taken away in that regard because they can't even like be trusted to walk down the street.
yeah, but so
Yeah,
let me ask this then on that because I would like this
just clarify.
clarified if somebody knows this. So like for example, my grandmother, she started kind of slipping towards the end, but she didn't have on dementia. But like ended up being like me and my father ended up being the executors of her estate. But as far as I know, she was still able to vote, even though
Mhm.
even though she wasn't like a financially literate person or whatever. Like so, what's the line on that? I guess
The
I guess y'all
line
would
is
say
that
the
the
same with the
court
state.
determines it, right? So like the court isn't going to step in on every potential Alzheimer's case to take away their rights or their right to vote. An issue has to come before the court, right? And then
So
once an issue comes before the court where she's incapable of driving, incapable of doing all these other things, they'll strip away her rights and give her a guardian and have someone be the executor of her
I
will,
wonder how many
etc.
people with
Yeah.
Alzheimer's vote for like Eisenhower every time it comes around. They go and vote. Like,
Who knows? You
that's what
like
I want to know.
I like I
Like
uh,
George Ford over here.
they got really confused by that Super Bowl ad yesterday then. But
RFK ad.
yeah, that was wild. Let's go to FQ. Was that it?
Okay, so I don't know very much about this, so I'll just throw this out there as a possible reason. So suppose, for instance, that I go to vote, okay, and I take the voting IQ test, but I flunk the test. But I work, I have a job, I pay taxes, I am a participating member of society. I just don't pass the voting IQ test. Do you think I shouldn't be? Do you think that's okay, Corey? I pay
Uh,
my taxes, I work, I have a job, I'm contributing member of society. I own property. He's saying yes, I'm saying no, okay?
even though he's my fellow Canadian friend, I'm on the fence. As in I can be swayed. Even
No.
you. No, even
Well,
you.
answer the question, the hypothetical, okay?
Uh,
Participating member of society, okay? They vote, they pay their taxes, they are a participating member, they own property, they follow the law, they do everything. They just don't pass the test. That person shouldn't be allowed to vote, you think?
In that world that you outlined, like, yeah, they probably should. I
They
sometimes
should.
lean towards being more paternalistic. Yeah, absolutely. Just as you also as well, in some circumstances, you will be paternalistic. Absolutely. Do you think anybody should go to the doctor to request any medication that they want?
Okay, so I'm going to get to couch this. So
Yes.
of course the answer is no.
Oh,
But
ooh,
here's but
that's some paternalism, right? Why can't I request my chemo and my oxycodone? Don't I
well,
know
if you
best?
really want me to be extreme, I think that you should be able to legally, I
How
think that like there's no
condescending.
justification for you not to be able to take whatever drugs or do whatever it is you want to yourself. So that's just that on the principle of that. Because if it is really your body, you can really do whatever it is you want to, however insane and crazy.
Facts.
But to answer your question, Corey, okay, so I work as a teacher, okay? I work as a teacher. I teach students, okay? And you could, and you probably are nodding because you think, oh, we have to be condescending. You have to condescend. That never works, okay? And even in the doctor's office, if there are many cases of doctors when they have clients that come, they have patients that come in. Here, I'll give you an example of a story, okay? And when these doctors, when they're condescending to their patients, they have worse health outcomes. They are less likely to go back to that doctor. They're more likely to accept procedures that they wouldn't otherwise have accepted because the doctor was condescending to them. It's a huge barrier in healthcare, and it's a
You're
huge barrier in
you're
education too.
You're
Well,
redefining problems.
yeah,
You're
yeah. Well,
redefining
first,
it.
well,
Condescension is
that's
not
not.
the same thing as explaining information in a fourth grade level,
Yeah, well,
right?
and
Like
first of all,
there's a
then
difference between being an
I would
asshole
say,
paternalizing and then like
right?
not citing medical research. You have to
And
be a
also,
doctor to
I
even
would say
understand.
then, based off what you've outlined in terms of like, I can understand a doctor and a face-to-face interaction and tone. There's potential for actual condescension there. But then I would say how you've sort of outlined in terms of what we're talking about social media companies, then this is not condescension. This is just different treatment. That's all. Then
So
like. Because
so
I
what
So,
can see,
no, sorry.
I'd agree with you as an educator, as also a teacher, but I don't teach children. I teach university students and whatnot. So like I agree, condescending in actual tone and how you treat them, in your actual mannerisms, not effective, not good. But then I would say then, in that case, a company is not
But
capable.
I don't
Then
even
a
just
company
I
is
teach
not capable of condescension. Then.
So,
I teach university students too. I also teach people who are at about that grade. I teach adults. I teach adults who have flunked out of high school and who need to get their GED. I do that. That's my job. Okay. And I will just be very frank with you. It's not just about the tone and it's not just about the treatment. It's also assuming that they don't know anything and it's assuming that they are less capable, assuming incompetence when they walk in. So I don't assume that. I don't overwhelm them with information that they don't need, but
Sure.
but part of what it means to be an educator, what it means is to treat them with respect by respecting the intelligence of the people that are walking into your classroom. Because if you don't do that, if you walk in and you act like Miss Honey and you baby everyone that walks into
I
your
don't act
door,
like Miss Honey. I can guarantee you that.
okay, well, if you're babying your students when they walk into your classroom and that's not being respectful to them. And
Well,
so
sure.
I
you don't,
gotta,
and you're not an
I'll,
effective
I'll
teacher,
be
you
quick.
are.
I
I'll be
gotta
quick.
move on.
I'll
Quick,
just say
quick.
then based on what you outlined, the companies are not condescending. That's all.
Okay, all right, I gotta move on. So we got Ty, Lactoid, Scott, Gibbs, and Aiko.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap both of these conversations together. As much as I despise the lies at the speed of light conversation, it's real. It has very disgusting results, and I think most of us can agree. Like the political plurality here that we're dealing with is a pain in the ass. Uh, I do have to ask a question to the panel. What is the point of our republic if we can't trust people to be a participants in it? Right? How far does this go? Because part of me as a social conservative wants to have that parental guidance over the body politic. You kind of need that to enforce some level of trust. But also it goes both ways. If you can't trust people to even vote worth of shit, how do you even have a republic at that point? We're just asking for civil war. So yeah, I think there's a level where we get into this gray nebulous weeds area. But I'm going to say, at least on this bottom level, if you just can't even say, hey, here's some information, can you figure out how to process this shit, and people can't do it, the republic's over.
Okay, thank you. Let's go and
the great Dr. Alfred Lanning from iRobot. That detective is the right question.
Thank you.
100 bits from my friend Aiko says that Scott should put all his comments into cheers in the channel, and then he can get his comments read faster. Just like it's a thought, a hype chat or super chat. Just a thought, maybe.
Not happening.
Okay. All
Not
right.
happening.
So okay. Well, Scott, right? I've been with him for years now, and he has taught me about the immediacy in the market, right? That like if you want something, right, you'll pay for it. Clearly doesn't want it, right? He's telling
Does
me
that
like
mean
through
I
his
should get
dollar.
bumped to the top
I
now?
think it does. I think it does. That's Scott's proven through his market behavior. Let's go to Lactoid and Scott. Yeah, we
All right.
got you.
So, really quick, the argument for restrictions on voting is not anything to do with them being like a productive member of society, paying their taxes, whatever the fuck. It has to do with whether or not we trust this person to have a say over other people. That's the reason why we limit children. That's also the reason why we should limit people with poor judgment who demonstrate poor judgment, such as we can determine that using other kinds of IQ tests or other kinds of tests. It's more of a harm mitigation as opposed to like a question of like, can somebody have a say over themselves? Um, in
Have you ever seen
1980,
poll tests?
I'm not talking about bringing the ones back from the fucking pre-Civil War era. Okay,
I'm
not
just
talking about those
saying, you know
ones.
what I mean?
I'm
Like,
not talking about those
God,
ones.
you have to add
okay?
something
see
every
what the
time someone
fucking government
talks.
does when they're in
They're-
charge
they're-
of that.
they're
It's like
gonna
I
be
can talk
pretty-
about how bad China did this shit 3 times over ago, but we don't have to add your comments to every fucking thought that somebody has, please.
It's going to be better. It's going to be better.
Oh, okay.
In 1980, there was a decision called Pruneyard versus Robbins. It was the Supreme Court interpreting the Californian Constitution. And Thurgood Marshall wrote in his concurrence that the case was about a shopping mall that basically kicked out students for protesting the Vietnam War. And the court ruled unanimously that the California Constitution was broader than the First Amendment and allowed and mandated actually that the mall, even though it was private property, because it was open to the public, it had to allow the students there to protest the Vietnam War. And this is where I think Thurgood Marshall writes something very interesting, which is that if we view public discourse, I'm paraphrasing here. If we view public discourse as not as being able to be controlled by the owner of the private property on which it's occurring, and we are rapidly seeing all areas in which you can meaningfully have public discourse becoming privatized, there will be a point at some point in the future in which you won't be able to say anything because you will have nowhere to go to say it, right? And I think we're seeing this no better than when it comes to social media, where if you are removed by the social media gods, you have no say, right? And you can go out in public, right now at least. During the pandemic, you couldn't have, right? The government was stopping you from doing that, so you couldn't do shit, right? You were just blocked, and I think that demonstrated why, yes, I fully empathize with this desire of companies can do what they want. Trust me. But I'm a little bit concerned about the sort of duality here of, okay, so you have private corporations that are controlling what speech can happen on their platform. And then we have the government that they're kind of in bed with, putting restrictions on where you can talk in public or how you can meet in public, right? And they've controlled discourse at this point. And so when we're looking at that and we're looking at this now where they're trying to remove political content, right? Can you imagine a scenario in which, let's say, like COVID 2.0 happens and no one's allowed to leave their house due to some government order? They're not allowed to congregate. And then this political ban comes into place. And right now they're allowing you to see it, right? But I mean, are we concerned at all about the fact that you're going to have political sides that very well just may not have a say anymore, realistically speaking, right? Could somebody go into the settings and click on 18 different boxes to find this particular side's point of view potentially? Are they going to do it? No, no one's going to do it. And so they're just going to fade into obscurity and the population will remain controlled. I don't know. That concerns me.
Much. Let's go to our friend Scott Gibbs, then Iko.
So there's been this misunderstanding about libertarianism in the sense that very often people that aren't libertarians, they associate morality and ethics and law all under the same category, which is not something that libertarians do because we make a distinction between natural law and ethics versus personal moral subjective opinions, right? Very often when the socialists, which I would label all of you, including Lactoid, all of you, you're all socialists, right? When the socialist says, something is wrong, right? This is morally wrong. This is morally abhorrent. You can almost guarantee that they also mean we should have a law to stop said thing. And for the libertarian, this is never guaranteed. When we say this is bad or I don't like this, that almost, unless it is explicitly a violation of the non-aggression principle, it is never that we should also have a law to stop this, right? I think OnlyFans and e-girls and Twitch streamers on Twitch, for example, that are at the top of the categories that make the most money because they're botting and because their tits are half out, so they get a ton of attention from young boys that then get funneled to their OnlyFans. I find that degeneracy and that entire structure of Twitch as a social media to be morally abhorrent and disgusting. But that doesn't mean that I think that there should be a law to stop it or that that's a natural rights violation. Unless there's some intentionality in certain specific instances, right? So when I say that I don't think Facebook should do this, this is not me being anti-capitalistic. This is me having a moral opinion about what I think is bad. That doesn't mean I think the government should step in. So that's the first point. And the second point to respond towards that same accusation is the concept that social media companies today are private companies, therefore they should do whatever they want, is about as laughable an assertion I can think of. Because the concept of a private company in a market where Section 230 has been brought up many times. And I would say proper understanding of Section 230 would be both of the dissents written by Clarence Thomas, or the cert of denial. Sorry, not dissent, cert of denials, because there wasn't enough to bring into the case. Where he explains that, like, if you have a contract and then you make that contract intentionally vague, and then you disproportionately choose how you're going to determine whether or not that contract was broken. You don't inform people of how they broke the contract, and then you constantly change the rules on said contract, then they don't deserve Section 230 protections. Like if you're Twitch and you say, don't do X, but you let all the lefties and all the e-girls do X, but you don't let the conservatives or the people that don't bring in as much money do X, right? Then you're very clearly taking this contract and you're just, it's not a contract at that point. It's a piece of paper that you just slap together that you call a contract that you then don't adhere to in any way, shape, or form. And so you don't deserve those protections unless it's very explicit. The other thing is, and we saw this with Twitter files, especially, right? But many of these social media companies have all of these other companies that are attached to them. So one example for Google would be Jigsaw, right? Jigsaw is a company under Alphabet that gets millions of dollars of taxpayer funded research so that they can intentionally learn how to spread government disinformation. They did that. You can go on YouTube right now and you can see them directly claiming insane lies about the death count of rates of interactions with vaccines, and comparing it to like car deaths and like this crazy, like it's made up bullshit, right? And they say that this is going to be pre-bunking. This is how we're going to stop misinformation from spreading, but they're getting your tax-paying dollars to do this. And these companies are incestuous relationships with the cathedral. You have Department of Defense, Homeland Security, all of these people that have their hands in this, that are able, CISA, for example, that have the ability to control what levers get pushed, tell them what they can and can't do. And they use these as threatening means to maintain their monopoly in the social media space. And those two things combined, the uneven way that Section 230 is applied, so that they're basically immune to lawsuits from all of the contracts that they violate, combined with the massive amounts of tax money and special privileges and secret kind of protections that they get from our government, create a situation where this is not a free market. And these companies are not in a fair, competitive market. And there's been, like, Rumble is the only company that has been able to actually start from the ground up, based in Canada. Corey, right? Based in Canada, is the only fucking company with any actual percentage of the space that is able to compete with them. And even for them, it has been an extremely difficult uphill battle against all of the incentives, the money, and unfree market principles that protect these companies from a competitive market. So no, they're not free. And even if they were free, that doesn't mean that it's morally right for them to censor speech against one political perspective versus another.
I really want to reply
Let's
to this.
go to Gibbs, Aiko, and Ty. Okay, no, it's fine. Gibbs, go ahead.
Yeah, so let me pull up my notes here. I usually don't type notes, but I did type up 2 sentences here. I want to just argue what the leftistarians should have argued before they joined the Democratic Party and became plants within the conservative movement tonight. I mean, there are alternatives to these companies that we should let the free market decide. It's really that simple. He mentioned Rumble. Rumble is an alternative, right? But there's a lot of other alternatives. There's Reddit, the front page of the internet, way bigger than Twitch, way bigger than Facebook, or maybe not way
Oh
bigger, but
yes, the
they're
conservative bastion of free speech, Reddit.
hold on. I mean, there's more though. I mean, Reddit does have conservative
Definitely no
bastions on it.
subreddits on lockdown. None have been
Yeah,
like
there's. I mean,
banned.
yeah. I mean, there are, but you can go.
The
You can
Donald's
go and you
still
can find it.
flourishing.
Yeah, the Reddit is a
Right.
good one. 4chan, like I mean, I hate to bring up 4chan, but like they are another place you can go to. I mean, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. We're not gonna have to go down the list. There are plenty of alternatives. Just like when Tumblr went down and then Pinterest became the new Tumblr, right?
That doesn't address
Hold
my
on.
argument.
It does address your argument
No,
100%.
it doesn't.
It does. I'm about to tell you why. If you just let me finish,
Mhm.
is that it's the free market, and we sit here and we sit here and we talk and we talk, and then there's no free market. Well, when there are alternatives, either those free market groups they succeed or they don't. And the reason if they succeed is because conservatives are actually looking for these groups and they go and start going and purchasing from them or start being enjoying part of them or whatever. As a conservative, I already know that these other groups, the Facebook, Instagram, even X still, even under Elon Musk, is still a little bit left leaning in my opinion and more likely to get taken down, say in some conservative like comments than I would be saying some leftists. Even then, I'm choosing as a consumer to engage in those platforms. If I really wanted to talk about this, and as like what I thought the libertarians would have been saying, and what they should have been saying before they betrayed their values, is letting the free market decide. AKA, take your ball and go home and go support the organizations that are pushing your
Can you
values.
define
That are
free
willing
market?
to- I mean, the free market.
What is
I
a
mean,
free market?
it's
Keep
free
using
market.
that word,
Free
but you
market.
don't know what it means.
Yeah,
Define.
you're right. You're right. Just like you're just the only person here with any kind of political
No. Don't
education that
stall.
only knows that I don't need. I don't need
Don't
to see you
stall.
explain the
Define
free
your term.
market. The
He,
free market, bro. It's the free market. It's the free
Define it.
market. Bro. I'm not gonna
I'll
sit
know
here.
it when I see it.
Yeah, you know when you see it. I mean, like
when
I'm
It's the
sitting here
Supreme
talking
Court
free market.
You
pornography.
don't have
standard.
you don't have an
his
argument.
argument is
You don't
that
have an
I do.
argument. You just have insults
I
and
do have. I
inability.
do
Scott
have.
got
Scott
one more,
will
please.
Scott will tell you that
I
we
do.
don't have a free market, right? He'll tell you that like YouTube like gets like through Google gets like incentives and subsidies from like the government that's picking winners and losers, right? And then like you don't see that within
No,
4chan
but
or Rumble or anything like that.
this is the
And
well,
so
hold on. Well, so this is the age-old Fabian Liberty debate tactic here. Is whenever he's starting to get schooled and push back on any of his ideas, he tries to derail it by saying, "Name a definition of cattywampus," or like some other stupid shit that everybody knows the definition for.
No,
This is
I
the age-old
asked
thing.
you to
He
He's
just
define your
dodging the
fucking
whooping,
terms.
Gibbs.
yeah,
He's
he's
gonna
trying
lay
to
down
You
the
dodge.
can't
whooping.
define
I
your
know he's
terms.
trying to dodge it,
You
and he's
can't
magic.
define your terms,
I don't
and you
need to
can't make
define
an
the term
argument.
because it's a clear
You're
term.
just making it. It's a
Listen,
circular argument. You said the
it's not
free
a circular
market
argument.
is the free market because it's the free market.
It
You said
absolutely
because
like bro,
conservatives
you
have a
sound like
choice.
Bill Clinton going, "Hey,
I
let me
really want to
define the
address
definition of
this.
the word is, bro." Like that's what you're trying to do. You're talking about me
No, I'm
stalling.
not.
You're
I'm
literally
not
stalling my whole thing.
subverting a definition.
Bill's
You're
You,
refusing to give one and
because I'm
using it
not going. Yeah,
improperly.
I am. You know what? You're right. I am going to refuse
Rich,
to
can I
give
chew on this
definition
for a minute?
just on
It's a
principle.
mixed
But
market.
Okay.
I'm going to give
Yeah.
it over. I'm
Look,
going to give it over.
let me go
Explain
to Scott
how
for a
it
minute,
wasn't a free
please.
market.
Just let me just finish. I've like got one little thing here, and then you can take over, Papa. I
Okay.
promise.
Make a fucking
I,
argument, please.
I've been making an argument the whole time. Anyway, sorry. So here's the point. The point is, it is absolutely a free market because there's alternatives. Now, if people had the purchasing power that these libertarians proposed that they had, and they
Mhm.
would go and use it, then these places would succeed. Unfortunately, they don't succeed because there's like 10 people on them and no one wants to use them because they actually just want to sit here and make a lot of noise and not have anything of real substance.
Is China
what's
free
happening
market?
now.
Is China free market capitalism?
Absolutely not. But go ahead, Tiberius.
Well, hold on. Your definition of a free market was a free market exists because there are choices. If you
Yeah.
go to Beijing right
Yeah,
now,
that's
you
that's
can
what I said.
choose different things and market.
You nailed my word choice. You got it.
Look, I'm not going to get
I
into the whole
absolutely
thing
did.
about like.
Go ahead,
Look,
Ty, and then we'll go to Aiko.
Yeah. I'm not going to go into the whole deal of like an absolute free market because it pretty much doesn't exist, right? There's always some kind of level of like coercion and all this shit. But I'll build a bridge with you here, Scott. Like what the right brings to the table that is absolutely on deck that I will not like get off of is that regulatory capture is a fucking bitch, right? Like no matter what laws are out there, like they can be leveraged and used to make it to where some of these corporations don't get weaker, they get more powerful and they get more corruptive. They get all these kind of things that we don't want to see. So I think we can agree with that. The part where we're not going to agree upon
Facebook is the biggest one. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Like the part I don't think we're going to agree on is like the degree
They
of
pretend
freeness
to.
within a market, right? It's just like for me and you, like you do not accept any kind of like intervention within the market or very, 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 very little. I just don't give a shit.
That's fine. Okay, look, listen, pause. We disagree on the level of freeness in the market as it should be. That's perfectly fine, right? But that's not necessary for my argument as to why these things are bad or why there's an why it is extremely difficult, too difficult, right? For competition to exist. So when we talk about Facebook specifically, right? Most of Facebook's money is not coming from ad revenue. Most of Facebook's money is actually coming from the sale of your data. And when people think that, they go, oh, well, they're just selling it to advertisers and to China. Yes, but a massive portion of it is selling data to research firms that are getting grant. That how are they paying for that data? Well, they're using that they're using tax money from grants that they're getting so that they can get funded for these research, and then that tax money is then being used after the grant has been given to this firm to purchase data or to purchase subscriptions to data so that they can have access to Facebook's data. So the idea, like, this company is propped up, right? This company, especially Facebook, is massively propped up by the state, and so the concept of, well, they can just kind of do what they want because they're a free company, I think really falls apart no matter where you draw the line. Because even if you don't draw the line all the way to where I want, which is absolutely no government regulation in the market, if you draw one that you believe is within the current Overton window of quote unquote sensible, then you'll recognize that these social media companies are far more incestuous with the government and with state tax money than, let's say, most companies, maybe barring agriculture and energy sector.
I actually probably will agree with that. It's kind of weird because we don't actually know how bad the problem is, right? Like I think you alluded to this
because everything's hidden.
Yeah, so I think you alluded to that in your opening, and I probably at least will agree with that because I've seen some of the transcripts that have been fired out by Congress, and it's like the FBI is constantly pissed off at Facebook. Like literally, you know, some of these like mass shooters that we consistently see, they get radicalized on fucking Facebook, and then they transition to something like 4chan. So like 100% on that. However, like there is that point, at least to the original like thesis that we were still arguing there, where like I'll build the bridge that Section 230 is incredibly cooperative or co-opting. However, like still at some point, where do we say, you know what, this is the people's fault? They consistently go on these platforms, they consistently go to find this particular content, and you know, like at sooner or later, they need to face the consequences of their own actions.
Let's go to.
Can you be more specific as to what you mean by that?
Well, at certain points, like okay, I'm just gonna be as jaded as I fucking can here because I really feel this way. Like how do we get past the point of, okay, everyone's pissed off, no one's really happy about the political sense, no one's really happy about the social sense, but we keep going to the places that piss us off. Like at some point, like we have to literally like level the fuck up and learn we can't be on Facebook anymore because it pisses us off. It's like playing that one video game that makes you mad all the time.
Have you ever heard of Prime? Have you ever heard of Prime when it comes to algorithms?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the algorithms are specifically, it's not just the stupid that get caught by algorithms, right? We all get caught by algorithms. And the question is why? Well, it's because cognitive psychologists that are really, really good at their job don't work in university, right? Like they don't try and get tenure for a fucking job that gives them $70,000-$80,000 a year, right? They go make $200,000 working for a fucking research firm that doesn't publish their research publicly because they work for Facebook or they work for these companies. And one of the things that they have discovered is this concept of prime, which is the algorithms are designed to hijack our specific biases. And it's 4 specific biases. It's prestigious, right? So whether or not you personally view this person, so like a doctor or like an expert in their field or like someone that like knows a lot about it. So this is probably good, right? So this would be, you know, in the typical pathos, ethos, logos, right? This is ethos, right? Like, you know, and that's probably good. But the other 3, not so much, which is in-group preference. So they try and find what your in-group is, and they specifically try and give you more of your in-group because you're more likely to believe your in-group, right? So this is what everyone was talking about when they talk about echo chambers. And then the last 2 are moral arguments. So they recognize that people are more likely to respond to something that says this is evil, this is wrong, than as opposed to let's take a look at the data and see like which is more functional, et cetera, right? Like, and then the last one is emotional arguments, right? So and that's that would be that pathos in that situation. And so they specifically design algorithms to trap people in such a way that as Jonathan Haidt described it, like that rider and the
You
elephant,
can just
right? Like
put things
moral
down at a
psychologist.
moment's notice, just like the smartphone. At any
Yeah,
time.
and it's like you can that does exist. It absolutely is, but it's designed to use your own kind of lizard brain pathways to keep you engaged in such a way that like normal
don't-
people are not this good. Humans aren't this good in interactions, but algorithms are way more advanced in being able to very quickly figure out how to keep you tagged in.
I don't disagree with any of this. The problem is like at what point do we say, all right, cool, we're all NPCs and just install fascism? We might as well just fuck it. Like there's a point here where I'm just lost in like
So
the argument here
I
where
got.
we
No, I
sorry.
the
I just
market has
gotta.
to
I
respond
gotta.
to the opposite.
I know.
I gotta go to Ico.
Yeah. Sorry.
Sure.
Well, back when I raised my hand, we were talking about something entirely different, and it was but it was, I guess, an analogy to this, which was the intelligence tests for voting and stuff like that. But I do think it's relevant still to the social media thing to just say you have to have standards if you're going to come in, if you're going to use Section 230 as a leverage, for instance, to make changes for social media. It gets super complicated unless your qualifications are clear, right? So the fact that you have to be 18 to vote is clear cut. It's hard to argue. People can't interpret like that into a blurry line, right? But an intelligence test, obviously, I mean, it's been used before, and it gets manipulated in all sorts of ways so that you can exclude the people you want to exclude and not the ones you don't want to exclude. Any time you have like you add something to the system to like filter qualifications, you're going to create a whole bunch of ambiguity and an opportunity to introduce corruption into that system. And so whether that's through social media or through voting qualifications or anything else, whatever we do is going to have to be a clear bright line and not something that can be manipulated.
Well,
So
I mean, we
something
see
like
this even with IQ tests today, right? Like we see so many people when you try and do an IQ test, right? Even like the ASVAB is an example of like an attempted IQ test that you standardize. And so this is what you use when you attempt to get into the military, right? You need like above a 50 on the ASVAB, and then there's going to be your GT score, which is a separate score that like is going to be used to determine whether or not you can get certain positions within like intelligence or mechanical. It shows different types of intelligence. The problem with that is like we've seen so many things where people are like, oh, the IQ test is biased towards certain cultures, et cetera. And like, so like, yeah, Benet's like kind of like initial IQ test certainly was. And we've made a lot of work. Well, I would say we, like I'm a psychologist, but the researchers have made a lot of work in getting rid of that. But like a proper IQ test is like 2 or 3 days, making sure that you're well fed, giving you tons and tons of different types of intelligence tests, right? Some of it's going to be vocab, some of it's going to be pattern recognition, some of it's going to be like, here's 9 numbers. Now, can you remember them backwards, skipping every other number? Some of them is going to be how long does it take you to build a block, etc. And like IQ tests are actually incredibly difficult to do accurately. And and that's why like purchasing the rights to do IQ testing, even if you're in a state where you're licensed to do one, is still like you have to spend like $1,000 and then you have to go to their seminars and have professionals teach you how to properly administer their IQ test before you're even allowed to utilize their specific test to try and do those things. So it's
I'm in
like
the
doing
business
that with like voting is literally like just like a non-thing.
I'm in the
Right? Like at
business
best you could do like
of
civics.
helping kids game tests like this, right? So high school kids who are taking, it's not really the SAT that's important, it's the
Right.
PSAT. And
Yeah.
if you take the PSAT as a high school sophomore, if you've been prepping for it since middle school, which is what prep schools do, that's why they call them prep schools, you're going to get like at the local at the elite often Catholic private schools here, 95% of them get commended or higher on the PSAT, and therefore they get tons of scholarships, which they don't need because they're rich. And if you go to a public school, that number is less than 2%. So you're going from now technically it's supposed to be 15% that get that, but people at prep schools are gobbling up all of them, and people at public schools are, so these things are being gamed, and it has to do with what resources you have. Like
Yeah,
the
no, I
parents
was
of the
agreeing
kids
with
that
you,
I
just kind
teach.
of.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm not arguing with you. I mean, yeah, I think we're on the same side on this. Like it,
Mhm.
but I'm just saying I see every day. I'm part of the problem because these kids' parents, like, they've got their kids in after school programs every single day. I'm a debate coach, so I get like all of those kids at least once a week. And I'm watching them graduate and get like and they understand the importance of the PSAT. A kid in a public school is told about the PSAT probably the week before he's going to take it.
Yeah.
So there's really
But there's a
no
corollary there.
prep for
Mhm.
that.
There's a corollary there, right? Which is that is being measured. Which is that, like, if you prep enough, you can game the PSAT. But the thing is like, who does the prepping? Some of that, a big part of that, as you said, is going to be opportunities that are given in certain schools and money, et cetera. But the problem with saying just the money is that, like, as you go up the income bracket, what are you going to see? Personality trait, conscientiousness, and IQ go up, right? Like, you're going to see, like, there's a
Well, I don't
strong
mean to say
corollary.
just the money, right?
And
I said resources. Like,
right,
for
but I'm saying,
instance,
like,
a stay-at-home parent
but
is a resource, right?
sure,
Having a nanny is a resource.
sure,
Yeah.
absolutely, I agree. But there's also a corollary there, right? Which is that, obviously, like, having a stay-at-home parent, having, more money, having a lot of other opportunities makes that stronger. But there is also just the fact that, well, even if you're a single mom and you know that this is really important and you force your kid to go through this, you're going to, you might often break that barrier because you do it a year or two ahead. And this is what we often see occurring, that is so complex, that's so, like, difficult to understand about Asian families, right? Because Asian families will be poor and they'll be like, I don't care that we're poor. You're gonna fucking prep
So
for
my
this. You're
clientele
gonna
is
sit down.
exclusively
We're gonna
Asian now.
right. You're gonna
A
break this
rich Asian
barrier
though.
despite lacking
Um,
opportunity.
so let's
There's three
so hey, sorry
cultural
guys, we got it. We
standpoints.
can't. We got to
Yeah.
move on to the next one. I do apologize. We got to move on. We're already past time actually. Yeah, this was really interesting. This didn't go in the direction I thought it was going to. I had a different conversation planned out, but this was really interesting. And like in so many parts of this was interesting. Like, I really did not want to interrupt what FQ and Corey were talking about. Like, that was like a really fun back and forth. Um, I didn't expect it, but like, I apparently love watching Corey get bullied. This is like, it's like fantastic
I found your
actually.
fetish, eh, Brian?
Yeah.
I'll
It's
score
Um,
because
you any day.
it's because you took your scruff off, Corey.
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't
yeah.
see FQ being my ally on this topic either. That was not what I saw coming. But
Yeah.
hey,
Yeah.
I did, because you're all socialists.
oh, okay.
Indeed,
You
he
were
did
a
call.
socialist on this panel tonight, Scott.
Yeah,
Don't
no,
even try, okay? Fled to the left.
That's like his.
Good luck proving that in any way, shape, or form.
That's his.
I think you felt entitled to speak, Scott. I think that's fair.
That's calling him a social. That's his N word, right? Like, you watch that. We're talking to
It's
Scott.
funny because the accurate description of what happened
The
today.
genocide tonight, Scott, just so you know.
Yeah.
Just so you guys are aware, there's libertarian, which is this narrow slit of like anarcho-capitalism, and then it's socialist. Just the rest of the fucking political bar is just socialist.
Binary.
Yes, you're all fucking socialists. Yes.
and socialists
binary, yeah.
are also
Denazification of
are
Germany
fascists. Exactly.
is a fucking guise of fucking promulgating socialism throughout all the liberal.
Is
Western
socialism and
democracies. The
socialism
fascists won.
equal fascism? I know this. So
Our
let's-
economy is far closer to fucking Nazi Germany than it's ever been, than it would ever be towards any other economic system in history.
And you can talk about that. You can argue with him about that later on, please. Okay, so let's move on. Before we do that, guys and gals at home, if you enjoyed the content so far, consider supporting the channel. Thank you, like, for the people who gifted so far. But yeah, consider subbing to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs or hype chats or super chats. Those will be read. We'd love to hear from you, right? If you want us to react to anything in particular. Thank you, Viceroy Xerxes. Hey, thank you for being here, Viceroy. 27 months in a row. Like, thank you for sticking with the channel for so long, right? Like, it's Really kind of you. Really cool of you to do so. Shout out to you, Viceroy. But yeah, if you out there want to support what we're doing, if you like the conversations we get up to, follow the channel if you haven't done so yet, but also subscribe and the whatnot. Okay. Topic 2. And I hope this is a really good topic because I thought it was fun when I saw it. An Oklahoma judge was recently forced to resign after being accused of sending 500 texts during a murder trial. She sent a wide variety of judgmental texts to her bailiff about the participants of the trial. A report accused her of gross neglect of duty and gross partiality in office. However, the judge steadfastly says that despite whatever messages she sent, it didn't affect her behavior. And even if it did, it wouldn't matter as it was a jury trial, so she wasn't acting as a fact finder. Do you think that this judge should have lost her job? Should it matter if a judge has expressed opinions on a particular topic? What if the judge has some level of oblique investment, as in handling a trial where a minority of their same race was killed in a hate crime? If the judge isn't handing down a conviction, should it matter at all that they may have an internal emotional reaction? So yeah, this is an interesting article. The judge was like it was a murder trial, like the murder of like a 2-year-old, which I mean, in any case, that sounds bad, right? Like as soon as that gets out there, that sounds really bad. Person wasn't paying attention. They were like you could see them like there's like video camera footage of them like scrolling through the phone and then like typing out these messages, and they like uh were criticizing I think was the defense maybe the defense attorney, and they were like calling them gross and whatever, and then
Opposite.
fawning. Oh, sorry, was it the prosecutor?
They were pro the defense team and against the
Okay,
prosecutor. And
excuse me. Thank you so much. Yeah.
saying they were like ugly and shit. Like
Yeah, yeah,
basically.
yeah. And they were saying like one of uh the people in the stand was like super hot, like commenting on that. It's like it's extreme unprofessional behavior. We can all acknowledge it's unprofessional. But it's a matter of necessarily losing your job, right? Like maybe reprimand this person, right? Like publicly reprimand them. Hey, knock it off. We need you focused on your job. But should they have lost it on this one? So we'll start with our lawyer friend, Lactoid.
This happens from time to time. Okay, every once in a while, a legal professional will do something grossly inappropriate, and the reality is that, like every job, this is how people talk when they're supposed to not be working. Okay, I want to make that very clear. So, you get done with a big trial, you go back and you sit with your coworkers, and you're like, that fucking guy was so ugly, like, or he was sweating like a pig when I brought up that exhibit, right? Like, you have conversations. Um, the problem here is that, first of all, lawyers are supposed to be partial, right? Zealous advocates. We're not supposed to be neutral parties. We are specifically intended to be assholes for our client. That's the point. But judges are supposed to be impartial. Now, is it possible for a human being to be fully impartial? No. This judge simply wrote down what every judge ever is thinking about whenever they're sitting in front of a case or your case. Um, that said, I do think there's enough here for at least like a pretty harsh reprimand or potentially termination. I'm kind of like iffy on whether or not this judge should have been removed. I think there's some arguments in favor of this judge being removed. The first, I think, clear argument is you were texting during the trial when you should be focused on the trial. This is a criminal trial. This is like the highest tier of importance constitutionally. You got to be focused on this shit. Um, the other thing is, when you're messaging this to your staff, my concern is that you're creating a aura of hostility towards one of the parties, which juries can pick up on, right? Because again, even though fourth grade reading level or whatever, human beings are capable of picking up on body language and picking up on if the judge likes somebody or doesn't like them. And juries love whatever the judge says, right? If a judge likes you, the jury's probably going to like you due to subtle body language cues that nobody can ever get rid of. But I think like a big reason here for getting rid of the judge, honestly, is going forward. I don't know how like the district attorney's office can trust this judge again, or really anybody, right? Like if you go and sit in front of this judge, what if they're just like not paying attention and just sitting there like talking shit about my beard the whole time? I'm not going to be, that's going to throw me off when I'm trying to defend my client against a murder charge. And I have an obligation to do that when now I'm just worried about what this judge is, texting the bailiff about. And so I think it substantively affects this judge's ability to do her job. So, is the firing justified? Yeah, a harsh reprimand would have been justified too. But I think in this case, given that she was doing this on the fucking job, I don't know. It's so bad. Yeah, probably get fired.
Yeah, thanks so much for that. I said this before, but like I was on a jury trial years ago, and like it wasn't uh covert, it was overt that my judge did not like the defense attorney, but they kept fucking up. Honestly kept fucking up, and like literally like this woman was quaking in her boots like when the judge was also female. Like it's all like oh my god, it's like a yeah.
Well, to add on to that, so a really cool, in the Kyle Rittenhouse case, when Judge Schroeder was yelling at the prosecution for flagrantly breaking the law, he asked the jury to leave first. There's a reason for that, okay? Because the perception of bias is critically important here. You don't want to yell at a jury or yell at an attorney in front of the jury. It does not
Okay, but very quickly, right? So like what happened was that they were making mistakes, and like they like sometimes like called them out, but also like we were told to leave the courtroom many times, right? And then but like so like when we left out, like what we ended up was in the judge's office, right? And like there's a thick door between that and the courtroom, and then we heard her screaming like, how could you do this? It was crazy. It was wild.
her door.
And you can see her like the judge fuming at this like defense attorney. It was amazing. Okay, let's go, Scott.
I don't know if I can follow that.
Mm.
But no, yeah, I mostly agree with Lactoid. The only I would maybe lean a little heavier towards the position that what you are seeing is an illusion break. Right? It's absolutely true that all of these judges are completely biased, that the justice system as we have it is a fantasy. It's a mythology that we uphold in American culture and in liberal democracies. This concept of like, the scales of justice being balanced and Lady Liberty being blind, right? So that there is this, so that this imbalance is there. It's like only the truth will on the scales will be what occurs, when what we know is like what you're wearing is affected. When was the last time the judge ate something affects the trial? Like all of these little small biases play a major role, because that's just how humans are. I completely deny this absurd thing that the judge says about like, well, because I'm not fact finding, right? Like I'm not biasing is fucking insane, because as Lactoid showed, like you're showing your bias, but not only are you showing your bias, but like you're also there to determine like to determine whether or not, I mean, like maybe it's not quite as important as it is in courtroom dramas, but it is still important to determine whether or not a piece of evidence, or whether or not you substantiate whether or not you substantiate a motion that's brought forward by one or the other. Like we see this all the time where evidence develops, or where there was an agreement that something wouldn't be brought up, and then it was kind of slyly brought up in a sly way, and they're like, hey, jury, fucking leave. Hey, we agreed not to bring this up. Or like a judge that's not fucking paying attention, that's scrolling through a fucking Instagram feed, might not even notice that something that's not supposed to be brought up is biasing the jury by bringing it up. So there's all kinds of problems here, but like I kind of wanted to end on just like a quote from a book that is not scientific, for the love of God. Don't ever read this book as a scientific piece, but it's full of cool quotes. And I do agree with this one. So from The Power of Now, from Eckhart Tolle, is a great quote that I think is important here, though. The quote, take the quote in isolation. If you can recognize illusion as illusion, it dissolves. The recognition of illusion is also its ending. Its survival depends on your mistaking it for reality. And I think really that is a major problem with our justice system, is that we believe the justice system to be mostly fair or mostly unbiased, when in reality, it is mostly biased, it is mostly unfair, and it is the state's best guess at what they think will be as close to fair as possible. But obviously, I'm an anarchist, so fuck them in their regard on that. And I think it's good that more stories like this come forward. And then lastly, super quick, I don't think she was fired technically. She just
She
resigned
resigned,
and said
yeah.
she wouldn't take. Yeah. But it's like I think she avoided any actual punishment by just dipping out that way, so she can go be a lawyer somewhere.
So much. Let's go to Corey.
Well, just like we established with the last topic, with Lactoid of lawyers are trained to treat jurors like fourth graders. I think it's pretty clear we should treat judges also like fourth graders as well. And I think this bolsters my initial point in our original banter of I think you should judge people based off of their actions, their words, and behavior. Where I have no doubt that this judge looked the part, and yet they pretty much behave like a child or a fourth grader. And even just like a conservative estimate, let's just say 10, 15 seconds per text. If my mental math or quick math is correct, that's like an hour and a half, 2 hours of time on the job. And yeah, upon reading this, my intuition was they should either be heavily reprimanded, or even I was leaning more towards them being terminated, or I guess resigning in the actual reality. And I'm sort of, let's say, somewhat relieved that my instinct sort of matches with what Lactoid laid out, because they actually have way more experience with judges, where I have zero experience with judges. So yeah, pretty much I'll leave it there for now.
Much. Let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah. I'm not surprised that she was talking shit about the people. I'm sure, judges go back to their house and talk shit about the people that were in the court. But the problem is, you're a judge. You lost the trust of that court, right? No one's going to be able to think that judge is going to be objective in their trial. And perception is everything in the court. And then to the point that was brought up, is just the judge is supposed to be paying attention to make objections to control the court. And if they're not controlling the court and they're not paying attention, it doesn't matter if they're the deciding factor in that judgment. They're not doing their job. She was being a 16-year-old gossiping, and she got caught. And that's really the problem. Don't get caught, and then you won't have a problem.
Okay. FQ.
Also, don't do it.
You can do it, just don't get caught.
Just hide it better under your garb.
Exactly.
Is pretty much like what everyone else has said. I think that it's justified that she was fired. It's obviously unprofessional behavior. It clearly biases the rest of the court if they can see that she is not paying attention, and if she is clearly ogling one of the attorneys while sneering at the other's one's beard, right? Clearly, there's a problem. But I have a question, and the question is and this is separate to her specifically, this specific case, right? But imagine, for instance, instead of her sitting with a cell phone and texting the bailiff all of this, that instead she sat in her seat and she had a notepad and a pen and she was writing this down in a book, right? And then after the trial, she then took the book, waited for everyone else to leave, and then handed the bailiff the book. Would there be a substantive difference between her texting in the middle of the trial or her writing all of this down in the middle of the trial and then handing it to the bailiff afterwards? So, because I asked that question, and we can get into it later, but that's sort of what I'm wondering, how far is the judge supposed to restrict his or her speech, right? when she's on the stand? How impartial are they meant to be? They're not made of stone. Are they not allowed to have any reactions whatsoever? I've seen examples of judges when they are handing out sentences after the conviction is brought out, where they speak in very heavily biased ways. An example of this was one case. There was the doctor of the Olympic gymnasts, and he had sexually assaulted dozens of these girls. And when the judge was handing his conviction down to him, she told him, I have signed your death warrant. You are going to be in prison for the rest of your life, right? Are judges not allowed to do that? Are judges not allowed to impart? I think it's a question I have. As far as this specific case, I think so far I'm in agreement with everyone that it's probably appropriate for her to be fired. But I think it's important to ask the question, how far does this go and extend?
Really bring up a really interesting question, FQ, right? I think there's a fun gray line that we could explore here, but thanks so much. Let's go to Gibbs.
I want to start off with a quote from one of the great modern philosophers of our era, Darth Maul. He says, "Justice is merely the construct of the current power base. There is no justice, no law, no order, except for the one that will replace it." Right? So, with that being said, do I think she was within her rights being fired? Absolutely. People thought it was unprofessional, it was bad, whatever. But this is where I get to sit here and I get to laud the great nation state of Texas and our system with judges. And this is really wonderful. We have a second set of checks and balances that most other states don't. We vote our judges in. So if they are exhibiting biased behavior and they're acting terribly, then we can vote them out the next term. And there's no better system than giving the voice back to the people. And that's really what we should be striving for, to avoid these sorts of things, because they know that if they're appointed, they don't have to answer to anybody. But if they have to sit here and they have to win a vote, then they're much more likely to not sit here and do things like text people about how much they want to rub somebody's beard across the crotch. It's really that simple. I'm just saying, if we applied the system everywhere, the whole rest of the United States would be a much better thing. And that's really the bottom line, because Stone
Uh,
Cold said so.
I Oh, thank
And
you for
Darth
that
Maul.
last part. I do appreciate that. I have so many thoughts on low level, low information elections like judges. Oh my God. It's just a whole other tangent. I can't even do it. But like, I really want to talk about that at some point because thoughts. All right, let's go to Tiberius.
Yeah, a couple things here, real quick. First and foremost, I was going to make a joke about judges apparently having a 7-minute attention span, but Corey ruined it for me. Thanks, buddy. Second of all, though, I do actually believe that professionalism is very overrated. Like, everyone is biased, but there's a level to where you have to take your bias in some of these positions and have an ethical restraint behind it. This person, I think we all agree, clearly violated that. Lactoid, thank you for putting out so nicely and elegantly. So, in the spirit of changing this conversation up a little bit, I was literally about to take it where Gibbs was. Fuck voting for judges. This is dumber than hell. All right. So if you want to engage with that when we can. Also, I had a wonderful conversation with my good friend Nate Down about this. What happens if we actually make it to where judges are putting away their neighbors? Like, does that level of personal investment actually make the system more transparent and actually more like impactful to the people at large, or does it actually make it where they're all biased as hell and they can't even regulate themselves because their neighbor's their friend? Like, I would love to talk about that. Thank you.
Thanks so much, friend. And Aiko, are you good to go? Are you have an issue there?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I I have a little bit of experience with this because when I'm not a debate coach, I'm a debate judge. Every weekend, I'm at like some high school or university judging like debates. Usually, it's high school debaters. And let's see, I'm gonna drop a link to like the notes that that people take, and this is like one of the simpler sort of versions of debate, and I'm going to drop it in the StreamYard link too, or a couple of links. And these flows can go on for they go from left to right, where you're tracking every argument, like sort of in a and you're connecting them all with arrows so you can see where everything came from. And at the end of the debate, there might be 30 or 40 threads of argumentation that you ultimately have to track. Um, I'm sure like professional judges have a level of sort of complexity in the jobs that they do too. At least with certain cases, this was a murder case. I'm sure that there was maybe more to do than in the average case. But in like, uh, if I'm texting or being distracted in any way, I might lose the thread of a lot of these arguments and then make the wrong decision. And I think judges are there to make decisions. I understand if there's a jury, she might not be like, as she put it, she's not the fact finder, but she will make a lot of rulings in the throughout the course of that case. Where if she does the wrong one and it biases the jury in one way or another, like a life might depend on the mistakes that she made because she's distracted. So it's not just about the bias that those texts showed, but I think it's also about like the error rate and someone who has a job that where someone's life might be on the line.
Like
I want to
that, and
clarify
then
something first,
I
just with lactoid. like, I
I
just
got
want to
a list
clarify.
of things to go through.
okay.
Is there any sort of special? Because I don't. Basically, is there a special training for judges, or judges are just more experienced lawyers, or like what are judges?
Well, normally they're lawyers, but as Gibbs talked about, the method for getting judges into their position differs depending on which jurisdiction you're in.
Amen.
Sometimes they're voted in, and I got some problems with that we're going to
Okay,
go over.
so does
Hell
every
yeah.
judge have to be a lawyer? I guess is my more pointed question.
Not
High
the
bar.
Supreme
I
Court
don't think
justices.
so. I don't think so.
Absolutely
No.
not. No,
You,
they
you
don't.
can be a
I'll answer
Supreme
that.
Court justice and not have a law degree.
Right. There, I mean,
No.
there could be a state that I'm not thinking of that does require it, but like I don't think so. And it just tends to be the case that they're almost always lawyers, obviously.
Yeah. So Lactoid
Okay.
FQ. I put Ty, Scott, and then Ollie. Yeah.
Okay. So first of all, the argument that, oh, I'm not the fact finder, I'm just the judge. Biggest cope on the fucking planet. Thank you guys
Yeah.
for really calling that out, because I think that demonstrates just how like fucking like in deep in shit she was, where she was like, oh god, no, minimize this.
Right.
Complete bullshit. Um Judges putting away neighbors. Ty, I think judges should recuse themselves if they're going to be presiding over a case in which they know somebody. That's just not good for them to be there. Fairy Queen, when you brought up what if they wrote it down in a notebook, there was actually I forget the name of it, and I can't even tell you where it is. But there was a judge who was writing down, in order to help his memory, he was writing down like nicknames of like celebrities that he thought the different people looked and they were pretty offensive because like for like there was like a black defendant or whatever, like he would write like some black celebrity that he thought he
Will
looked
Smith.
like. Yeah, like Will Smith over here said XYZ, and people saw that, they're like, well, what do you mean Will Smith said, like, who are you referring to as Will Smith, the black guy? Yeah, that guy. It's like, no, you can't do that. He actually, I don't know if he was like, if he resigned, he did get in like hot water, but like his story made more sense. He was like, I literally have like a bad memory, which maybe he shouldn't be a judge if his memory is so bad he has to do that anyway. Maybe. Um, and then Gibbs, I think here's the final. There have been studies on jurisdictions, because I'm also in a place that has voting for judges and justices. And the 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 thing that sucks is around election season, elected judges are way harsher in their sentencing. Off election season, they're much more lenient. Why is that? I think we know, and I think that it's problematic when we have decisions being made, like legal decisions being made, because of the optics of an election. The justice should be blind, and the idea of this is that it shouldn't be, or at least as
Holding
blind
them
as you can make
accountable.
it.
Holding them
It's not, well,
accountable.
it's holding them accountable for applying the law on a principled basis, because it's not what the raving hordes of bloodthirsty Americans want, right?
Hmm.
Um,
I
uh,
guess. I don't know. It sounds accountable to me. That sounds like a good thing to me. Like, if a judge is just sitting here making decisions willy nilly, knowing that they don't have to worry about any kind of like, this is the argument. It's really interesting y'all are making this argument, because just recently I heard several people here make the argument for Supreme Court justices having term limits, and they argued against everything they
I
just
didn't
said
argue
just
that.
now. Yeah, well, good, because otherwise, but it's interesting to me because I sit here and I would argue that at the lower levels, this is an opportune time to test out things. We can see these judges act on the whims of the people, the populace, the people they're supposed to be representing in these cases. If they have a bloodthirsty contingent that got them elected, then by all means, they should be a bloodthirsty judge. If they have a very lenient contingency that's voted for them to be in office, then they should be more lenient. I mean, there's a reason why, Kamala Harris was very popular, in her state, right? There's a reason why, the people are popular here in Texas, so you're being true to your voter base, which is what's more
this is
American
Kamala
than
Harris
being
ever popular?
The only reason she was like somewhat is because no one knew her and she was kind of a psyop. But
yeah.
Gibbs, like you got to be absolutely like, I don't mind this concept of like voting having something to do with it, in the sense of like you vote for somebody who then appoints the judge, right? But
no.
what you don't want is the judge to be directly accountable
So you're,
to
you're
like the
advocating
voter.
cronyism? You want cronyism?
Well, no, because here's the problem, right? If you agree with me, a judge should apply the law as written. They should apply the judge should apply the law as it was intended, the original intended meaning, right? Isn't this what we want judges to do? Or do we want them to make decisions based on whether or not they're going to get elected again?
I would argue that those aren't mutually exclusive things.
Well, they are
But
statistically.
they aren't. But they aren't. I like, so there's like strict constitutionalists. They want to they want to interpret the law as it's written to the letter, right? To the letter. Then there are people that are like less,
Originalist.
yeah, right. Then there are people that want to
Because
like,
everyone wants to interpret it
Original
correctly,
textualists.
well, right, sure.
presumably. Yeah.
And then they want to have there's people that want to argue the spirit of what was written. And then there's people that want to make legal changes, right? So
Mhm.
like there's all these varying things. And that's why you don't necessarily want people appointed at lower offices, right? You want these to be as close to the population as possible, in my opinion. And that way they can best represent what their
uh,
voters are trying to say. And then once it's taken past that level, then it can go to a higher level where it's
Yeah,
challenged
let's
with
let's
the
go.
appointee.
Let's move on. I know other people have thoughts on this. I have so many thoughts. But so it's FQ, Ty, Scott, and Ali. But like, very quick story time. Very very quick. Years ago, I went to the Madame Tussauds museum in London. And at the end of like the long tour, there's like a movie they show you about like the whole thing, right? The museum. But before then there is this area where you gather, right? Like they're waiting for enough people to walk in there to like then start the movie, right? Um, and and the way they had set up, they had like a comic, like a stand up comic or whatever, right? Like basically warm up the crowd, wait as we wait for people to gather. So this is happening. I'm there by myself. And the guy is like doing crowd work, right? He's pointing people out. I'm the only black guy there, right? And I know he's gonna pick me. I know he's gonna look. He's gonna hit me, right? He was like doing like making observations, and he points at me, and he's like, "Oh yeah, Will Smith." Fun, but anyway, that's it. That was out. Let's go back to you.
Right. All right. So, Lactoid, here's my question about that case. Do you think that should have happened to the judge, not the one with the phone, but the one who was writing down and who was like saying, "Oh, Will Smith over here is et cetera, et cetera." Do you think that should have happened?
I think that's more of a faux pas. Like his response made more sense to the actual function of the job. I think the real question there is if your memory is so bad that you have to associate celebrities with the people involved, like now I'm concerned about your competence for other reasons, not necessarily
Mm.
that like what you did is like really fucked up, but it's like,
Mhm.
well, kind of like the Joe Biden thing where it's like, you keep misremembering presidents, like that's kind of a problem, right? As being the head of state.
Well, but the question then is okay, so let's forget this example then. So let's go back to the original example. So now it's not in the phone, she's writing it in the journal, right? But it's the exact same thing. It's she's complaining about the people's appearances, she's insulting people, but it's in a journal. It's not in the phone, it's not being immediately communicated to the bailiff. But then everyone leaves. No one can tell that she is reacting in this way. She appears visually impartial. She closes the book and then she walks to the bailiff. She hands him the book, and then they complain in the back, like when everybody else is gone. Do you think there's a problem with that?
I think there's less of a problem than what happened. There is still a problem though, because even though if truly there wasn't like this creation of a hostile environment during the trial, there's still the question is like the only reason people would know about it is if it got leaked, and if it got leaked, there's still that ongoing question of, oh, I'm in front of that judge. I saw what that judge wrote about me last week. Can I really go in front of that judge? Right? Um, does this judge now have to recuse themselves every single time the lawyer that she called ugly like shows up? Probably,
What
right?
about
And
judges
so
that develop a bias because of bad behavior in their court from an attorney? And they like every time this attorney shows up, they're like, "Fuck this guy," but like they like still preside over their trials. They keep it private. Like I mean, I know several, all the law firms I've worked at. I've known attorneys that were like, "No, I
Mhm.
don't want so and so as a judge because they're going to be biased against me because they don't like how I act." So they would try to get a different judge. Like that was a different thing. That was the thing they tried all the time.
and if it's yeah, you try to get different judges all the time for sure, right? And you can usually read like over time like a judge's predisposition towards you. Um, I don't know. I think that there's just the sheer level of like extremity here though of like we have these expectations that you behave professionally, and because you didn't, there's all these extra like these all these additional effects of like I can't go in front of you now because I know what you think of me. You were insulting my beard the whole time, like instead of focusing on my fucking case. Now my clients sound guilty and fuck you because you were too busy oogling at the police officer that was up on. It's like, come on, Jesus.
So
Um,
on a
go ahead.
lower level, so and I genuinely don't know. Do judges post their opinions on social media? Are they public figures in the sense, like, so if a judge has a Facebook page, let's say, and let's say they're highly inflammatory, right? They put a lot of, interesting views, for instance, let's say about like IQ tests and voting, for instance, okay? And they
I'm
have
not
all
a
these
judge.
opinions. I know, but suppose they have all these opinions that are then stated on their page, right? Is that professional? Is that something that they could potentially get in trouble for? Is that something that like they could be fired for potentially, theoretically?
I mean,
Uh,
I suppose, I guess, like, so I think the ruling on this was like, for the longest time, there was way more restrictions on lawyers generally, but also really anybody who was involved in the court system. And then over time, this is relaxed substantially. The Supreme Court's ruled, I forget, it's been a couple times, I forget the exact name of the rulings, but they essentially ruled that lawyers do get freedom of speech. Like, First Amendment applies to lawyers. You can say what you feel, but that doesn't mean that you can violate like your like ethics. You can't violate specific rules that are set, and a lot of these rules have to do with decorum in the courtroom, which is relevant here. Like certain conflicts of interest, et cetera, et cetera. And there is a little bit of a line there where if you are doing something that makes it impossible for you to do your job, like, I don't like to punish people for doing things outside their job, but if what they're doing outside their job makes it impossible for them to do their current job, then I can make an exception. Do I think this rose to that level? I don't think so. I think this judge probably could have still potentially done their job if they weren't doing it in the courtroom. But now, if I was to have a case with this judge, like, I'm going to be thinking what they're doing at any given time is talking smack, right? During the trial. Like, if a judge talks smack afterwards, because people do this, right? People talk smack about but I mean, also, another thing here. These fucking insults were like so infantile. Like, if you're saying like, "Oh, I hate his arguments. I thought those were stupid." No, like, his beard is gross. What the fuck? Like, you're a fucking judge, and this is the extent of your insults. This is like the most you could conjure. I think that alone shows
You're
like
saying do better,
low
Lactoid?
intelligence. Yeah, do
Ah,
better,
Yeah.
right? At least make your insults creative enough that you can stand by them instead of just being like some petty fucking middle school shit.
News for
so
you, Corey. According to Lactoid, it sounds like you could potentially be voted into being a judge. We will excuse your views about like
ah,
voting IQ tests.
Oh, a
Okay,
little
you
let
still have
paternalistic
a
there.
chance in
A little
ah,
the
paternalistic there.
Wait, no, I
let's
think I should only be voted into being a judge if my IQ is high enough.
Oh
we're
no.
gonna go
Uh,
to Ty, Scott, Ali, Aiko, and Corey. Oh, also a very quick thing, but this adds to this. We talked about this like type of topic like years ago. And at that time, I don't think you were here, Lactoid, but like we had a participant who he was the son of a judge, and he talked about like how like at least I'm not sure if he knew if it was a rule, but his father went out of his way to appear impartial, and so like he had like a flag. He was like you, he like putting flags in his room. But it was the flag of Israel, right? Yeah. And he was like, I have this in my room, but it's like positioned in the ways that you can't see it from the outside, right? Because we don't want anyone to look into our home to see something like that and then assume some sort of level of yeah.
Right,
So
because even if you're not going to be forced to resign, what could happen is, and why I think judges have to be particularly careful about that stuff is, unlike with attorneys, like, if I'm in a case with a judge where I have reason to believe this person may have bias towards any position I hold, I'm going to try to motion to get a new judge, right?
yeah,
And judges don't like that. They don't
yeah.
like being overturned. They don't like being removed. They like people to respect them. So I can see that way more. Meanwhile, attorneys, because we're all zealous assholes anyway, you know, we don't have to pretend to be impartial because we're not. We're very partial.
I'll
We speak
use this
about it.
against you in your Senate hearing. All right, let's go to Ty.
Yeah, so in the case of Lactoid and Tiberius versus Gibbs, I'm largely going to say that the transparency regarding most judges, even for the body politic, is terrible. I don't think most of the people even have even a basic understanding of the nomenclature to actually be good stewards of if these people are deserving of office. We do it here in my state in particular like jurisdictions, and I think it's a disaster. No one knows who they're voting for or what they're voting on. When it comes to actual like excuse me, when it comes to actually making sure these people are doing what they're supposed to do. Well, number one, they are bar regulated, and while that is some room for corruption, and me and Black would have gone squares on this, there is levels where we also have checks and balances. We still have, if it is a county position or a county judge, the county government can move to have that person suspended or disbarred. I think there's enough between the general regulation of the bar in combination with other forms of government that can keep this shit in check. I think the system actually needs to go more that direction, not towards a more democratic system.
Thank you. Let's go to Scott, Ali, Aiko, Corey.
So this is going to be another story time. And this is kind of one of the big events. I don't really talk about it a whole lot, but it's one of the big reasons why I'm a libertarian, in terms of my personal life. So we're going to call this person Tony, because I'm not going to tell you the real name because I don't want you to look up the case, obviously. So Tony, and I mean, if you really dug enough, you probably could find the case, but whatever. So Tony is my uncle, not specifically exactly my uncle. He's technically like a first cousin, but uncle in terms of age and as far as I'm concerned. And Tony lived in Memphis, Tennessee. Now, if you know anything about Memphis, Tennessee, there's a couple things you should know. Number one, they vote their judges in. Number two, Memphis, Tennessee is a predominantly Black community, and it is bordered by Mississippi. And so is a lot of tension, racial tension in Mississippi that is probably deeper than in most places in America, because there is a county that is a suburb of Mississippi that is a completely different state, right, than Memphis, Tennessee. They're right next to each other, and so there's a lot of racial tension just in general that is felt there because there's different legals. You can literally like go right out of Memphis and boom, you're in an entirely different state's jurisdiction. And that county has, so just trust me there. So I cannot prove in any way, shape, or form that the case that I'm about to describe to you went this way because the judge was up for re-election very, very soon. But I can tell you that it was a very big case when I was there and I was young. I can tell you that Tony, we'll call him, was a crackhead. And he was a crack addict, and he had a penchant, he dated Black women. I can tell you that given the best available evidence that I saw, he was in some form of argument with his then girlfriend, most likely over crack or something, right? Who knows? And he was stabbed twice. And then the third time, he stabbed her directly through the heart, instantly killing her. I can tell you that immediately after that, he called the police and confessed and said, "Hey, I was attacked. I stabbed her. She's dead. I don't know what to do." Then he immediately went there and, high on crack and having just stabbed a woman in the heart that killed her that he was dating, he drove to his mother's house, scared. They called the lawyer, and he turned himself in later in that night, with cooperation of the police and his lawyer and everything. Now, when the trial occurred, he was a white man that murdered a Black woman in Memphis, Tennessee, and the judge was up for re-election. And some evidence that wasn't allowed in the court when he was being charged with first-degree murder for this crime was the fact that she was schizophrenic. It was also not allowed evidence that the toxicology report proved that she was not on her medication. It was also not allowed in evidence witnesses, witnesses, as well as another individual who was her ex-boyfriend who was stabbed by this woman, to show the history of the fact that she stabs people. And so I remember being, like understanding this trial and witnessing the bias that came from. And I remember, it's difficult to pull up all the memories, but I remember this idea that the prosecution played it as if this was a planned murder to get money and crack from her. And because no one on the jury and no one available other than us, the family, knew about her schizophrenia, knew that she had a history of violence, knew that she had stabbed people before. They made it seem like he ran away from the crime because he knew that he murdered her, when everything was painted as he was this heinous person that planned this murder. And so he was given life in prison with no possibility of parole. Um, and and I do remember the sentencing. There was this like, where the judge did everything they could to lay into him as this heinous predator that was prowling the streets to murder black women, this vile racist that wanted to kill as many blacks as possible. And I just remember like all of this race-based politics being in the courtroom that completely denied his rights to present evidence. Um, of course, he could never get a parole now. And the reason he could never get a parole is he went to jail. He was immediately attacked as soon as he got to jail. He was stabbed multiple times, multiple interactions, survived a few of them. Um, because that's what happens when you're a white man and you kill a black girl in Memphis, Tennessee, and you go to prison and everybody finds out about it and they find out about the case and the case is presented as this white supremacist. And so he got the protection of white supremacist people in prison. He joined them, he got tatted. And so now he's dying of AIDS in prison with no possibility of parole because he was high on crack and a woman stabbed him twice and he stabbed her back. Um, I know this is, not necessarily the greatest argument from data, but that's my experience with judges that are up for reelection, and how politics can play a role in the courtroom and how that can ruin people's lives. And it's the first of a few things in my life that made me realize that the entire system and this concept of governance and democracy is fucking broken. So there's my story on that. And
Thanks so much for sharing that. And I'm sorry to hear that from your family member.
I mean, he deserved prison. To be fair, like he wasn't a good dude. He did, but maybe not life in prison.
No, but it matters why you end up there. It matters like your reputation. Even a person who does crack like cares about that. And if it's character assassination, as you've laid it out, then it's horrible. So I'm really sorry to hear that. Let's go to Ali, Aiko, and Corey.
First of all, Scott, sorry to hear that, but yeah. So I mean, my first point was I was just gonna do the thing with Fairy Queen. I do think it would be okay if she wrote it down. No one caught her, and then afterwards, just like at work, she got drinks with the bailiff, the other lawyers, whatever it was, and they were sharing notes and talking shit about the case. I think that's completely fine because like, is anyone under the assumption that like lawyers and judges don't have buddy relationships? And like, I know they're supposed to be impartial, but judges aren't really that impartial, right? Like you have friends that are lawyers. I have cousins that are lawyers, and they try to buddy up certain judges. They don't like certain judges don't like them, and they know that. So it's like that's a pretty obvious thing. In terms of the voting in thing, who's appointing judges to like become a judge?
State legislator usually.
And those are people that we voted in.
There's always some connection with the
So then
democracy,
yeah. So then
obviously.
like as much as I agree that like the community might not be able to make the best decision, aren't they ultimately already making that decision by voting in their state legislator who's appointing? So I mean, like, yeah,
they are
senators. How it used to be with senators, right? We didn't used to elect senators. Instead, what we used to do is elect state representatives, and then they would appoint senators to make sure that they represented the state's interest and not the federal government's interest and not the interest of like the mob, but instead the interest of the state government.
Isn't that just
and then
us
they
voting with
away.
a lot of steps?
So yeah, so we can talk about that example,
Different.
but I think with judges specifically, like not having judges directly elected, I think is better because I think it does provide, even though yes,
get rid of the mob.
Yes, there's going to be indirectly a say, right, where judges are generally going to reflect the will and the predisposition of the people there because the people who the people voted in are the ones going to be selecting them. I like that more because you don't have the same level of, I guess, reaction, right? Where you want judges to be applying the law and you don't want situations where, again, during an election season, they fucking flip. They change because, oh shit, I got to get elected. You don't have to worry about that if the judges aren't directly elected. And when it comes, kind of related to this, when it comes to judges freaking the fuck out on people, there's videos you can find all over the internet about this, right? There is a fine line that you have to walk there because I have seen videos where judges go too far. And like there was one in particular where the defendant started talking back and like started like just yelling like insults back at the judge. And the judge freaked out and then went too far and basically said, "Oh, you know what? Oh, you're going to say that to me? Like I'm going to tack on another 5 years. Can't do that. big
Yeah.
no, right? So you're tacking on time because you're personally offended. No, like so that judge got in trouble for that, pretty substantial trouble, actually, for saying that. So you can go too far, and I think generally speaking, I really don't like it when judges freak out. I think most of it has to do with optics. Not all of it, right? Obviously, as humans, they can react to emotion, but you see a lot of the big freakouts when they're elected around election season, of course, because they want to play those fucking ads. Look at how I yelled at the child abuser. Elect me.
The
Okay, I was
worst.
I
The
was gonna say,
worst.
this seems
Oh, sorry.
counterintuitive because, like, if they're going throughout, well, I don't know how often they're getting elected, every 4 years, 5 years, 2 years, whatever it is. If they're doing one thing throughout the year, the people that voted them in originally would either like that. I don't see why switching up towards the end would show any difference. If anything, that would make the judge
People
less
don't remember
reliable,
shit
less
from 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, short-term memory. People aren't going to recall, right? What they want to do is, okay, right now we have an election in like a month. This judge, well, I know this judge, he yells at pedophiles. This other judge doesn't. I know who I'm voting for, right? That's pretty much it.
Okay, that's fair.
God, you guys are really frustrating me with this. But like, let's go to Aiko, Corey, and Gibbs. Excuse me.
Yeah, the worst example I can think of is the Wisconsin Supreme Court. It has 6 extremely partisan justice. Well, I'll say 5 because I'm not sure about the latest one who joined. There's a conservative on the court, Hagedorn, who's like pretty good in terms of like staying professional and not being political like in his decisions. But that court has become famous for both the liberals and the conservatives just being explicitly political, constantly infighting, and then using their political opinions in ads in order to get elected because they are elected justices. That's how it happens over there.
They
And
yell at
so
each other like
that
fiercely and insult each other and stuff.
there
It's
have been
bad.
fights. There have been like
Yeah, there's
physical
been
fights
fights.
between those justices, and I think one of them's just retired, one of the worst ones. But it's been like that. But this latest justice who entered, Protasewicz, she had already, long before the election, said what she thought about abortion rulings and all of that. A lot of the stuff she talked about sort of foreshadowed the way she might rule in the future. The GOP immediately, once she got elected, demanded that she recuse herself on any abortion related decisions because of that. But then also they tried to impeach her because they were afraid of how she might rule in the future when it comes to gerrymandering there. And I mean, she hadn't ever ruled on anything. She hadn't even sat on the bench, and they were already going to impeach her.
Well, we know how she's gonna rule. I mean, come on.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, well, first of all, like, yeah, future crime is not something that. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what
Yeah,
if the state
Lactose being
standard
a
for
great
impeachment is.
libertarian.
Yeah,
Yeah.
No,
but
I think
also
you're right. They're all partisan hacks. This is a problem. Kelly was better. He was less of a partisan hack. But you're right. There's a major problem here that I think proves the point.
uh yeah, it's my point is that she got herself in trouble by stating what her political opinions were. That's why everyone's targeting her. If she just shut the fuck up and then ran, I'm not sure she would have won though.
She
So
wouldn't have
that's the
won.
problem
Yeah.
with elected justices.
She wouldn't have
I
been
want to be
there.
clear. When
Yeah.
I said political hacks, that's something that somebody told me. I actually don't have any opinion as to the topic. Thank
Let's go to
Yeah.
our friend Corey, then Gibbs. I also want to say something about this. Gibbs, you've taken over the panel
Bro,
with
I'm
this.
so ready when it comes to the UI.
Uh,
I'm ready for this next part.
I'll say my opinion after Corey goes. And
Yeah.
then we'll throw to you, Gibbs, on
Sure.
this thing. Corey.
Oh yeah, first lactoid. Lots of courage you have there, lactoid. But I also want to
you.
clarify.
Courage in restating what somebody told me. I don't know what you're talking about.
But I also want to clarify your position, I guess, as well as Fairy Queen's position, where it seems like, just to understand your position better, where it seems like your position, sort of part of it stems from, like what they were saying and the content of what they were saying. And I'm curious, does your position change, or would your position be shifted if you found out they were just like doodling for 2 hours? Yeah, they're just on film. They're just like doodling. Does that have any effect at all on your position, or you'd have the same or different position?
No, I think that it does have to do with the content of what was said, right? I think like the content is important. Like if it's like I don't think that's inappropriate for a judge to be sitting like taking notes in the middle of a trial. I'm sure that like that's actually I don't know. I would assume that it's probably fairly common. So
It's gotta be about the trial though. They can't just like be playing League of Legends behind the fucking
Oh, what? Yeah. So
lectern.
what if
Like
they're on their smartphone, like playing Candy
Accidentally
Crush?
leave their volume up, and you just hear like
Yeah,
fucking
like
Clash of Clans load
I'll
up.
say like
Yeah.
for me, it doesn't make much of a difference. Like whether they're like
Mhm.
sending 500 texts and like is occupying some amount of time. I think at least probably like an hour of their time. Whereas like that's also that's pretty much akin to me of like just watching them doodle for like an hour, 2 hours. Is that your view of it
But
also,
what if they're
Lactoid?
What if they were doodling?
better?
he's about to say what I'm about to say, right? Like, what if
What if
he's
they're just
doodling a
better? What if
highly
they're a
graphic
Harvard grad?
picture of somebody in the front row, right?
Yeah,
Do
yeah.
you think that's worse than him like just taking? I think that would be substantially
Oh wait,
worse.
maybe I'm not understanding what you're. What do you mean by better? Sorry.
Helps them focus more when they're
Uh,
drawing their.
he's talking about Scott.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
I just mean this, like my here's another problem to this, right? Which is it's not recognizing the illusion. Instead, what we're doing is we're now reinforcing the illusion that partiality is both important and true. Impartiality is important to maintain the myth that the system is impartial. But the fact of the matter is that equality also is another myth. And the fact, and so what we're going to have is you're going to have some judges that are not as smart as other judges, some judges that are better educated. And so if the question then becomes, some judges are going to be better while doodling and texting than other judges that have their full focus because that judge is not as smart, not as quick-witted. And then what if the judge some judges are going to be able to multitask and still be better at their job than judges that have their entire focus on the case. And even more so, there are going to be some judges that are on their phone in the near future that are referencing Chat GPT real quick to look up a law again to immediately get some legal information that they may or may not have forgotten. And being on their phone and fucking around on their phone is actually going to be them being more competent than other
That's
people.
different than texting.
And this right, but the problem is that we have a myth that they're impartial, and there's like this myth that there's this equality as well. Some judges are stupid, and some judges are really fucking smart.
Okay.
And the degree of competence between them is going to be enough to where at a certain point,
Okay.
some people are
Stupid
actually
ones
going to be
get
able to
caught.
not pay attention
Like you
I-
and
said,
still be better.
My argument isn't partiality. It's just the stupid ones
Well,
get caught. She got
I'm
caught
not-
doing what she was doing, and that's it.
Yeah. I mean, she's probably
Well,
stupid and doing it.
That's
I'm
that's
fair
what
in
it
this
enough.
is.
specific case, but yeah.
I am
Totally.
not disagreeing with you in terms of like the myth of impartiality or
Yeah.
like you're never gonna have perfect partiality or equality.
Right.
But let's just say I'm not gonna have any firm position, but based off from one of the research that I've seen, like no matter what, your attention is always like if you're not paying full attention to something, it's hard for me to imagine, but I'm not open to the possibility of like anybody's attention being better if you're doodling, at least where your attention is supposed to be. I've never seen any sort of research.
Okay, but what
I've
does
looked
research
into-
on attention say? Is there any research that backs up the concept that you can have full attention for 6 to 8, sometimes 10 hours in a trial setting? Because you and I both know that
yeah.
like the attention is going to be split or gone,
Sure.
whether they're
7
spacing
minutes,
out
baby.
or
7
doodling.
minutes.
Well,
Like even a high IQ judge, like
yeah.
after a couple hours, they're going to space out. They're going to doodle. They're going to be
Need a
doing
few more
something.
minutes, yeah.
Well, I can respond to that. So I agree with you in terms
Yeah.
of like based off. I'm not an expert on attention, but like yeah, I agree with you that based off of how we design even classrooms and education, it's not designed for optimal attention and optimal learning. And I think the same thing holds true for courtroom and all that stuff, and just paying attention to just about any job. I wouldn't be opposed to like redesigning where it's like, yeah, there's built-in breaks, or I don't know how it works exactly.
Playtime,
But,
right?
sure, yeah,
Little
yeah,
time.
Juice breaks.
There's breaks all the time because like the judge.
They do
can call a
break. They do
whenever the
breaks all
fuck
the
they want.
time.
Yeah.
For sure.
Recess.
Yeah, but I'm
Right.
curious. Like, is it structured or like is there like because I would not be in favor of like basically is it in the realm of possibility that you just go on continuously for 6 to 8 hours?
It
No.
never happens.
it's
like
possible.
Yeah, so a judge,
Right.
but Judge Mike is going to call recess whenever they want to walk around or get a drink. or
Right. So
go get
I
food.
would be
And then whenever an attorney asks for a recess, they're probably going to get it as long as like they're being reasonable about it, and it's not like,
Yeah.
we just got back from lunch and you want one immediately, right? The judge might
And
yell at you for
I
that.
would be in favor of like some built-in minimum, or rather some built-in maximum, as in you can't be there
Like
just
a
as
scheduled breaks.
just like I'm in favor of like
Juice breaks, yeah.
3 timeouts.
based off what
Mhm.
I've seen in the research, like later start times for school tend to lead to better academic performance, and yet we seem to be resistant to that change. And so I'm in
Right,
favor
but
of a
we're
built-in
getting
maximum.
nitpicky.
I
What
don't I don't disagree. I don't disagree.
you're not addressing the argument. The argument is this, right? The argument is this, is that the average human attention span is going to be 10 minutes before you space out for a second.
How condescending, Scott. That is just awful.
Right. Like, and so if we assume that judges in a professional setting are much, much better than that, right? Even if we're being really conservative, after 45 minutes, there's going to be some level of your attention span getting caught by something else, right? Like you're going to get distracted by something. And what occurs in that instance is texting the bailiff insulting things, or doodling in a notebook, or potentially something that is not unprofessional in any way, shape, or form, which is just spacing the fuck out and not paying attention at all. But in some regard, their attention is going to be gone. And so if that is true, right, then and we recognize that that's true, and that's just an inevitability in every situation. And we recognize that some people are better and some people are worse at this. There is a potential where someone that is constantly texting is smart enough, maybe not this specific one, is smart enough and has an attention span well enough that they would still be better than the
Okay.
average judge.
I'm gonna
judge.
can I respond? I'm actually gonna invoke Lactoid here because Lactoid uses argument. And there's probably some people that drive better under the influence of alcohol. And so should we use that also as should we built in of like basically should we allow some people to drive while drunk, or is the heuristic just as with attention? Generally speaking, you are performing best when you're actually paying attention as opposed to whatever doodling on the side. Just as
But that's
generally
not
speaking, as
the difference is, yeah, I agree that the heuristic is there, right? What I'm saying is that you can say that absolutely, and you're absolutely correct. The problem is when you say all people are equally good drivers, right? Like some people are just shit drivers and some people are great drivers. And once you recognize that, you have to also recognize that about the judicial system, that some judges are fucking retarded and some judges are brilliant, and that incompetency in the system is baked in by the very nature of the fact that humans are presiding over these cases, and that their competence is what runs a trial system.
Yeah, sure. I don't necessarily I wouldn't use the R word, but I don't necessarily disagree with your assessment. Yeah.
So I don't know what it gives, but two things. One, quick story time again. When I went on that jury trial, or when I was chosen, I was like shocked. Like, no, you can't choose me. Like, I can't do this for you. I'm sorry, right? They're like, no, you're already in. I'm like,
It's your duty.
but like I can't get off of work. I work for myself. She told me, the lady.
Terrible argument. Just look at them and go, I know what juror Nolman is. You'll get off immediately. It's fine.
No, I guess I should have. Yeah, but like
Just answer
I
all,
was like,
dumb
I
questions
can't,
of, like,
I
do you
can't
think
get
people
off
should be
of.
held responsible for crimes? No.
I should have said, no, but it was already done. So
No justice, no peace.
I should have done that when I was sitting in the bench, right? When they were like interviewing me. I should have done it there. But I wasn't, I don't know. I'm sorry. I wasn't
Technically,
there,
it's
right?
fraud. You were a good citizen. You answered correctly. Good for you.
Yeah. And
Just
so like
scream for the jury room.
so
Get you kicked
like
off.
they pushed me to another room because like, and I was like part of like the last group. I think they were like starting to get desperate because they had gone through a lot of people. And so they landed on me. And I'm like, and I told them like I can't get off of work. And they're like, well, just like ask your boss. Like they have to. It's the law. I'm like, I'm my boss. Like this is me. I was streaming, and it's back then I was doing 6 days a week, like 8 hours a day, right? But like they're like, oh yeah, you got to do this. So I would start at night the way I usually do 8 hours. That put me into the morning, but then I couldn't go to sleep because or else I wouldn't be able to wake up. So I had to stay up, and then like travel an hour to the courtroom, then do the trial, right, and then
Just
go home
spaced out the
and
whole
get a
time.
little bit of sleep before starting streaming again. It was, and then I like the judge, like specifically picked me out, like as a guy like falling asleep at the back of the room. I'm like I told you, right? Like I told you all this. Like apparently they were having conversations specifically about me, right? And me like nodding off. I'm like
You're that
I'm
fourth
sorry.
grader, Prime, that Lactoid knows about, the fourth grader.
Yeah. So it was just a whole thing. Anyway, so the larger point that I wanted to make to Gibbs that no one else made, which like frustrated me a bit, is that these are low information elections that people don't know, right? So like I can imagine there is some judge, especially like in a major city, right? A judge that has been like visible, like the judges that have worked on Trump's cases, right? Like in New York, right? Like I can imagine if that person is elected, then there's gonna be a lot of attention on their record, and like you can try to make an informed decision.
Hey,
So in my municipality, when we were voting, I went through everything because I was trying to actually make an informed decision. I don't want to be a low information voter, right? Even in my local elections, I actually trying to do the right thing. And so I
It's
went
too
down
much, really.
the it's
To
so
go through
much.
all of a judge's cases is like impossible.
It's so much, right? And so like, but not even just that. I was also like for my low level like representatives, right? Like I just like went through them all and like tried
Yeah,
to
that's
like
not that bad.
pick something out,
Look at
right?
their voting record.
But then when I especially when I went to the judges, there was like nothing there. There was nothing there, right? And so I'm making a decision on this person. I have like maybe if I'm lucky a paragraph that like represents like their thinking. This is what the problem with these. So when you're saying
There
that
used to
like
be small town local newspapers,
you're
and
exactly right.
those kind of reporters don't exist anymore.
You gotta look for
Exactly.
buzzwords. You gotta look for buzzwords. If they use the word like if they use the word taxes, like oh, I'm gonna lower taxes, like for any kind of like local election, then you kind of know where they stand.
Yeah.
If they're like a judge election or whatever, and they're saying like, we want to apply the law as it was written. Okay, they're a more conservative, originalist kind of person. So
That's yeah, and that's if they've like got you've got a direct quote to work off of. Like it's that bad. And so my the point is that I'm bringing to Gibbs. And I'm going to toss it to Gibbs. And he can respond to everything they've been hearing. Is that you were saying that they were accountable to the people, but are they? Right, like this is the same thing in terms of like sheriff's offices, where people understand very little about how the sheriff office works, like what their record is, and so, like, are they actually being held accountable, or is it like an incumbent that just kind of ends up that gets there in the first place and just stays there for forever because people don't know and they can't make an informed decision? And please, Gibbs.
oh, so I've been listening to all these wonderful stories while I've been doing research, and I found some interesting things out here, which I couldn't believe helped my point. So, according to the National
Darth
Judicial
Maul?
College right here, right? Uh, African American judges have been cited in this thing, and I'll post the link to this, that saying that elections improve diversity. The reason being, the judicial system has traditionally been legislative people appointed in, has traditionally been an old boys club. Right? There's a lot of evidence to support that elections actually improve diversity on the bench, which one is a good thing. I'm surprised that my that you would be against that, Prime. I guess you don't like diversity on the bench. So that's kind of
Oh,
interesting to me.
I've
But
always said white men like Scott should lead the way. I've
yeah,
been very clear on that one.
that's it. But then I started researching what kind of cases, what like how often do we have cases of corruption by appointed versus elected judge? Now, I'm going to be honest, I couldn't find very many examples of elected judges having corruption. And if they did, most of them were voted out or stepped out, and there was a special election held, and somebody replaced them. But what I did find was a lot of interesting. And once again, I hate to be the guy, the conservative guy. This is a rare case where he's pulling out the race card, but we have examples like Judge Les Hayes, who was a judge in Alabama who put down on a trial for an African American woman a 475-day stay in jail, which was higher than the state's recommendation for negligent homicide. So once again, this just goes to prove that whenever we have appointees in office over elected officials, they can sit here and take advantage and stop diversity and cause race problems. And there's actually over 1,000. In fact, the most corrupt judge in history according to this article that I found, is a judge in New York during Tammany Hall, and I think we can all agree, Tammany Hall was very corrupt. And he had he basically was an appointed judge on at the the higher appeals court, one step under the Supreme Court, was appointed and was sitting here literally running the racketeering operations and extortion operations out the side. So once again, if those people had an option in place to elect officials to get rid of these people, this could have stopped a lot of this crime. This. In fact, I found so many articles. Once again, going here, I can just post all of them if you really want, and I'll do that. But basically, almost every judge I've seen on here where there's been issues with corruption have been appointees. And like I said, whenever we look at elected judges, they're either voted out or or they have special elections after they step down due to this stuff finding out this coming out. So I really have an issue with this idea that that's the appointing is automatically good and represents the will of the people from the legislative stand. The second issue, like I'm going to bring up what the judicial college said again here, basically, is that basically there's an argument that both the people give on the election side and on the appointment side, which is that the appointment side, they worry that there's going to be special interest groups that get involved with the campaign. Well, I'll grant that. That's fine. But what's more concerning to me is if you've ever watched any kind of like legal TV show, there's always this like tick for tack thing that happens in a lot of these shows, right? And to some extent, I know it's fiction, but it is based on um, like on real things, right? Which is basically that if you do me this favor, I'll remember you and see if I can get you appointed to here. So elected judges are much less likely to be affected by this tick for tack method of putting people in. Hey, you helped me out, I ruled in favor of your case, yada yada, let's do this backroom dealing. I said you helped my get my prosecution DA record up by sending a case that was maybe so to whatever, kind of thing, and then let's get this passed. That way, my record looks tougher or whatever. And they're much less affected by this than, say, an elected judge who's not going to have that, like, hey, hit me up behind the back kind of corruption going on, right? So it's just really interesting to me that once again, am the only champion democracy and republicanism here
But
amongst all these people that want to say they're conservatives. Whenever they're sitting here and advocating for appointment and removing the choice from the people, which is what we should have been doing from the get go.
it
So
sounds like you're describing the opposite of what you like. If you're trying to make your record look better, your conviction rate look better, or whatever, it's because you're running for office. You like if you're appointed, especially like at the federal level, like where you're appointed for life or whatever, you don't have to really impress anybody with your record, but you do if you're running all the time. And so those kind of backroom deals that you're talking about seems like that'd be more likely at the elected level.
Can I just ask a question? So I don't know how long is a judge's term? Is it 2 to 4 years? Is that how long it is?
It varies.
it's different
I
everywhere.
know
Yeah.
well, I know it's different everywhere, but like the reason I ask is because couldn't some of the concerns that have been
4 is
raised
the most common.
about judges like going extremely hard and like being more likely to carry out harsher sentences during election season, like couldn't you resolve that by simply extending their length of time in office? So instead of 2 to 4 years, that's a quick turnaround, you instead have them serve for 6 years or 10 years.
Yeah, so some states have also introduced a hybrid kind of situation, right? So when we say elected judges, that doesn't mean that those judges aren't appointed, which is kind of weird. But like in some states, for
Mhm.
example, what they'll do is the
Wisconsin.
legislator will appoint a judge for 8 years, right? And then after that 8 year term, every 4 years or every 6 years, they're up for election to maintain the position that they were originally appointed to by the legislator. So it becomes this process where the legislator is picking people that they think, are qualified, et cetera, et cetera. And then what you have is um, instead of having a running mate where they're running against something, they're just running on their own record to maintain whether or not, like kind of like a pass or fail situation. And then they will have other people that are appointed to other. So there's a lot of different areas.
So they're being
I
reelected
guess
by
presumably,
the
yeah.
state legislative body. But to be
I mean,
clear.
like, yeah, I mean, like, sure. So, like, the thing is like, it's always an incentive structure, right? Like, everyone is describing different incentives. So, in Admiral Gibbs' position, he's saying, look, the incentives of not electing judges are corrupt, in the sense that they're not held accountable to the people, and all they have to do is backroom deals with the state legislator that many of these people don't even know too, because the argument that you're a low information voter when you're voting in a judge is damn near the same for state legislatures, because people don't fucking barely vote or understand those people. So it's a very similar argument. And then the argument from kind of our side would be, well, yeah, sure, but there's this corrupt incentive to be tough on crime or to be tough on racism, et cetera. And so, like, you're right that like extending that period might reduce that incentive, but it would also
Well,
in a pendulum perspective, increase the incentives that Admiral
well,
Gibbs is talking about.
but hold
right?
on. If
So
we're going
like
to say
it's a
that these
balance
people are
there.
uninformed voters, then that whole point about these guys being rougher on crime when it's election season goes out the window, because if the voters are never going to know either way,
That's not true. That's
y'all
not
are
true.
just out there, y'all are just
So
like, oh no, you can't have it both ways. You can't say
yes, I can,
no,
because
no,
it's
you
because I
can't
can
say it.
because I'm
You
smart
can't,
enough to hold two
no,
things in
you
my head
can't.
at the same
No,
time.
you can't say everybody's an idiot, and then they're going to sit here
I
and
know
vote
what
on idiot
I know
preferences.
what I would feel
And
like
then
if
they're
I
going to
didn't eat
sit here
breakfast
and
this
turn
morning,
right
unlike you.
around, and they're going to sit here and turn right around. I don't know what breakfast has to do with anything I just said. And turn right around and go, like, hey, oh, everybody's an idiot voter. They don't even know what these judges are doing. And then turn right around and be like, oh, the judges are incentivized to go and say, hey, we're going to come after these people real hard because they're going to know that I came after them real hard. When y'all just went on a 30-minute rant, like between all y'all, about how nobody
Okay.
knows what they said
You're
at the
gish
low level.
galloping. You're gish
No,
galloping to try and
I'm just
prove your
pointing
point.
out. I'm
You're
just
saying
pointing
the
out your
same thing over and
hypocrisy.
over again. It's very
It's called
simple. It's
hypocrisy.
not
It's called hypocrisy.
hypocrisy.
It
It's
is
not
called
hypocrisy.
hypocrisy. That's
It's
what
just
you're
you're not
hitting.
smart enough
Hey,
to
wait,
see
what's the
the
definition of
problem here.
hypocrisy? What's the definition of hypocrisy?
Okay, so
You don't even know what the definition of hypocrisy is. So
hypocrisy
don't even
comes
bother.
from, oh, you're going to interrupt me? Hypocrisy is going to come from the hypocrites, which would be
Which is
a
what you are.
group of Jews, right? And that is why Matthew 15:11 starts with, and be not like the hypocrites, for they love to pray on the street corners and synagogues, for I tell you, they've reached their full yield. It comes from a group
Is
of
this the Putin
religious
interview?
people.
Holy shit!
This
Yeah,
comes
then we
it
got the
comes
food
from a
interview.
religious it comes from
And in
the
1648, we need to go back to the borders of
Oh, I'm sorry.
pre-Sumerian Judaism.
I'm sorry for grounding my fucking definitions, unlike you. So if you want me to continue, I will. I'll give you a good
Nobody wants you
solid
to
definition
continue. We
historical
You
totally
did
get it.
places.
ask for the
Yeah, I know.
definition.
So
That's
anyways,
I was being
fault.
facetious.
you
That's
asked
good.
me to
Same
explain
thing.
it.
Yeah,
So that's
let
where
him do
starts.
it. Let him do it. Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, so it starts there, and the concept of people that love to let everybody know how virtuous they are, but secretly they're not actually living virtuous lives. They're only doing so for the favor of others. There are some arguments that it might actually
You're saying this is
be
the Jews?
an
Is that what the
older
argument
Greek
is?
thing. It's been an older Greek situation. Well, he's not
basically
the
describing
Jews, like,
himself. So I'm exactly
right.
correct.
So a
He's
hypocrite,
speaking Italian. There you go.
in a
Yes, Italian.
colloquial position, right, is
But he doesn't
someone
even
that
realize.
says one thing, right, and then means another, or that someone displays an action, but that those actions don't match the reality of their beliefs, their
Which is what's
principles,
happening
or
now.
their values. Yeah. So that's not what's happening now. What I stated was that people can be low information voters while the incentivization can still be for a tough on crime situation, because people follow meta narrative.
Right after you
And
just said that they only get
Admiral
a paragraph,
Gibbs,
like,
Admiral
get a
Gibbs,
paragraph.
please.
Yeah,
I'm
let
just saying.
players are
please let
speaking.
him.
Please
Yeah, let him
be quiet.
spot. Yeah, please.
It's very simple. People follow simplistic narratives. They have low information. And so when someone is close to an election, they'll put out a lot of public data. They'll grab footage from court systems because they magically let
That you just
cameras
said
in all
nobody
of a sudden,
watched. You
because
And
can't
they're
have
in the
both.
black and white.
You just
too.
said nobody
No,
watched this shit. You're literally lying right now. You literally just
no, you're
sat here
just
and
too
sat here for
retarded
30
to
minutes.
understand what I'm
No,
talking
I'm
about.
not too retarded. No, you sit here and interrupt
I didn't
everybody
sit
all
here
the
for
time
30
and
minutes.
add everything for 30 minutes. You sat here and talked about all these ideas about how nobody watches and there's uninformed voters and they sit here. We all watched you. Everybody here watched you say that. You literally just said that. And now you're sitting here going, oh, but they're
Literally, did I
incentivized because
literally
these 10 people
quote me?
that somehow watch this shit, we're going to like, oh, they're going to decide the vote over the thousands of people that are going to vote uninformed. But you're literally, and then
No,
go have the gall
let
to
me
sit here
let
and
me
go, I
try
can
and
hold
walk
two
you through
ideas
this.
simultaneously, like I'm one of these
Yeah,
great
because
judges,
you can't.
Anubis
Like,
that can wear the feather against the heart. Bro, you're a jackass. You're wrong. You're
I'm
lying.
not
You're
talking
being a
about
hypocrite.
Anubis measuring the fucking weight of a soul to determine their sins.
I
Okay,
mean, that would
like
make
I'm
more sense
talking
than
about.
what you are talking about, which is hypocrisy.
No, it's, oh my god. No, listen, it's not hypocrisy. It's
Next, he's going to
very
try to explain
simple.
what the
Okay.
Pharisees and the Sadducees were. Like that's next.
Admiral Gibbs, try and follow me. All right.
Oh,
Just
I
try and
follow.
follow
I
me.
just think it's stupid as fuck what you're
You're
saying.
fucking not.
Yeah,
Just because I'm not gonna sit
Shut
here
up.
hey, Gibbs,
Shut up.
Gibbs,
Hold
you
on,
got
sorry.
it.
I'm gonna push back against this
Oh,
because he always interrupts me
oh,
every time, and I do it once, and now we got to move on. I'm just saying, like, but listen, at least
No,
when I
you're
talk,
gish
I'm
galloping,
entertaining.
and I'm
This
trying
guy
to,
sits here
and
and does a
it's
monologue
silly.
but
like
Gibbs,
a fucking Bond villain.
you
That's
want him
total
to respond
bullshit,
though,
and I'm
right?
calling out. No, I don't want to respond. I'm done listening to his bullshit. It's fucking.
Right.
He's
He
gonna
doesn't
say
want
this.
to debate
He's
because
gonna
he's
say,
getting
no,
crushed.
you're not debating at all.
You're
You
trying to
you want to talk about
trying to
discounting?
run
You're literally
out
making
the
a
clock.
circular argument. No, I'm not making a
This
run
is
out the
literally
clock.
I'm not
Scott and
making a
his.
circular
I've
argument. You don't
literally
know what
sat
any of
here.
these terms
I've
are.
literally
You're
sat
getting the
here.
whoopings right now, Scott. I hope you know
He's
that.
giving me zero whoopings. He's sitting here lying and acting like that's a win. Just because you talk a
What
lot
lie
doesn't
did
mean
I
a win.
tell?
I've literally sat here this whole time and
What
waited
lie did I tell?
peacefully, and
Call
then
me a liar. What lie did I tell?
you literally were just sitting here going, "Oh, I could hold these two eyes separately," and then tried to justify one
Is that
position.
the lie
That's
that I
not,
can't hold two ideas at the same
bro.
time?
That's
Is that the lie?
hypocrisy. Yeah,
Promise you I
apparently,
can't.
apparently, it is a lie.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, so anyways, we're done
Go
now.
ahead. Yeah.
It's very simple. Okay. When judges are elected, they right, they have this very large amount of cases on the docket that are still waiting and ones that they've already done over years and years and years. And as election is coming up, what the judges do is they allow cameras in the courtroom and they record themselves being real tough on crime or being whatever they think their jurisdiction would like in the way that they speak during sentencing, etc. They grab those clips, those little sound bites, those little fucking 60-second TikTok things, and they throw them up on their website that says, Thomas for district4.com or whatever, fucking morefreeamerica.org or .gov if they're an incumbent, right? And then what they do is people are like, oh, I need to vote for a judge. There's person A and person B. And person B doesn't have the incumbency advantage. So they don't have all of these videos directly available in the last 6 months. And so what ends up happening is that special interest groups get involved, companies get involved, and media companies get involved, and they take these clips that tell a narrative and they package it together so that low information voters that don't know a judge's entire case history, they don't know exactly how they actually feel about things, they don't understand who the judge is as a person, can go on their website, grab this small amount of information, get a feeling for whether or not they like this judge. This judge is based because they saw a couple of videos, and then vote for that judge. So yes, they're low information voters that are not intimately aware of all of this situation, and that changes the way that the judges can behave proceeding to a short period of time before the election cycle so that they can present a narrative to
I got a
these
one-word
low-information
response to
voters.
that. Cope. That's cope. That's what that is. It's cope and bullshit. So I
It's
guess
the
2 words.
dying breath of someone that can't substantiate their argument.
No, it's the facts, Papa. It's the facts.
Okay.
I'm not gonna dignify it with longer response because it doesn't need a longer response. Anybody that's like got half a brain, that's an educated voter, can sit here and go, "Hey, I wonder which one of y'all is telling the truth," and they're sitting here going, "Yeah, you're fucking on that bullshit right now," but that's okay.
He is on that
Cool.
bullshit. No, I
Cool,
agree.
Gibbs.
That part
Well,
is
at
true.
least it's okay.
Yeah,
all right.
but that's okay. Wow.
That's a positive.
Yeah.
Dishing out the whoopings as always, Gibbs.
I know.
Uh,
It's hard work.
Oh, man.
Just so you guys know,
It's funny.
it's 11:30 p.m. Eastern. So we've reached the end. But we can continue talking if you guys like.
Well, I
It's
have
just
something to say.
you are free to leave. If you like, you're not obligated, right? I won't send out the hounds for you. But yeah, Corey, did you have something to say?
I almost don't know how to follow that. Well, it's okay. I'll try to compose myself. So first of all, Gibbs, I just did a very cursory glance at the articles that you posted. So maybe I'm misreading, but at least I posted in the Discord chat. At least in one of the articles, it seems like it looks like for me, if I'm reading it correctly, one of the elected judges was still corrupt, And also, your first link, at least for me, takes me to some sort of streaming service. So
Uh-oh.
maybe that's just me. But
Are you questioning Gibbs' research? Like, come
yeah,
on.
I'm not. Let's just say I'm not sure.
I
I
just
don't know. I don't
He
know.
meticulously did this in 5 minutes while
Yeah,
talking about
it's 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And to be fair, that one, yes, there is one of elected judges, but it says like top five, I think, on that list, and then 4 of them are appointed, and one's
But
elected.
I'm not. I'm talking about
the
the
top
Reuters.
5 list.
I'm
But that
not
was
talking about.
yeah, but there's a top five list. I really went hard
The
on that.
judge tier list.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not even talking. I'm talking about the Reuters one. Like
All the
again,
S-ranked judges for
I
corruption.
Hey,
I
we
have
went
it.
hard. We
Them
went
are
hard on the
appointed.
research. I mean, it
I,
was really hard with all these wonderful stories that were being told.
but I don't know for sure. But let's just say I'm a little bit uncertain about your research. But maybe I am the idiot. I don't know. It's possible. But I also pose a question to you, Gibbs. Do you think, let's say, for example, like also medical doctors should be elected?
Uh, no, I've definitely said specifically on this issue that lower level courts is where we should be holding the elections.
So I'm curious, like, where does your level of accountability, like, I guess
I mean,
maybe
a
you
medical
haven't
doctor
made
is a
fleshed it
lot
out.
different than a judge. I mean, like, I don't
I
want
agree.
everybody to
Medical
be
doctors also have people's lives in their hands, life or death situations. Maybe
sure,
argue
but
the
you're
higher
also
stakes.
not like making so a medical doctor is not trying to perfect the will of the people. I mean, unless I guess they're a medical doctor on death row, and then maybe we should vote in which doctors are death row doctors. Maybe that's what we should be doing there. I don't know, but otherwise, yeah, I don't really see a fair comparison like with that
Will
argument.
of the
It's
people is to not die in surgery. I
yeah,
promise.
so you probably want the like most educated. Plus, you don't appoint medical doctors in the first place. They have to go and do their tenures places. They have to do not tenures. They have to go do their residency places, et cetera,
But
et
there are
cetera.
bad doctors. Bad doctors exist,
Sure.
Yeah,
right?
like,
And
And
they
they
don't
and
end up
listen,
leaving
and
the
if
They get
position.
sued
Wasn't
out.
Fauci?
listen,
Wasn't
and if they
Fauci appointed?
and if yeah, there's well, that's a good
Speaking
point.
of
Look at
bad doctors.
and look how Fauci's done. And not only that, like if you kill enough people, then the free market decides that you're not going to be a doctor no more because either you get
So
sued, and then the
actually,
judges
I
that
don't
you
think the
voted
free
in
market.
took
I
care of
don't
it,
know for sure, but I
That
don't
was
think
a
the free
good
market does
you
do
don't have
that.
enough, or you don't
Oh
have
my
enough
God.
people coming to
Bad
work for you to
space.
work because you kill all your patients.
I think
True.
you're working your way
Or
to.
you're in Canada and they come to you because you kill them.
Well, I mean, I
Right.
think
There's
this
that
is.
too.
I mean, isn't this the ANCAP argument at some point, right? Like in terms of the judges, like an adjudicator. If you're an adjudicator who's like putting out these cases that doesn't represent the community, that like a private adjudicator, of course, that eventually the market forces will lead them to losing clients, maybe losing a job, right? Maybe that should be the way forward.
Absolutely, obviously.
Gibbs, yeah,
I just don't, I'm not going to go into
What
the
was your?
siren
I
song of
missed that.
yeah.
I missed that.
anarcho-capitalism.
I know
I
this is for
didn't hear it.
Gibbs,
What?
but
Say this again. I'm sorry. I
oh,
missed
oh
it.
no, no problem, no problem.
My cat was doing something. He was. I don't know what it was doing. It was bad. So,
I would
so
like to
like,
make it the will of the people for Gibbs to debate Phil KOE. Can we see this, please?
I don't know
Oh
who that is,
yeah.
but
Oh
sure,
my
I'll debate
God.
anybody.
So
Oh my
loud.
Yo,
I
God.
love it.
That would
oh
be
god,
amazing.
yeah, it would actually be amazing. He's a
Prime
wonderful.
guys will be forced to moderate a 1v1 between KOE Nation and
Uh,
Admiral Gibbs.
yeah,
Yes.
Phil KOE is actually a wonderful human being. I love him so much. He's so beautiful. But and
Liberal
that
use of that mute button.
in the way that I know, right? In the way that I like Gibbs, I like KOE. So it's like not an insult at all. I mean, I actually mean it. I like him. In any case, I was just stating that like that's like you're like it seems like you were moving towards the ANCAP point where you could have private adjudicators, right? Those would be your judges. And like they can build up a track record of like how they operate within their courtrooms. And because having a bad reputation will lead them to have less people to hire them as an adjudicator, and then the market will filter them out eventually. Like that's the people voting.
So
Lawyers should have a fantasy draft, and people should be able to
yeah,
watch
but
cases.
so like
and...
we already have a merit, right? When it comes to lawyers, right? There's a reason why if you want like family law and you want it done right in Texas, you go to Brian Fagan in Houston. He wrote a lot of the family law, right? Why? Because he's the top. You want an ambulance chaser? Guess who you go to? Nationwide. You go to Thomas J. Henry. This dude literally had a soap opera about him, right? Something Los Henrys, right? And like this guy over here, he's on Forbes top 50 lawyers in the nation, right? So you want to whatever, or you could go to the Texas Hammer, and like go to that guy. I don't know if you're from Texas.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
Or the
joke will end.
Texas Law Hawk. Have you seen
Yeah,
He's
him?
got a head
yeah,
down here.
or
That guy's
the
pretty
four.
dope.
Yeah, but like I mean, the two big ones for like ambulance chasing are the Texas Hammer and Thomas J. Right? There's a few of them, but the point is like there's already a meritocracy for this, right? Like they're already like that's called capitalism. If you're the best, you win the most, and people go to you, right? If you're a scrublet, you're not gonna do that. And so if Thomas J. Henry wanted to run, I'm sure that he's got the money, and B, he can hold all the positions in Texas judiciary office, like for voting, right? Because he meets all the qualifications. I know after you
Jesus
get
Christ,
past
that's a really long answer to not answer the
privilege.
question.
Well,
Not
listen,
judging.
bro, are you really? Hold on. You know what? Point of order. Are you really of all the people here gonna bitch about a long-winded answer? Listen, you literally have done the Putin
Well,
fucking
long-winded
interview
answer that
every
gets
time you
nowhere is
talk.
a problem.
I mean, bro. These are answers. They're answers that get a lot of stuff. Just because you're not smart enough to understand it, and you're so trying
Oh,
to
here
help
we go.
earlier, like doesn't mean that it's not a real answer. I'm
Just answer the question.
Gibbs,
I am
I
answering.
want to say something that might actually elucidate something. So we're talking about like low information voters, right?
Mm.
A lot of these large law firms that you're talking about, you hit a certain like critical mass when you're in a law firm when you start getting thousands and thousands of lawyers, where the quality actually starts becoming questionable because you become so big,
Sure.
you begin to dominate areas that you don't actually hire lawyers to like do the job.
You
You
hire the
hire
firm.
case managers who are non-lawyers that are tasked to handle yours and however many hundreds of other cases, and they're not particularly good, and there's some question there. But the firm is always going to get business because, well, they're able to afford every fucking billboard in your area. And if you've ever driven through an area and saw like the fucking billboards constantly, those are the big firms, right?
So let me push
So
back against
We
that,
we,
though.
we have a
they're
famous lawyer.
convincing the low information voters to
But
join
hold on,
their.
Yeah.
Maxwell. How did they get big enough to do that? They didn't just like come out of nowhere. As far as I know, Thomas J. Henry wasn't born in the money. The Texas Hammer prides himself of coming up from the scraps, right? Like, there's a lot of these people. I'm sure some of them, were daddy's money, coming up. But like,
Yeah,
you have to win enough to be able to afford you to be on every billboard, right?
this is very fair. Law is one of the industries I think that really truly is at its heart a meritocracy, right? There is a deep like you can't fucking do the job, you're out, right? It's a trade sort of in that sense where yeah, it helps to have like connections for sure, but you have to be able to do the job. Otherwise, you don't necessarily get in trouble with your fucking dad who owns the firm. You could potentially also get in trouble with the government or the state bar, right? That being said, like a lot of these major firms, how they operate is you do get like a good lawyer who starts it and like gets super rich or whatever, and then they just fuck off. They just fuck off. They're just done with it. All right, I'm rich as fuck now. I've all my underlings doing all my work for me. I'm just going to go golf every single day. And the underlings aren't particularly good because, again, like we talked about, it's a meritocracy where it doesn't necessarily matter who set it up; it matters who's doing it now.
So, but let me push back against that once again, right? I mean, I don't know what kind of law firm you work at. I've worked at a lot of law firms now at this point, right? And several of them have had that management style. However, when it came trial day, guess who comes walking up like Mr. McMahon into the ring right here? They come onto the court, they're doing their dance. Oh Lordy, it's Anna Stewart, the head of the firm, and she hands out an ass beating because the other person's been dealing with this
That's
other
not what
person that's a
happens.
little. It happens all the time. I've seen it happen.
No. This is, I don't disagree that like it happens.
Watching
Like
an episode
yeah,
of Suits.
they bring in the fucking big guns. Like the partner
I've
walks
never
in
even
and
seen
then proceeds to
yeah,
fuck everything up, and then everyone like
it
who's done the
depends.
case for the
Well,
past like
sure.
5 months
It
has to
depends
fix
on.
everything.
I've never worked at a low tier law firm where that's happened. I've always
Oh
worked at the
sure,
top of the field
yeah.
where they're coming in, so I can't
Where
speak
they're
to
just
that.
gods, right? Where they don't even give a fuck about the case. They've been golfing the whole time, but they walk in and know everything immediately and don't fuck it up. Yeah.
So,
Like Vince
so I would
McMahon
say
with
that
Golden
this is the
Fire.
problem. So this is actually the problem of the non-free market principles within the system. The capacity, like even with it being a very meritocratic system, there is a lot of issue in terms of criminal law, but especially civil law, where there's so much government involvement that, I mean, like, to be fair, you're not even arguing your case against or for one company versus another unless you're in mediation, right? Like once you go to trial, the arbiter of that trial is the state, right? So the state's involvement is always present, with the exception of things that do not go to trial, right? And even then, the state is looming over it. So while you are correct that there is a meritocratic system, and then one's occurring as case managers and mediators, and like, for example, in insurance, you have people that work in that are high up, adjusters that eventually become litigation specialists, et cetera, right? That work with lawyers on retainer, but like the lawyer only steps in until way later in the case because the client won't fucking just like take the money, and it's like, okay, well, we got to get the lawyers involved, et cetera. Like, I do agree with you that there is some sloppiness to that, but but it's not true. It is still meritocratic. It's just meritocratic within the system that we have. The reason those case managers are effective is because they're cheap. It's because you have enough name recognition to be able to take on enough cases to be able to get paid enough to justify the lower cost of those people. So while the efficiency might not be as good as a lawyer, and the casting the wide net and getting some money from most of these cases is a meritocratic system. It's just that the failures of that system not giving you the proper representation is I would say the justice system, the judicial system itself. I don't think that that's the fault of law offices not giving you more lawyers. There's an unnecessary amount of red tape. There's
No,
an unnecessary amount of
yeah,
bullshit to go through that makes it easy to just put case managers on something
right.
to get through
Leaving
most of it.
no, leaving the siren song aside for 1 second. Like assuming with that
Okay.
we're operating within American law, I think this is sort of a yes, it's law is meritocratic mostly, but this is sort of a I think non-meritocratic side effect or potentiality that happens, right? And it's a pretty big one, so I think it's relevant to point out, which is
Okay.
like um, you do have a lot of firms where the reason why they get away with getting case managers and just kind of churning through clients and oftentimes not getting their clients the best deals, honestly, and fucking them over. It's
Mhm.
quite literally because they're established, right? They can afford the billboards everywhere. And sorry, the kind of people that are litigious people who tend to sue people, by and large, not always, but by and large, tend to be poor, tend to be low information,
Yes.
tend to just kind of go off of whatever a billboard tells them to do. And so if you the more bill like it's a game, right? The more how many billboards and commercials can I put into an area, and then I'm going to get so many calls. And I can take so many calls by having peons do the work for me. And you have unqualified people doing the work that are overseen by qualified people who don't do any of the work.
Yeah, let me
And
ask you this,
Okay.
Let me ask you this,
it is a major problem, and it's
So,
going to
so
continue.
hold on. So let me ask you this,
S-
because I know how a lot of these firms work here, at least here with the ambulance chasers. I have a lot of friends that work for several of these firms, right? Um, so what's interesting, what do you call an unqualified? Because there's kind of like it's kind of
Compared to
like
a lawyer.
well, let's bring that up. Let's talk about that. How often do we hear the trope about nurses knowing more than the doctors a lot of times, right? So this is the same kind of trope that we see in some of these law office where you have the tenured legal assistant that's even the lowest person on the totem pole be correcting someone that's they're just a high school grad that's worked there for 15 years, correcting the guy that's been, right out of fresh out of law school that's coming working, even if they're a top ranked person coming out like, a prestigious college, right? You see this trope a lot. That's not even taking into account paralegals, who are also very qualified. So when
Mhm.
you're talking about this, like I mean, at what point do you want the lawyers involved in the first case? These lawyers at some of these bigger firms, hopefully, if they're a talented law firm, like we'll use Thomas J. Henry again. I know he hired, like, say, the second best guy out of
You
Auburn.
like him, don't you?
Yeah, well, he's a Corpus Christi native, just like me. No big deal. We got to represent our heroes like Whataburger and San Antonio here. HEB being number one grocery store.
You saw his
No big
billboards.
deal. I saw his billboards, but I also knew his daughter in high school. That's neither here nor there. But the point is,
Well, he's
I
a
know.
family friend. That's why you
Yeah,
like him so
sure,
much.
we can pick the Texas Hammer then, either way. So like they over here, they're hiring people that are qualified and they have the money to pay for the better people, right? So even if you get a lawyer that's one of these lower tier lawyers, right? If they're at one of these major firms, the lowest tier at one of these major firms is going to be better than the highest tier at some of these, I don't know, mom and pop shops.
No, it's just not the way the pyramid works.
Ah,
Like the reality is, like you make a good point that there absolutely could be situations, and there often are, in which paralegals know more about a particular case than a lawyer does, right? Um,
or they'll
But
type the law.
at most firms, like the lawyer is the grunt, right? The associate attorney is the fucking grunt doing all the heavy lifting, right? And then it's the
mhm.
partners that kind of decide a little bit more of the strategic element. But at these giant firms where you have like these emeritus partners that don't do shit, like literally just do not do anything, it's not like they're passing the savings on to you. They're spending that money on billboards and they're spending that money on their own profit margin, right? Like
And hopefully
these people who are on top of these people who are on top of these major firms are like absurdly wealthy, like astronomically wealthy, so wealthy to the point where like I think Mississippi passed tort reform and it killed the Democratic Party for decades because they were getting so much of their money from donors, because plaintiffs' firms are major donors to the Democratic Party, because they're getting so much money from just like the top rich people in these major firms, because they bring in so much fucking money. Now the grunts don't, of course, because it's a highly stratified system. But
Okay,
you know,
but
it
what
it
you're
is meritocratic,
describing,
but asterisk. Just be
I,
very clear.
I
what,
do
what
want
you were
to at some
describing,
point bring in
right?
some other
So,
people,
so
because other people are sitting
Weber,
here. I want you guys to be a
I'll
part
be
of this
super
too.
quick. Just to add to this, what you're describing though isn't necessarily like you're describing Weber's understanding of. I want to say it's the Thomas principle. Is it the Thomas principle? Correct me, anybody with a sociology education, if I'm incorrect here, right? But the concept is that you know an individual is like rises to the level of their own incompetence in a bureaucracy, right? That like when a company, a business, an institution is really
Peter
small,
principle.
every the
Yeah,
Peter
he's right.
principle. Thank you, Cal Rich. You're right. It is Peter principle. I apologize. And so like when you have a small firm, right? Everybody knows everybody. Everybody is competent. And as it gets bigger, the really, really competent people rise to the top, and you get more and more middle layers. And these middle layers, that in most firms tend to be middle management, are ones that the only reason they don't get a higher position is because they've gotten as far as they can get, and they're no longer competent enough to get to the next position. Which is to say, in a really large bureaucracy, you're going to have a whole bunch of people that are incompetent at their job, or that like are basically performing at a below average level than people in another industry, et cetera. And so like I do agree that as these firms get giant in America, you're going to have a bunch of people that are just kind of barely representing you. And so my question then is, would this position be solved by a more competitive market? And I think the answer there is unequivocally true in every example. We see over and over and over again that as these places get bigger, they use their money and wealth not as a means of competition, but as a means of trying to create a monopsony, or sorry, a monopoly in some position, or that they petition the state and they get with lobbying firms to make things that make it easier for large firms to exist and make it harder for small firms to exist. And I guarantee you, if we went through things with it just a day, we could find all kinds of things that make it more difficult for small firms to compete in the market because of the way that laws and legislation are set up in within these systems than these giant established firms that have already paid their dues. I guarantee you it's there. We both know it's bound to be there.
I mean, I'm sure you could find some things that benefit large corporations generally. Like I think the biggest one I can think of would be like group malpractice insurance might be easier to
Mhm.
get. But
It's a function of the market, though.
then again, those are going to be often like individual anyway. There's also a lot of resources that are geared towards like lower like size lawyers, right? That is run through fees that are paid to the state bar. So I mean,
true.
there's a lot of those we can look at. I mean, there was a time, and I'm not advocating to go back to this because I think that it's wrong. But there was a time in which advertising was not legal. You couldn't put up billboards if you're a lawyer. Like this was restricted. I'm kind of at the position now where like unless we can go through and find some kind of other comprehensive changes, I'm not advocating for this change. But if you did ban advertising, I think that would be like the biggest thing you could do to like destroy the power of these large firms. Because like I'm telling you, like I've worked against these firms, like they're not particularly good, and
Yeah.
it's but they have tremendous amounts of power because people just name recognition. Oh, I was hurt. Who do I go to? Well, there's a fucking billboard every 10 feet. I know who I'm going to go to. I'm going to call this guy.
I think maybe being a little stricter on the fraud might actually be another way to handle this too.
Maybe.
Being careful about the way that they advertise, because if they make a claim about how successful they are, et cetera, and they're actually not that successful, then that would be fraud.
Wait, Lacton, hold on, wait. So, if they aren't as good as they're advertising to be, how do they continue to advertise? Because as far as I can tell, at least in Michigan, the ambulance chasers and we have a big name Jumanicare who's we do a lot of insurance law. They keep winning, and that's why people keep going to them. We have like two or three firms that just I can guarantee a certain amount if I go to Jumana, if I go to Mike Morris Law, if I go to any of these people, I'm kind of guaranteeing the win almost.
So you can't guarantee a win.
I know it's yeah.
Yeah. But anybody who
But they
says it's
do
lying,
keep
right?
winning.
The
No,
vast
they don't
majority,
get
yeah, like the vast majority of cases are going to settle. First of all, the vast majority, like only like 2% or 3% go to trial these days, and also I would be skeptical. I guess maybe I should do my homework a little bit and trying to like actually look at the win rates. You can't necessarily base everything off win rates because these large firms are probably going to be more predisposed to take super easy cases they can just churn out using case managers, as opposed to like more
Mhm.
complex legal services that are just naturally going to have a lower win rate because they're complicated. That's not necessarily like a metric of the lawyer, as opposed to it is just the type of cases that you're
It's like
taking.
Yeah,
surgery
but hold on,
padding
Lexi.
their
It's very similar
numbers.
to surgery.
but if they are
Yeah.
winning the
Hold on
cases, then
there.
like
Hold on.
there is a
I
level
was
of trust.
thinking,
Or what it is because they have billboards everywhere, they get their pick of the litter of what cases they choose to handle, and they're only picking the cases that they can't.
is this
Well,
like the
hold-
orthopedics
our guy got rear-ended.
of
They're never
law?
gonna lose that.
Is this like the
Yeah, but hold on
orthopedics
there.
of law? Like every like it tends to attract a lot of people because it's easy work and high paying work. And like the wins are like readily available for like orthopedics as compared
So
to
No, but hold
if
on.
you're
I'm gonna push
if you're
back against that.
shiesty, you can make money in like over the long term. If we just look at like, let's say, if we just look at real quick, we look at insurance and we look at car accidents, right, and bodily injury. If you're kind of shiesty, you can just tell your client, yeah, go to the chiropractor, go to the chiropractor, go to the chiropractor, go to the chiropractor,
No,
go to the
no,
doctor. No, Corey,
I
I'm
know.
not saying
I know.
I'm saying if you're a piece of shit lawyer, and you see this all the time with the ambulance chasers, is that they'll grab all of these bullshit medical bills
You need
that are
surgery,
not
yeah.
real medical bills, and they work with specific
Cosmetics specifically.
chiropractors, and they work with specific people that charge out of the fucking ass, because the chiropractor knows that they can charge above the market rate, and the reason they can charge above the market rate is because that they know that the insurance company is going to get money, so they're going to get them. And then the lawyer knows that they can bleed Nationwide 9 times out of 10 out of way more money than is justified, because Nationwide doesn't want to pay the money to have a lawyer, or well, they don't want their fees to go up because of how many cases they do, but it's kind of the same principle where they have to take things to court. So it's cheaper to settle. And the reason they don't want to go to court is because juries are retarded and overly sympathetic to
They
people
become
that are in car
crazy.
they
accidents
sound like good
against
lawyers.
insurance
that
Sounds
companies.
like a good lawyer.
Because
That is
any
No,
why.
fucking
it is
any
a general,
fucking
it's a
person,
general shift in the mindset of the people to like fuck the man,
And-
fuck
and-
the corporation.
Hold on.
They're
they
laying down
will
these
take they do
ridiculous fucking verdicts.
Actually,
they
that's
will
why
give
you're
people
wrong about some of this, I
millions
think, right here.
for
Like,
getting into a car accident that is totally their fault, so long as Nationwide is the one that has to fucking pay.
no, hold on though. I actually want to push back against a lot of what Lactoid just said right now. Like, and so first of all, a settlement is generally considered a win for a plaintiff if they're pushing the like, especially these ambulance chases.
Sure.
If they
Depends on the
settle,
settlement.
hold on. If well, it depend always depends. But if they sit here like if I get in a car wreck and I like ripped out
Now,
my
I'm with Gibbs
toenail
on this. It's kind of
and
like it's hard to
I ripped out
judge.
my toenail and they award me $250,000, hey, that's a W in my book. I only
What
had
if
to
they wait? No. What if they award you $10? Is that a win?
I mean, as long as I didn't pay for it, I still got some money. You know, a lot of these firms work on the principle that you don't pay
Everything
unless they win.
settles. You're hearing me, Gibbs. Like only
I
2% go
know.
to like if the case is complete shit, they settle for a tiny amount to avoid
What?
the
No,
cost of going to
then they
trial.
what?
If
Then
the
they
case
what?
is so okay, so you're setting up the game like you're tautologically explaining to me how
But hold on,
they
but
must always win.
you're skipping another factor here, which is that the reason why these cases settle, and you mentioned like towards the end there, y'all mentioned juries are giving out huge settlements, right? And y'all can
Ridiculous.
argue about whether that's good or bad, et cetera, et cetera. But a reason a lot of these companies settle, and the reason why people go to these bigger firms as opposed to like, hey, going to Papa Gibbs' Emporium of Law, like they're gonna go over to the big guy because these bigger companies have the resources to bring to bear against the mean insurance company. I don't know
Are
when
you trying to date this guy's daughter or something? Like this is
I
like
wish,
you're
I wish,
really into like these big firms. Like
I'm just saying these are things I experienced. I can only speak to my lens here, and they have the resource to bring to bear, which brings these mean insurance companies to settle with you, right? Because I don't know if
So
you've
does a
dealt with.
mom and pop lawyer.
No. The big insurance companies have the lawyers to walk all over, like say Joe Schmuck from the St. Mary's School of Law, as opposed to like, hey, this guy graduated from Harvard or
a
They do
bad
it
Harvard.
lawyer,
They do it
but
pro
not
bono
case
necessarily
too.
manager. He never went to
The
Harvard.
bigger firms go pro bono
just-
too. I mean,
They do. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
And
like
then the other
I've
thing
won
is-
cases. It's like why look at the bigger people have a bigger name because the cases that they're winning. Even though you're saying settling isn't a win, if the plaintiff got money out of that case, he doesn't care if it's a win technically or not.
I'm just
By an
shocked
inch or by a
Blackboard's
mile. So
going
it's
conspiracy
Yeah,
theory
it's like
right
suing
now. I'm
a
just really shocked.
celebrity, right? They settle
So
all the
you can't ever
time, and it doesn't
lose.
necessarily mean
Right.
Yeah,
that
but that's called
My
winning,
it's
being a winner, bro.
I mean,
Right.
especially for
But
undisclosed
okay, you
amount.
call it winning, but this is the problem, right? And this is the problem with is that when the end conclusion is an understanding that the jury will award massive amounts of money on some of the most frivolous cases, period, right? So insurance companies are settling for astronomical numbers to avoid an even bigger loss in the other thing. It's like,
That's what
yes,
the market is determined.
yeah, why are they settling for that much?
but that's hold on. That's not what the market is determined, because it's not a market. It's not a market position. The market is working within a situation where there is a monopoly, and the monopoly is the judicial system that we have. The state has maintained that they and only they have the legal authority to determine when it comes to these civil cases. Now, there's some small exceptions with arbitration, et cetera, but even in that case, the state is still taking taxes to maintain their legal system. So like the arbitrating firms are at a massive disadvantage because they have to go on top of the taxes that are already paid, whereas the other systems are paid by taxes. And so like it's not a market competition there, even if they let them do that via contracts to begin with. And so the problem is that if you're in a market where the state has set up a system via jurors that a, is going to award unfair decisions in lieu of individual plaintiffs versus large firms, and you're saying any amount of money that you're able to get out of these firms is a victory. Well, number one, the problem isn't even setting that problem aside. It's like better lawyers would have gotten more money and worse lawyers would have gotten less money. And so the idea that you're able to get $10,000, $20,000 isn't necessarily a victory in that regards. And so like so what you would have to do is you'd have to understand, when you go to insurance companies, for example, for car insurance accidents, what they have is they have these tables and these metrics where you can plug in the age of a person, and then I swear to God they do this. They'll go male, female, age, and then they'll go, how attractive is this person? And then they'll look at how much money this person makes. And what they do is they try and determine damages based off of this person. So for example, if me and Admiral Gibbs and Lactoid and Corey and Fairy Queen are all in an accident and we all get the exact same facial scar, right? Well, Lactoid and Fairy Queen are going to make a decent amount of money. Fairy Queen's going to make a bunch, one, because she's female and looks are far more important to a female. So, because a jury is way more likely to be sympathetic to Fairy Queen. And Lactoid's going to make a little bit more money than the rest of us, probably because he makes more money. And then maybe Corey, right? And because Lactoid's job depends on looks. And sorry, Admiral Gibbs, you and I, we're fucked. We're not making anything because we're not particularly good looking. And our jobs don't necessarily aren't super based upon our looks. We're not females,
What do you
right?
mean? I'm a husky male model. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly, right? And so like you'd have to look at those charts and you'd have to look at what the average settlement is for those and then compare what one law firm settlements are versus the other one. The problem is that because of this jury system, because of the ability to get astronomical amounts of money, I don't actually need to win, quote unquote, cases for my clients if I can do double or triple the amount of cases. If I can get $10,000 when someone else would have gotten $20,000, but I can do 3 cases and I can hire case managers that are way cheaper than lawyers and I can churn out a bunch of fucking cases in a system that's fundamentally broken because of jurors, because of a monopoly that the state holds. I can make more money than the small law firm just based off of the fact that I can hire barely competent people to not do that well, but to churn them out constantly, and I can make more money than the
How
other
they become
firms.
big firms?
I wanted
How did they become big firms to do that though? They started off.
I agree
small.
that
you're
like
right.
the originals were good. Yeah.
Oftentimes they do start out like, and the reason the name becomes popular is because there
It's
is
like
a level
it's like
of
a
merit.
real estate agent.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not denying that there's, like, again, I said from the beginning, like, this is a very meritorious industry, but like it gets to a point where I think when Scott's talking about volume, being like the critical factor here is 100% correct. You see this a lot with debt collecting lawyers too, right? Like they live off volume because the margins are very slim, and so you have to just fucking cycle and cycle and cycle. You can't really devote attention to any individual case because you're wasting your fucking time.
So okay, Aiko. I actually wanted to ask a question to FQ, but I'll wait until after Aiko goes.
Oh, I just wanted to respond to like this whole conversation kind of tells us that the Ensign Gibbs over there, his explanation about meritocracy, uh, uh, I think you can distinguish. It sounds like he's talking about merit as if it means winning. That those two things are the same thing, and I think those are different, right? Like you could do something that's meritorious, that's not necessarily the financially best decision to make, right? I think we can make a distinction there, right? Like if we're gonna call something a meritocracy and then define merit solely as like gaining capital or money, then there are many things like Scott was explaining, his opinion of people who just earn money solely based on their looks with OnlyFans and stuff like that. But would you call that merit? Because there's money
within the
associated with that.
industry. You can
Eric
make an
Queen, I
argument
think
that
you're
it is
talking,
merit.
but muted.
I was just going to just echo what Aiko was saying a second before, which is that I've had this conversation a couple of times. I've had some people have brought up and they will nominally say, you know, like, I wish that we would value the actual merit of the candidate as opposed to the identity of the candidate, of who the candidate is as a person. And nominally, everyone agrees with that. And that, of course, is on the face of it, it's true. But it becomes more complicated when you actually ask the question, what is merit and what does it mean? What does it mean to have merit, right? That's where this conversation starts to become.
Yeah, it goes to value. It goes to value, and then and is the as the libertarian here, I'm obviously going to be the only person that preaches Austrian economic theory, which is that value is subjective, that there is no objective value of anything within a market with no commodity, no person's life, etc. It's held at the individual level. Obviously, you all would disagree with me, and if you don't, welcome to being a libertarian. And the logical conclusion is anarchism, but that is what that is.
I think value is subjective, but like we're assuming within the system of law that most people who hire a lawyer are valuing like getting the best legal result, which is the obligation that lawyers have. And but I want to agree, like just getting like the judgment is not a good metric, because again, like if you can hire 3 case managers, you can pull in more than if you really dedicate yourself to one case. And if you're a client, you want to have the person dedicate themselves to your case. But like numbers wise, one's making a lot more money than the other. And in fact, a win could just simply be like, oh, I got this person $10,000 instead of $2,000.
So
why would
I
anyone
wanted
choose
to-
a small mom and pop versus the
Yeah,
what would convince me if I got into a car accident and then I'm looking at the big names and then you're trying to convince me to go to the small mom and pop? I know these people have X amount of wins. I might not win the most.
It depends on the person, Ollie.
So you'd have to do like too much research. You're giving people people aren't going to do that much research.
This is the information problem I'm talking about. Like, yeah, for me in the industry, it's easy for me to I can qualitatively analyze who I think is a good lawyer and who's not based on like if they're fucking good. But if you're not in the industry, there is an information problem where it's heavily going to be biased towards whoever can afford the most advertising.
What do you know?
But why can't the small mom and pop shops afford the advertising?
Has failed because they can't earn the money.
Because they can't outbid on one billboard, and they can't outbid the big firm because the big firm has more money. That's it.
Let's go to another
simple.
billboard.
They have that one too.
Yeah,
they own all the billboards. Have you driven through these fucking cities? Like they own.
I know exactly what you're talking about in terms of these billboards. Like they're everywhere.
One billboard up,
and it's not
competing with 18.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's I don't know why you're even arguing this point, Ali. Like it's very simple. Yeah. The reason why these places become household names not just because of billboard advertisement. It's because they can afford TV spots, and then they can they play them over again. They have jingles, right? That like get in your head, and then you go there. Yeah.
I don't know with social
yeah.
media, especially with
And
like
we,
with social
we
media, you can
all have
advertise for
a.
free. The billboards aren't
I'm
necessarily the
sure.
only way to advertise.
I'm sure all of us, like we are being living in different regions, have like a different regional like law firm that we can like put up in our head. We know their slogan, we know their jingle, we know all of that because it's been played for us for maybe decades. So like to compete with that, like I don't know.
I think maybe it'll be less controversial and easier if people just stop thinking about it as law firms and apply all of the same logic to a car mechanic. And I think it's the exact same thing, is that like you put your trust that you're not going to get fucked with something that you don't necessarily
Or a car
understand in
salesman
a
is a better
process.
example.
Maybe a car salesman, but a car mechanic is fine too. Like either, well, I think with a car salesman, if you're buying new cars and etc., I think it's easier to just think about it like a car mechanic.
Sure.
Your car's broke, you have a problem. What do? Well, if you don't know a good mechanic, you're kind of forced to go through Google reviews, etc., and things like that. And then there's a part of you that's like, well, I'm probably gonna get fucked if I take it to like a big company, right? Like if I take it to like a famous body shop, I know they're gonna overcharge me. I know, and that's a thing that we know. And for
But
whatever
you're probably going to get the
reason,
job done right. They
Right,
might
but you
overcharge
don't have to
but you're gonna get
worry.
the job done right versus going to
Not-
someone
not
else.
my
Who's
experience.
If you're gonna
Or
create
if there's
fucking-
I mean,
there's
from
a
my
job.
experience, if you go to the person who's going to hook
Listen,
you up, they're going to give you a
hold on,
hook
let me
up type
finish.
job.
Let me finish.
I had to pursue
me
like, an
finish.
action against
Let
a
me
major
finish. Let me
repair.
finish. Let me finish. Right. So when you go to a big company, you know that you're going to pay higher than the average cost. And at the same time, you are more reasonably certain that they'll take care of the problem, that the problem will be fixed in some regard. I'm talking about going in blind, right? I'm not talking about going, right? As opposed to a smaller place, you know it's probably going to be cheaper, but there's more risk here because you kind of are going in dark, not knowing what's going on. And so the question then becomes, it's the same process, I think, with lawyers and with big firms. When you hire a giant firm, it's probably going to cost you more money. You're probably not going to
Not
make as
true.
much money on
That's
average.
not true. Usually the bigger firms have
As-
multiple options.
So I okay Ty, then I was gonna ask FQ a question.
Sure, yeah. So forgive me for being a little too quiet on this one, but I'm highly out of my depth, and I don't like putting my foot in my fucking mouth. But I definitely really want to ask Lactoid here. Like, are you just largely indicating that there's an economy of scale issue here, where you have a small firm, it just ramps into something that has like 20 lawyers, all of a sudden they get radio spots and all that, billboards, and then before long it's 100 lawyers, and yeah, okay, cool. Just want to make sure I'm understanding this.
It's a typical
Economies
issue
of
with like
scale don't
local
exist.
with local monopoly, right? The concept of you get big enough to where you can not perform efficiently, but you can still crush your competition just out of sheer power
Weight.
of finance. Sure, weight, yeah.
Economies of
totally.
scale is common
And then
garbage.
you can sell wins of like, oh, I got you some money, that's a win. But like I look at it if I could get a client $20,000, but I only got them $5,000, I see that as a loss. Like your client
Right.
lost out at $15,000 because of you. Now you're not going to tell them that. You're going to say, "Look how much money I got you. I got you $5,000."
I
And
mean,
then
I
they're
get it.
thinking,
This harkens back because I thought it was a really interesting conversation, like I said previously. So I was thinking of trying to reignite it because I think we've like got this. What the guys are talking about, I think we've nailed it here. But when we were talking about being condescending, right? And to jurors, like considering everything that you've heard so far, right? Like I think like Lactoid is not the first time I've heard Lactoid talk about the fourth grade reading level thing, right? And it seems to make in like the reason I've never pushed back on that is that it makes intuitive sense. Like especially if you just interact with other people, right? Like there's differences here in who you're working with, and as a litigator, he doesn't know. Like he like that, he doesn't know, unless he's making wild assumptions about a person on their appearance. He doesn't know about these jurors, right? So like considering that, and like how our justice system works, like have you reconsidered like being condescending towards individuals? By condescending, I just mean like talking down to them to the fourth grade. I was using condescending the way you guys were using it previously, but like specifically lowering your language using simpler concepts, breaking it down in a way that like maybe a person like you wouldn't need to.
I mean, it depends on, like, obviously the context. Obviously, like, you want your message ideally, like, to be transmitted to the widest variety of people. The reason, like, why I reject the idea that, like, we should censor the ideas, the concepts that we're trying to transmit to other people because we believe that the other person is too stupid to understand it. And I think that's specifically, like, what I'm pushing back against with Corey. And I actually have a question for Corey, since you are on the fence,
Sure,
seems. So who
bully me
knows how
more. Bring it on.
who knows how far with the voter ID. So how far exactly does this extend for you, right? So do you think, for instance, that that you should have to well, I mean, like we've already just heard a second ago, like Scott just mentioned a minute ago, you have to take the ASVAB, like if you sign up for the military, right?
Yeah, that's what I heard. I'm obviously not an American, but that's my understanding, and I believe Scott in terms of that aptitude test for the military that is enforced because they're looking like I think they have a specific cutoff. I think like it's
Mhm.
80, 85. They won't accept in
Oh,
terms of
85.
It's usually
Please don't tell me it's
50.
too low. Oh, sorry. I thought you
No,
meant
it's usually like
IQ.
50.
I thought you meant IQ. Sorry,
yeah,
never mind.
no, yeah, not the score. Yeah, I'm talking about G. Yeah.
Yeah. For G Factor, they're basically looking to weed out anybody below 85 because it's more expensive to train them than what they get out. They don't get it. You don't get any value out of someone sub 85 IQ. You
Yeah,
actually
and
just end up wasting money on them.
and I understand that sort of governmental cost saving measure, but also like I think there's
Mhm.
something to take into account of like can this person consent to like whatever give their life to for their country and all that stuff. I think there should be limitations on who can sign up for the military and not just anybody. I said I don't want children. I don't want child soldiers. I know that's a hot take, but yeah, I don't think.
Or mentally disabled soldiers, yeah.
Well,
I'm not
Well,
touching that. I don't want that either.
well,
Well,
who said
what?
Yeah, I
who
was gonna
said
say, is this
well
the hot
to
take
that?
of the night?
That was God Emperor Gibbs now, so no
yeah,
surprise.
we can turn them into like robots or something, cyborgs. We can send them out. Maybe it'll,
You're
with
gonna try to turn them into servitors? Is that
yeah,
where
but
we're going with
but
this,
still
Corey?
keep
I
the
hate you
Justice
so
League
much.
The
use
first
them later.
wave, and then the
This-
soldiers could.
ethical issues aside, the problem is that people below a certain intelligence level cost more money than they're worth because when you give them responsibilities, they end up damaging things, messing things up,
Or a
making
danger
things
to
not run on
others as
time,
well.
et cetera, et cetera. Right. And so I mean, so one of the things that people are, I think, often shocked by is that you would be shocked how much like a private first class, not even a specialist in the army, is responsible for like $2 million worth of equipment at a given moment. Like there are 19-year-old horny dudes that are completely stupid that are driving around in a van with equipment that's worth like $2 million to get it from point A to point B, and they're trusted to do so because they have had the fear of God instilled in them that that their entire life will be fucking ruined if they don't pay attention while they're driving. So like because they're terrified of Article 15, they're terrified of losing half their pay, they're terrified of losing rank, they're terrified of the fact that they had to sign like 15 pieces of paper when they signed in this van, and they were like, motherfucker, if you don't bring this back in perfect, did you do your PMCS checks? Because you better make sure there's enough air pressure in this tire, and you better make sure that there's no oil leaks, and you better go through this goddamn checklist, you fucking retard. And you go through all of these things, just like walking through, like, oh, don't fuck this up. So you're just like white knuckling the fucking van as you're driving through. And I'm telling you this from fucking experience, being in Fort Drum, New York, driving while snow squalls. Fucking waves of snow are coming and knocking fucking cars down. And I'm driving through with like fucking vaccines and fucking like refrigeration equipment for the vaccines and like 700 soldiers fucking HIV and pregnancy tests on their way to the laboratory, just like, don't fuck it up, don't fuck it up, don't fuck it up, right? So like you can take like the youngest, dumbest people and put them in charge of millions of dollars of shit. But you can't do that to someone that's Forrest Gump's level of intelligence. They'll wreck often enough to where it just costs you money, and like we can't do anything with those people. They're harming the military more than they're helping doing anything.
Wow.
Corey, do you
Yeah,
think
go ahead.
that if somebody is intellectually disabled, they should be legally allowed to get married and to have kids?
Intellect. Well, that's a broad category.
Okay,
I don't
somebody
know.
with Down syndrome that has a somebody with Down syndrome as an example. Do you think that person should be able to get married and to have kids?
Uh,
Because and I asked this because Lactoid's principle that he mentioned before was that specifically why there should be restrictions on voting is, can you trust this person to have a say over other people and other people's lives? This right to getting married and writing to and the
yeah,
right to
that's how he views it. Well, so
but do you view it in the same way or not?
I can get on not. I'm sympathetic to that view, and I think there's an element of truth to it. If you're drawing the parallel between marriage is also analogous to like having a say over another person's life, I don't know that I would draw that parallel.
No, having
Yes.
children, you do have becoming a parent, you absolutely have a say over someone else's life. And
Yeah.
even in the case of marriage, if your husband gets into a car accident, if like there are many cases where you do have a say over your spouse's life, right? If you are the person that has to go to the hospital and decide whether or not to pull the plug if they're in a coma, for instance. There are many examples of things like this,
Yeah.
right?
So if you want,
Maybe it
so
would be skirting the like not engaging with the hypothetical to say this, but like we know now that there are technological like ways around this. It won't be long before we can ensure that the next generation won't
Brain
inherit the Down
chips.
syndrome just by
but
well, like things like
Eugenics. Yeah.
CRISPR or whatever. Yeah.
but yeah, but
No, 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 not well. I suppose if
It
you
is
want to call
eugenics.
like
Yeah,
yeah,
it
okay,
is.
but I mean,
It's
we're going to be
benevolent
doing
eugenics.
this.
Let's
Yeah,
just have a
it's
fitness test
eugenics
before
that
we
Anyway,
move on
way.
it's a
kids.
much
A
broader.
fitness
I
test
have a
with
question.
mental
I have a
capabilities.
question for you,
well,
Fairy
I
Queen.
want to try and
Real
answer
quick,
Fairy Queen's
just
question.
super quick,
Oh
super
my
quick.
No, it's
If
super quick.
God
Don't worry.
didn't want me to marry people with Down syndrome, then why did they make them so dummy thick?
What the fuck?
I'm not. I'm not
Wow.
touching that. But okay.
Well,
So
what do
first
you
of all,
say to that? Do you echo that
I
sentiment as well?
disavow. I
uh,
disavow.
Holy
okay.
fuck!
Save
So I'm
there.
going to speak from
I
what
was
I know
bored.
of.
I had to make a joke.
But
Dumpy
from what I
thick.
know of
That's
current
getting close.
knowledge and my understanding, I could be mistaken. But like individuals with Down syndrome can currently get married. Now, when it comes to the children aspect, from what I understand, if I remember my information correctly, it's a little bit more like I think there's issues with fertility when it comes to Down syndrome, in terms of like they're not the most apt to have children.
You picked the worst syndrome because he's right.
I grant you, okay, fine. I pick up my wand. I wave it so that, in fact, this person with Down syndrome can become pregnant and can become a parent. I resolve the issue with the snap of my fingers. Now, do you think that person should be able to get married and to have kids?
Legally speaking, yes, I would permit it. I obviously had concerns with the welfare of the child, but let's just say if these two individuals with Down syndrome are, let's say, they're independent and they're actually whatever functioning, well, defining what that is, I think, a reasonable expectation that they could also raise a child as well if they're raising themselves. But if it's an individual with Down syndrome that, let's say, is in some sort of like assisted living situation, that gets more gray for me. But generally
Well,
speaking,
actually,
Oh, here's my next
Fairy
question.
Queen, Fairy Queen, just to be very clear about the science of it, if you could make them very fertile, there's also an understanding that many people with Down syndrome are cognitively at a decent level, but very quickly into their 30s and 40s, when they should be parents starts to decline massively, right? So they may be at a level where they're a moral agent and a moral actor at like 25, where like maybe they're a little slower, but they're fine, right? Like they can make rational decisions and be rational actors. But in their 30s and 40s, they get to a point where like they could not be like that you could not depend on them to even
So,
stay alone.
are we
No,
advocating for IQ tests before kids now? Is that what we're
yeah,
arguing?
well, actually have a response to that though, like because like what Scott is saying is that essentially like I actually don't know if you're saying this, Scott, so I don't want to put words in your mouth, but my understanding of what you're saying is it's a degenerative disease, so that by the time they are in their 30s and 40s, they're in a state of cognitive decline and they won't be capable of taking care of their children. They won't be capable of attending.
Yeah.
But then my question to you is, couldn't you therefore also apply that to other degenerative disorders? So ALS, for instance, for example, or is Huntington's disease? Is that one? I can't
that is
remember.
that is a neurological degenerative disease. Absolutely, yes,
Right. So would you
and it's
extend this
hereditary.
then? Well, but would you extend this then to somebody with ALS or somebody like who that had a different form of a degenerative disease? They should not be allowed to get married because by the time their disease has taken hold, they won't be capable of attending to their children.
Well, first of all, obviously, there's two separate questions of marriage versus having children. I don't think those are two
Right,
inherently
but the
linked.
reason I ask about marriage, right, is because it implies, right, the big reason why you get married is to have kids, right? And the reason I'm asking you this is again, it's you have the right over somebody else's life. Do you think you think that they legally should be allowed? I know that they are allowed. I know that it is legal. I'm not asking that. I'm asking should it be? Do you think it should be?
It would be on, like, so if you are you zeroing in on the Huntington's example? Like, I want to just be explicitly clear, or are you
Oh my
trying
fucking god.
if you're
No.
trying to give
It's
me
just a
Any,
degenerative. It's just a
yeah, any of
degenerative disease
take
that
your
at some
pick,
point they
Corey.
can't like keep up with
Uh,
like children or maybe even their spouse.
I would lean more towards like yes, they should. If
Okay.
if I'm
So
looping in
okay.
all,
So next question, do you think that somebody, and we'll go back to the Down syndrome example, do you think they should be able to own a car? Do you think they should be able to own land? Do you think they should be able to own property?
uh,
A
I would lean
vehicle?
towards yes again. Yeah.
What about a gun? Do you think they should be able to own do you think they should be able to
Well,
own a
Well,
firearm?
absolutely.
I'm a Canadian, so you're not.
Yeah, there it is.
I'll bite that bullet. I don't think really anybody should be allowed to own a
Okay.
gun. So.
Okay. So the reason I'm asking you all of these questions, right, is because if the principle is that people who are lower IQ should not be allowed to vote because
But I never brought in.
well, what is your
IQ.
reason then? Because I haven't heard it. That's the principle I'm assuming because you're agreeing with Lactoid. You say you're sympathetic to it, but if that's not your reason, what is your reason?
Well, so sympathetic's not agreeing, as in there's a part of me that, like I said,
Okay. Well,
it
He's
what's
on
your
the fence, Fairy Queen. Didn't you hear him? He's on the
yeah,
fence.
yes.
it's on the fence?
True.
I said that from the beginning.
It's
Maybe
a
I
it's
just
a high
That's
fence.
the
One
only
of
thing
those.
you have to say for your position. You're on the fence. There's no
that's
principle.
what I
He
said
acknowledged
originally.
that I
I
had
a good
originally
point.
said
before.
that.
It's
I
more
originally-
like one of those
I respect your
Well,
concrete
position.
how
like.
convenient is that? We weasel and teeter totter over
It
the
was
fence.
first of all, fine.
No,
I'll
no,
bite
no,
that.
no.
I was a weasel from the beginning.
Wow.
And
It's
you just can't hear.
It's like a concrete like garden wall, right? That's like a foot thick. He's a lot of room for him to sit on that fence. He's not like
There's a seesaw
falling
in the
over.
middle. When you're being like going back and forth. At one point, you're going to be catapulted over
Well,
into
yeah,
Mr.
okay, so
McGregor's
then
garden.
answer. So then
Like
answer.
Peter Rabbit
Let,
going to
let
grab
me
some
let
carrots.
me push back. Let me push back. So should
Okay.
you? I don't think you ever answered it, or you're on the fence. Should we remove all restrictions for voting?
Should we remove all restrictions for voting? No, I don't think so.
Why not? Why can't children vote?
Because children eventually become adults, and this is a reason.
Yeah, but how is wait? How is that an argument? Why not let
Do
them
you
vote
think that
now?
intelligence is genetic,
happens?
Corey?
What happens? What happens
Do you
at
think that
under
intelligence
18?
is genetic?
It's about 50% heritable.
Okay, but it's a genetic component, right?
There is a component, yes, just as there is
in
a
a
genetic.
very large way. I'll refer to the rest of the panel. Do you also think that there's a genetic component to your IQ?
50% is the lower estimate. I want to be
That
like
it's
that.
not
Yeah,
the no,
somewhere
no.
50 to
Uh-huh.
80% is what.
Yeah,
Most
yes,
recent
it's yes.
research puts it between 50 and 80.
Lactoid wants to hinge on that 80%, but no.
The answer is yes,
There's
FQ.
Right. Well,
If
you want to
something-
hinge on the 50, right?
Yeah.
It's
Mhm.
obvious that you're both like the research seems to suggest that it is more heritable, right, than it is
Mhm.
disheritable. But that doesn't mean that heritability is something, and I will agree with Corey here, right? Heritability is something that people play with that really don't understand like they don't understand the importance of that, right? So when something is
careful, Scott.
50% or 80% heritable, right, the problem becomes like the conclusions we draw from someone with like let's say a 120 IQ and what the IQ will be like their children, right? And so you start getting into dangerous territory. So I'm trying to be careful so I don't get your channel taken down.
Well, I'm
We've
so-
talking about the heritability of IQ is difficult to do on Twitch, right?
okay. Well, I'm not trying to. Okay, we can have this conversation off stream later.
Right. Like I don't think if you know that that like you might be in dangerous waters in terms of TOS, so you gotta be careful.
I'm not. Okay. Well, Corey. Okay. So, do you think that you should not be allowed to vote based off of an immutable characteristic that you have? Do you think that's a fair thing?
I don't know that I would put necessarily IQ as an immutable character.
You just said a second ago that you think that it's at least somewhat heritable, right?
and therefore somewhat
And
mutable.
therefore, by making somebody take an IQ test in order to be registered to vote,
But
you
hold
are
on.
limiting some people based off of an immutable characteristic
No,
that they
you're
have
putting
from
you're
being
putting words in my
able to
mouth.
vote.
Putting words
That's
in
No,
my
just
come
mouth.
on, come on, Corey,
Yeah.
Corey. You know,
I'm
like
really
it's
glad
it's not mutable in the
Wait,
fact like you
nice
can
to
like
know.
change your coat and then like your IQ goes up, right? Like sure, like even if there's a bit of mutability here, like it's so I don't know the word I'm looking for
The
because I have low
mutability happens
IQ.
before
But like
you're born,
Yeah,
right?
well,
So
okay,
you
I
can't
yeah.
change it during
right.
your
So
lifetime.
the
Like, you
more
can't.
appropriate term is predetermined. Okay, I guess probably the term that you're looking for,
Sure.
and I can get on board with that. But I would be advocating for pretty much maximizing the predetermination. I've had this debate with Lactoid in terms of
I'll give
like
you my reason
And
for the
lost it. Just want to make that clear.
no,
I
I'll
don't
give
remember it, but I'm sure that's what happened.
You guys are trying to instantiate a positive right that gives you the right to deny and violate other people's rights.
Oh my god.
So like
Here we
like
go.
the philosophical presuppositions there are already so fucking treacherous and stupid, right? So like if you're going to grill down the arbitrary metric that a society uses to determine who can and can't obtain a positive right that gives them the possibility to violate other human beings' rights, like you guys are attacking each other for having different subjective arbitrary limits on this inherently abusive tool of other people's rights. So it's like you're both fucking
Yeah.
wrong. Like no one should be voting.
True,
Because
we're both
voting is
socialists.
a
Scott.
I
means.
know that you hate
Clearly
voting,
is.
but sadly we must vote. The nation state must succeed, okay? And until the
FQ,
day
I
that
would
the walls crumble down and the drone strikes fail from above, okay? We have to talk about who is able to
and-
vote and who isn't
and
able
Gibbs
to
is
vote.
working
And I
on
gotta
that,
be
but-
honest with you. I gotta be honest with
Right,
you,
but
Corey.
that's why you're
like,
running into contradictions.
Yeah, what's your
Both are
position? You want to
contradictions.
tell us before like Scott like interrupted to rant about like Ancapistan. Go ahead.
I'm not ranting about Incapacitation. I'm ranting about both of these people's philosophical
God, for the
inconsistencies.
love of God, let me speak. Okay, so the reason why my answer to the kid thing is no, children should not be allowed to vote is being a child is not an immutable characteristic. You grow up, you eventually become an adult, and you eventually reach the age where you are able to do this. It is something that you can change, that will change about you. Unlike the state, as you put it, as having an intellectual disability. That is not something that can just randomly change. That is something that if you are born with an intellectual disability, you will have that for the rest of your life. And therefore,
why can't I discriminate against people for immutable characteristics? Why can't I just say no blacks allowed in my restaurant? I don't like blacks.
Okay, I don't want to
Why
go
can't I
there.
do that?
Well, my answer is the Civil Rights Act, but you're not going to like that very much.
Right, your answer
On
is
February,
we
really,
got
Scott, you're gonna
together
bring up that
and
argument?
right. What your answer is well, we got together as a community and we voted, and those politicians said so. So therefore, that's the answer. Well, if the politicians get together and vote and say that people with Down syndrome can't vote, then that's the same justification. Like you haven't given
But
any
that's not
justification
my
beyond
answer.
that.
My answer is that it violates a principle based off of the framework that we have to discriminate against people for their immutable characteristics, to deny them their
Where?
constitutional rights. Well, in this
There's
case,
no
like it was right to
no.
vote.
It's a
There's
social
no
code,
what
actually.
constitutional right? What constitutional right am I violating by saying I don't like black people eating my mayonnaise sandwiches?
I feel like he'd be following
It's
the
just a sandwich,
Constitution. I feel
just
like
two pieces
he's
of
Without
bread and
any
just a lot of
spices
mayonnaise.
on it. Yeah, with no spices.
Right,
At least a
fucking-
tomato. Put a tomato on there.
Nothing,
Maybe,
just
if you're
mayonnaise
lucky.
sandwiches.
Bacon?
I sell
No.
mayonnaise sandwiches,
Jeez.
and it says
Oh.
no N words in giant letters on my shop. What right am I violating? What
You get a
constitutional
tomato
right?
if
am
you
I
tip the barista 15%.
even assuming that constitutional rights even fucking matter, because that's an argument of might makes right, which is still an argument that if I beat the shit out of you, I can have your body. If I
not
want.
you, not you.
It's a pro rape policy.
The general
that you're
you.
saying by saying that a constitutional right is okay so long as a group with enough power says that it's okay. But even granting you that bullshit justification, where are you deriving this constitutional right? That me saying no Irish need apply is a violation of their constitutional right. Where is that?
So my
Sorry, it's
Uh,
typically what gets cited in those arguments is the Equal Protection Clause in the 14th Amendment.
Okay.
Just
Corey,
answer your
are
Is that
you
your answer?
also planning? Corey, are you going to upend the Civil Rights Act as well? Is this your reason, like why
I
you're
was trying to.
on board?
No. I was trying
Wow,
to
the
engage.
Canadian is becoming a libertarian, an American
No,
libertarian, no
don't,
less.
don't slander
I
me like
love the
that.
flip
You're better
flopping.
than that, Fairy Queen.
Uh,
Or maybe not.
I'm not sure
Uh,
she is, honestly, really.
No,
But I'm-
jump down from the fence on my side of the
no,
fence,
no,
Corey.
I'm trying to
Okay.
engage. I'm trying to engage with your point. Go ahead, Prime.
Well, I wanted to, but before you do that, so hold on, right? I actually wanted to see if she engaged with Scott. So Scott was like not asking her to give her a legal response or an ethical response. He was asking for like a moral response, if I'm reading that correctly. And like, yeah. So what's the
If you want to
moral
give a
reason?
moral response, what again? No, morally, I think it's abhorrent, right? I think it's abhorrent to say no in words on your
I know,
shop.
but I know, no,
That's-
but you're
that's-
asking her.
That's not a conversation about rights. So I'm not asking for moral. I don't care
Okay.
about your moral justification because I likely agree with your moral justification, right? Like I would not want a shop that says that. When we're talking about is violating people's rights. And you're talking about where rights come from. And my problem is that when you're discussing all of these rights, you're engaging in these positive rights. You're engaging in the concept that there's no different than the communist that says people have a right to healthcare or people have a right to a doctor, people have a right to housing. These are positive rights that require other people's labor or at the very least can be used to impose impositions against their negative right to aggression. And so I'm saying, where are you getting this? How are you substantiating this right? And it seems like your argument is, well, the Constitution gives me that right. So, and that's a might makes right argument, which I deny because like I said, that is an argument that if enough people with guns and sticks agree, then shut up, you don't have that right anymore. That's a pro-rape position.
My answer is this is essentially like that because I would say that the fact that you continue to choose to exist within this society that has this constitution, that has this framework, right? You can choose to leave at any time and you can go to somewhere else where you will not where you don't have to support, and as you put it, the pro-rape position. You can pick up your walking boots and you can move and you can go somewhere else.
Where?
I honestly am not sure where. You can go to a different country. You can immigrate into a different country.
Right. Where? What country? I mean, I have an answer. I'll actually, instead of being a dick, I'll give you an answer. Prospera. Right. You could go to Prospera,
Go to Liberland.
Honduras. Right. And well, Liberland is 7 kilometers, and there's like literally like
7 square
there's a
kilometers.
7 square kilometers. Yes, right. There's like
It's
of
not
an
just a
area that
line.
floods. There's like 17 people living in Liberland right now, right? And you might get killed if you go
Two-dimensional
there, right? Like,
creatures.
so like, and obviously you might get killed if you go to Honduras, right? So what you're saying is you're instantiating in Rousseau's social contract theory. You're saying that because someone lives there and they don't move elsewhere, they're implicitly agreeing to that. And so
Yes.
I don't buy that, right? Because if I go somewhere else that is better, like there's nowhere better for me to go than America currently in terms of protecting private property rights and individual liberty. The best I could do is go to Honduras and go to Prospera if I have the money to do so, if I have the means to do so. And even then, there's no guarantee that the current socialist government that is doing everything they can to push legislation through their Supreme Court to try and violently take that land might win those cases in any day now.
Scott, what
Maybe-
about New Hampshire? Like, haven't libertarians sort of flocked to New Hampshire to try and like?
Yes, that's the Free State Project is
Yeah.
working on trying to get people to New Hampshire, and they are succeeding in some regards in making their legislators slightly more libertarian, right? They have victories such as like, New Hampshire, for example, is the only state that refuses to enforce every single solitary federal gun law. It's illegal for anyone in the state of New Hampshire to enforce federal gun laws. That's one example of a victory they've had. But even still, right, like, yes, that's a slightly better position. But my not moving there is now an implicit agreeal. How do you get there? How do you connect those two things? The fact that I don't move to New Hampshire, for example, means that I agree to all of the rights violations that are occurring currently on me and my land, my property, what I can and can't do, as well as the ones that would still exist in New Hampshire, but would just be slightly better. Like, where are you getting that from?
Is that to Aiko?
Who are
Or
you?
to-
Who are you
Oh
asking?
wait, yeah. Who
Howard.
are you asking?
Fairy Queen, Fairy Queen. I'm asking, you're saying your argument is you actually implicitly have volunteered to be under this system by not moving. My question is how do How do you logically draw that conclusion? Where
Hold
are you
on, there's
getting
a third option that y'all are
Your
totally
choice to
missing.
stay.
Oh yeah.
There's a
You're
there's
all missing the obvious reductio, which is, did black people consent to Jim Crow because they didn't move?
no,
Well,
and
yeah,
that's
I'm trying to be more fair, right? And just say
Mhm.
like, what is your grounding, right? I'm trying to be as fair as I can here. How are you grounding that? Obviously, I could do like
Mhm.
Lactoid said and just say
you
like,
could also
did black
revolutionize.
to
people?
the
That's the
chase a
third.
little
That's a
bit.
third
Mhm.
option. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
what
maybe,
Great State
sure.
of Texas always talk about doing. You know, if you go violently revolution, you can guess what? You should clearly show you're not consenting. That's another option, but you know,
But Scott, okay, so
that's
you're
for it.
saying that the
Right, but that's
concept
not a
of
justification for the consent that she's implying, right? That's just a different option that one could take. It's not a justification for consent, right? Like me not grabbing and making Molotov cocktails with every bit of leftover money that I have so that I have enough to burn down the Federal Reserve here in Richmond when I get the opportunity is not me consenting to the fiat currency and the Federal Reserve System. I'm asking you, how are you substantiating the concept that by not moving, I am implicitly volunteering towards all of the rights violations that I described earlier? How do they no longer become rights violations?
They might be rights violations, but you're consenting to them by choosing to stay. And I hate to do it, but like
How
there
can you
are
consent?
Let her
It's not a
get it
rights
out.
violation for
She
consenting
was
to it.
about to say something.
we'll talk
Go ahead.
I
later.
shouldn't say it though. Good.
Not on stream. We'll talk after when the stream is cut off.
Okay.
That's my short
I
answer. Scott, I'm not evading your
Okay.
question. We can talk about
Okay,
this.
but I had a question along these lines to Scott, which is like, is it your contention that rights as a concept are inherently oppressive, and we shouldn't be thinking in terms of rights at all? Or are you just saying
No, my
that?
contention is positive rights are not
Oh,
negative
that's
rights.
right, positive
Positive
versus
rights.
negative rights. Okay, so but
Mhm.
negative rights
Mhm.
are enforceable, right, by the state and by. If you would have to find, if in your worldview, you would just have to find a negative rights justification for some of the policies that Fairy Queen's talking about, right?
Well, I mean, if I was going to support them, they would have to
Mhm.
be sure. Well, I
Right.
mean, the question is, you don't need a negative
I'm
rights
just trying to find out
justification.
where the goalpost
All you
is.
need to do is it violating
There's
negative
no
rights?
goalpost.
If it's not violating negative rights, then whatever that action is something that I might morally disagree with, but isn't inherently a violation of the non-aggression principles.
Yeah,
and
but
inherently against natural law.
you know as well as anyone that negative rights can conflict, right? And then when they come into conflict, there needs to be some level of
No,
communication.
there's no conflict between negative rights.
Well, all right, so you're
Can you give an
saying,
example?
well, if you were to ask Fairy Queen, you would say that the negative right to like not have somebody like impose, if we're talking about the Down syndrome thing again, right? If your
Mhm.
right to have a family is taken away from you, your negative rights have been violated, right? But if you have a family and that family encroaches on somebody else in some sort of like resource way, then their negative rights have been
You're
violated.
hold on. You're describing two different situations, right?
Yeah,
So that's not negative rights conflicting.
two
This is two
situations that
different
exist in the
scenarios.
same world, right? Yeah, well,
Right, yeah,
there are two
that's not
alternatives.
negative rights conflicting. You're saying in one instance you baked into the question a negative rights violation, and which we would have to discuss whether or not it is or isn't. And then you said later on the consequence of that negative right not being imposed on, which allows one to have a family, leads to an additional negative rights situation. And the problem is that when dealing with negative rights, we're not dealing with second and third order consequences of what occurs that then occurs the next right. This is not a conflict in rights. These are two different scenarios and two different times.
Okay, I can follow that logic. I would language it differently. I would say that what you're saying is that when in conflict, the higher order right like takes precedence.
You can't, no, there's no conflict in negative rights.
What about for
You
like
can't, two people
nuisance?
cannot sign. What's that?
What about for like nuisance? So like I'm throwing garbage and like heavy metals and like shit in my backyard because I like the way it looks and I like the way it smells. And it's attracting all these rats and cockroaches that are infesting my neighbor's house now. Like I have a right to my property, my neighbor has a right to his property.
So this
But
is
I've
so this is like this is a better argument than the argument of what if I masturbate on my front porch? And I don't have a fence.
Thank you.
And so
I
like my
appreciate that.
kids are playing in the front yard, and like across the street is a dude perfectly by himself, just jerking it, looking at my kids in the playground, right? Like, is that a rights violation for me to then go, hey, you fuck, like I'm gonna stop you, right? Because he's on his property, he's doing what he wants to do.
Is that really a
Right?
necessary modification?
Well,
for
okay,
Lacto's
here's the
example?
classic-
No, no,
I
so
think
this is
I like my
it's a
hypothetical.
classic
Wait,
Let's
wait,
roll with
it's a
mine.
classic it's a classic hypothetical, right? So the answer in
Classic.
both
Straight from the
scenarios,
textbook.
right?
guys.
The
Yeah.
masturbating
No, no,
court.
no, no. I mean, there is
The
a
answer in
classic
both
hypothetical that not really hypothetical. It's a real world thing that I'm
It's
sure
just a
you're
constant
super
one I run
familiar
into
with
all the
because
time.
I mean,
it gets
what about
dragged
fire
out
at
so
a
much,
cinema?
and that's water rights, right? Like
Well,
how do
garbage pile.
libertarians handle
No,
like
no,
if
I'll
you're
deal
upstream
with
and you
both.
put up a
It's fine.
dam and
Right. It's very simple. I'll deal with both situations, right? So I can deal with both. So in dealing with lactoid situation, right? Nuisance. There is no rights violation towards you causing problems because of infestation, etc. if you had no prior agreement. The issue is the homeowner that lives near you that didn't protect themselves preemptively via insurance or via an HOA or via something else that said, hey, if you're going to live in this neighborhood, everyone agrees to these rules. If you just buy a house and there's no property around you and someone else buys the property around you and then causes all these problems, that's your fault for not like
For not
that's
surveying
your
the
fault for
property.
not
Like we
having
have
some
government to
prior
put these rules on
agreement.
us.
this
If
is not a world anyone wants to live in.
Go ahead.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Well, it's
Okay,
a world I
I'm
want
so
to live
sorry,
in
but I
because
have
the
to
red
bracket this
No,
up.
thank you.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Okay, Corey. Okay, they are having their
Yeah, go ahead.
conversation about the foundation upon why the Constitution and why the Civil Rights Act
And
et cetera,
masturbation. Don't forget
okay?
that part.
But
That
I
part's very
know,
important.
Real quick, I
I'm
was just
just gonna-
challenging your assertions that right,
Yes,
and
I
then
know.
kind of
Corey, are
everyone
you
went
going
against me
down the
because
ANCAP
I
hole?
can.
Do you think? Do you?
No,
Do you?
I've
Just, you
I've
don't
had this.
think? Okay, then
No, no.
I'm
Come
gonna
down our hole, Corey.
Wait,
Come
wait,
on.
can I fully respond? Can I fully respond?
No,
please?
because I'm about to ask you a question.
Corey is savable.
Okay.
That's the difference.
Okay, so if you're not down the ANCAP hole, okay, and you do think that people with intellectual disabilities should be able to get married and should be able to own property, including dangerous property, not the gun, let's say, but maybe a car, right? If you could agree to all of these, to all of this, right? Why are voting rights different for you?
Because I am more sympathetic to the argument that Lactoid would potentially invoke of like control over other people, as in like
Right,
driving
but
cars.
like I would respond to you that a person driving a vehicle probably is far more likely to accidentally kill, injure, or maim somebody as opposed
and we
as
test
opposed to a
them.
drop in a
There's
bucket
driving
with a
licenses.
billion votes, like
Yes, there-
on
and
the
there's
election day.
and there's driving licenses, as in if they pass the test and we see that they can avoid running over people, they get the driver's license. I would say that more or less backs up my argument in terms
It's
of
not even just about being able to drive the car. It's about the right to own the car, right? It's about the right to be able to own property, to own
Okay, well,
dangerous property.
well, yeah. So with so then those are two separate questions. Owning a car versus driving a car are two separate. I have no problem. I think anybody should own a car, but it's a separate question whether you actually have the legal right to drive the car. I guess technically speaking, you have every right to own a gun. Whether you have the right to fire the gun are the two separate questions in my mind. So if you want to tease that out and have that type of granularity, I'm more than fine with that. I will fully grant you that everyone should be allowed to own a car. For me, it's a separate question whether you have the right to drive that car.
What about house?
And you, I was gonna
What
make a
about
joke
house?
answer. I've never seen anybody drive a house, but regardless, even you agree that you are okay with like licensing a car and that you don't want just anybody getting behind the wheel. And for me, someone owning a house, like
You know what I'm not okay with? I'm not okay with handing out a license for who is allowed to have a license for who is allowed to get married and who is not allowed to get married. I mean, we have marriage licenses, so it's not. That's not what I mean. What I mean is,
welcome
I
to the
don't think-
libertarian position of getting rid of marriage licenses.
Okay, yeah, but however, okay,
what a
I don't
dunk
think
that
I
I
don't
just
think
did
it's-
on.
okay, right. Here's the deal, Corey. If your principle upon why you think people should not be allowed to vote is because you are sympathetic,
That's not my
you're
principle,
sympathetic-
first of all. That's not my principle.
You keep saying you're sympathetic to it. Name your goddamn
Yeah,
principle.
yeah,
then.
you gotta
That's
actually take a
He's almost
stance.
on the principle. Just
What?
hop down.
Hey,
Just hop down.
You're pushing him there, Fairy Queen.
Fine. For the purpose of argument, this is my principle. That may change tomorrow.
Okay.
Then I didn't hear your full question. Sorry. repeat it.
So it is your principle. Okay, so all right. So if your principle is, okay, you are sympathetic to the idea that people with intellectual disabilities, people who can't pass the IQ test, they shouldn't be allowed to do that because how far can you really trust this person with the lives of other people? But you are okay, it sounds like. It sounds like we don't want to prevent people who are lower IQ from being able to get married and being able to have children, which frankly seems like it would impact the life of somebody else in an order of magnitude, in a much more direct and in a much larger and personal way,
More
as
direct,
opposed to something.
yes.
Yeah, more
not-
direct.
not
Yeah.
higher magnitude. The state
So-
violates far more than a parent can.
I mean, I hate to say this, and I don't want to discourage anyone from going out to the voting booths, but let's be honest, okay? Like, everybody remember, well, many of you probably do remember, like, economics, like 101. What do they teach you? They teach you that voting is useless, okay? They teach you that when you go to the voting booth and when you drop your ballot into the bucket, okay, that you are one in a sea of a billion, of a ton of people that are voting, okay? Your tiny vote is nothing. That is
Your
so
econ
it's
teacher
You're
was
okay
an
with repealing the
asshole.
19th?
actually true. It is actually
You're
true.
okay with
that
repealing the
you
19th?
having kids
It's a
is an
limited-
order of magnitude, a much more bigger way to have an impact
Hey,
on the
Queen, your
society.
vote
which
doesn't matter?
it's-
Can we get rid of women's voting, please?
No,
I'm
I
not
want
Your vote
saying
doesn't
it
matter.
doesn't matter. What I'm
It's-
saying is, I'm not saying that it doesn't matter.
It
What I'm
matters in the
saying-
aggregate.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's a limited marginal utility,
Hold on,
right? I
hold
am 1 out of
What I'm
5.
saying is that what I'm saying is, Corey, okay, if you can't be okay with you can't be okay with one of these things and then not
Right.
okay with the other. That's what I'm saying, okay? If that's your principle, I gotta be honest with you, that doesn't seem to really be true, right?
Back
Seems
to
to me,
hypocrisy.
Well, no, I think I can.
I don't think
again,
he's
as
being
you-
I don't think that you're being consistent. That's what I'm saying.
I'm
With
just
that,
saying that Fairy Queen brought up a very
that's-
good point here before y'all move too far past it, and then y'all can go
Oh,
back
here we
to the other
go.
do
point.
I ever get a chance to respond?
Yeah, I'm
No,
going to give
you're
it right
not.
back to you,
Just-
Corey. I'm giving it right back to you. Fairy Queen brought up a very good point. She said her econ teacher said, when it comes to voting, I agree on a national election, but when it comes to local elections, especially for judges, you only get a couple thousand votes.
Oh,
You're
here
one
we
of
go.
So it's very
Fucking-
important that you go and vote for your local judges. Thank you, Fairy Queen, for proving my point. Corey, go ahead.
Okay.
Nice one.
So to address your point, your argument, I would throw it back at you in terms of like, I think you have the same position overall. Our line on the spectrum is drawn differently. As in, you are for testing things and gatekeeping things. As in, are you using Scott's example? Are you okay with anybody joining the military? And if not, why? And I don't think your argument of like, well, children are going to develop into adults. Why does that matter? Just because
it
that's
matters because it's not an immutable characteristic. That's why it matters.
You think
okay?
you think that is the principle upon which we restrict voting? Did you really think that is the principle? Because then again, why not? So would you be okay with just lowering it to 17? Why not 17 then?
Because it's not the legal age of majority. That's why.
And why does legal age of majority matter? What are we trying to
Because-
control for? Because I'm not hearing an argument or a response other than because.
Rude.
The point is that the
point-
reason because you become an adult, because we decide that
Why does
is
that
the-
matter? Why do
Why
we
does
care
it
about
matter?
adulthood? Yeah,
Why does it matter to decide whether or not somebody is an adult? Obviously, it's to see
for
whether or not
voting specifically.
you're trying to get me to say that because they've demonstrated that they are mentally capable enough in order to vote. That's what you're trying to get me to say. But what
I'm not
I am
getting-
saying
you
is,
are saying it, and you're
Wait,
recognizing.
but
You
I
just don't want to
perfectly-
say it.
However, but the reason why I'm going to disagree with you is that I would say that there are probably many adults who can vote, who are able to vote, who are probably less capable of making the decision, who would probably make stupider decisions than somebody in high school, right? Yeah, there are probably 16 and
Yeah,
15-year-old kids who
Which is
probably
Lactoid's position.
That's Lactoid's position.
who are probably in a
always
far better
say,
position
if-
to be able
if-
to make that decision. But we don't let them make that decision anyway because you can't, because a 15-year-old, even a 15-year-old that's a 200 level IQ, that's extremely intelligent, because based on the fact that they are 15, they can't serve in the military. They can't get married. They can't legally own property. They can't accept the burden
Women
of
aren't drafted, so
responsibilities
let's
that
get rid of their right to vote. You can't draft women; they're immune to the vote. So, like, why do
Really
they get
don't
a
like
chance?
women
agree with
voting.
that, by the way.
Like, really?
I just like it. I
holy
just
shit,
like it as I
these
like it as a
fucking women.
example. Like, I don't really. I mean, like, consequentially, I think obviously it was a bad decision because it drove the state towards more socialism.
Okay,
Right, like, that's just
and I would
Uh-huh.
so
obvious.
then I would ask
Right.
you,
I mean,
Fairy
but
Queen,
like, I don't
More
actually
socialism,
care.
huh?
I don't think anybody should vote.
Uh-huh.
But Corey, there's a more
but it goes to
pragmatic
attack your
reason.
position, which is
Well,
the
I
problem.
should vote, but nobody else should.
Corey, there's a more pragmatic reason, though, that this is a problem. It's the one I brought up earlier, and it was the fact that if you don't have a rule that's so clear that it's uninterpretable, like hitting the age of majority at 18 or something like that. If you have other like prerequisites, like the ones that you're talking about, it can so easily be manipulated by people who want to hijack the system for one thing or another. Like, for instance, if you want to do it based on education, then that's going to benefit Democrats, right? But if you do it based on like income, like calling it a meritocracy or whatever, that's gonna help Republicans. And there's going to be if you open this floodgate, you're going to allow these standards to be ever shifting and moving in the direction that will benefit one party or another.
I agree.
And
That
it will
we
be a
use-
nightmare.
I want to point out, if you base it on upper body strength, you also benefit
if I can
Republicans.
respond, I'm going to pretty much fall back of like I recognize all of the problems that you just outlined, iCal, and how the system can be gamed. That's why I go back to my original position of like I never firmly said that I'm okay with IQ testing for voting, as in
You implied it.
Yeah,
What about IQ
and-
testing for having
and-
children?
Almost certainly
Good
not.
question.
I lean heavily more towards not.
Okay,
But
then you're welcome,
why-
Fairy Queen. We saved him.
My
We
my
saved Corey.
compromise to like Lactoid is like he also advocates for a civics test. Like I'm more on board with that than an actual straight IQ test.
That's also easily manipulated.
Yeah, I agree.
Hold on. I go. Here's how we not manipulate it. You just give the citizenship test. That'll be the new voting test. There you go.
It's still gonna get metagame, dude. Again, China has tried this shit 3 times in history. It always turns into
but they're
errors.
China. They're different. We're better.
How do you think actually passed that test, Lactoid? Just out of curiosity.
Let's just be real. The Democrats are gonna run it one day, and
It
it's gonna
will
suck.
Listen, if you attach it to
We'll
something else,
codify
if you
that
say
shit.
you can't graduate high school until you pass the
Codify it.
citizenship test or something, I'd be all for that. I'm
Yeah,
for
you can
those
codify it.
tests.
Who makes the codifications? We're always gonna get to this problem where
No,
sooner or
I'm
later
saying
it's gonna be
amendment.
thrown at you.
No, I'm saying an amendment, which is like the amendment is like, here is the test, and like quotes, like that's the test, and then you got to pull that language in order to use it in the test. That's how you do it.
You want a constitutional amendment for
Oh,
a
hell
citizen?
yeah.
I fucking hate you.
And then so that's like in order to vote. And then I talked about this. And then the IQ test is to modify your vote. So if you have like 110 IQ, your votes counts as 1.1. If you have 150, it's
loses me,
1.5.
to be clear.
And this is critically important.
I'm not
because
even
this will,
sympathetic to that.
you're on the fence. You're on the fence, Corey. I'm bringing you over to my side right now. That's what's happening. And just listen to me.
And people think I'm a nerd. Damn.
The argument that's going to bring Corey over right here, that's I think pretty convincing, is that this allows politicians to cater with their rhetoric to a more intelligent populace because they're worth more of the vote. So you're going to see the overall quality of political discourse rise. And I think that benefit is so much greater than any potential pitfalls you could point to, which I'm sure some exist, but they're tiny.
So if you have an 80 IQ, is it 0.8 of a vote?
Yeah, it's 0.8.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why are we back on this meme fucking political position? Number one,
I just want to ask one.
Not a meme, I believe it.
I just want to ask one last.
It's not.
yes,
It's
last
absolutely
question.
a meme. What you're going to have is politicians catering to midwits, which are some of the most dangerous fucking people in society at all. They're not going to cater to the geniuses. They're not going to cater to the super smart. What they're going to do is they're going to cater to the people between 100 and 130 IQ. And you know what those are? The fucking vaccines are safe and effective crowd. That's the fucking people they're going to cater to. The fucking midwit fucking central Democrat retards that go along with whatever the fucking narrative is because they're not so
I've
stupid.
never seen you speak so highly of me.
They're not so stupid as Republicans that sit around and go like, I don't trust nothing the government does.
We talked about this. The average IQ
it must be bad.
Higher.
And it's not going to fucking, and the geniuses that are actually smart enough to go, hey, you should be skeptical of these fucking pharmaceutical companies, etc. They're not going to cater to them because the people that are above 130 IQ are like 1.2% of the population. So the idea that they get 0.3%, 0.3, they get 30% more vote doesn't matter. No, you don't.
I have a study. Yes, I've got a study. The average Republican IQ is, I think, 2 or 3 points higher. I win.
Of course it is.
A very specific subset of
the average Republican is also retarded. What are you talking about?
Okay,
The
and so
average
hold on.
person is fucking
Your argument is, well, we can't implement lactoid system because the people, even though they'll be slightly less retarded, they're still too retarded for me to want them to vote. Don't
No,
you at
what I'm
least
saying is
acknowledge it's an improvement
no.
at the
My
very least, right?
argument. No, it's not an improvement to target midwits. That's not an improvement.
As opposed to what we're currently doing, which is targeting what, like 90 like IQ at
Okay.
people right now.
Okay,
Right,
lactoid.
you're also
here's
you're not
here's
you're
one.
giving
Oh,
additional
oh,
value to midwits while lowering value on wisdom.
yeah, let me
That's the
give you just
problem.
one example of
I
how something
prefer
like this
midwits
gets.
to lowwits, I guess.
I defy
Lactoid, let me
wisdom.
give you
IQ
one
is not the only
example how this
metric.
gets hijacked.
Two
It's
birds in hand is better than one in the bush.
everybody.
This is
Here's a
this
new
is
system.
Nietzsche.
Here's a new system.
Listen, this is exactly what Nietzsche was
Ico.
describing when he was talking about the people that were
Yeah.
running
Okay,
society.
lactoid. Here's what
and
it
thus
is.
spake Zarathustra.
Everyone gets one vote, right? But if you have a high school education, you get 2. If you have a bachelor's degree, you get 4. If you get a master's degree, it's 6, and PhDs get 12 votes.
And
You would never accept that, right? Because you
this-
know that Democrats would dominate. In
this
that
is
Well,
not-
so
and
I wouldn't accept this. I wouldn't accept this.
Of course.
Just unless you were to tailor the degrees to not be bullshit degrees, which a lot of them are.
Hey, well,
I
first
think,
of all,
to be
true.
frank,
Oh, fine. Give it to STEM degrees. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's fine.
I've got the real
I think
degree,
you
lactoid.
get the same result.
But so this is
No,
not
I think we should do it
unheard
based
of.
on
Let me go.
No,
Kim,
it
for a second.
wouldn't. This
Uh,
is so
well,
fucking
Democrats, but
anti-libertarian
Not that
as
I'm
well as just like
advocating
anti-common
this system,
sense.
but like there's
You could never
historical
get a
precedent
good outcome with any
for
of this.
This is
No.
almost the system that John Stuart Mill advocated for in terms of they recognize the
yeah.
value
See,
of education. And
this
they-
guy backs
they-
me. So
they
you
Yeah.
so you guys know.
Rich is
Yeah,
how
the
many
most
more
famous
idiots online.
utilitarian. Yay.
No, John Stuart Mill
Hey,
agrees with me. Now
John
go
Stuart
on and
Mill
explain
agrees.
how this ancient
like,
wisdom philosopher agrees with me. Go ahead.
The utilitarianism John Stuart Mill is
Ancient wisdom.
much different than your standard utilitarianism. I would say that'd be a mischaracterization to categorize it as just like standard utilitarianism.
It's
John
a
Stuart Mill.
mischaracterization to call John Stuart Mill a famous utilitarian.
He
Like,
is, but
come
he is a
I'm not
totally
saying he's a
separate,
rule utilitarian.
he is a
He's
totally
not a
separate
rule
branch.
utilitarian.
Well, hey, let me ask
No,
you
he
this.
just
Would
happens
y'all
to have
be-
been an Enlightenment thinker at a time where people understood natural right philosophy, and they've gotten rid of all of that. Our founders were understood that natural rights and natural right philosophy existed. They were just of the position that a state was necessary, so they created a state that was of the most limited government that they could think of at the time, until such a time that the people were better represented to be able to take care of themselves, and instead the state grew
So-
massively.
There's a famous philosopher y'all might have heard of him. His name is Eric Bischoff. He's the guy who wrote "Controversy Creates Cash," and he once said that money is like a video game score. Basically, it shows your value to society. The more money you have, the more value you provide to society. Would y'all? Oh, hold on. So, would y'all be willing to give a larger vote percentage, just like the same system ICO said, but we do it based off taxes? How much taxes are paying? The more
No.
taxes you're paying, the more vote you get. So if I'm paying $1 billion in taxes, I get like I don't know,
A billion votes
200 a billion votes. If I'm paying
for every
$10,
dollar. Yeah.
if I'm getting money back in taxes, I get negative votes. So like like that. I mean, what do y'all think about that? 'Cause,
This has a self-correcting this has a self-correcting mechanism, by the way, because the rich will never lower their taxes too low, so they lose political power.
Exactly. They would never start paying zero on their taxes. We'd have no more Trump taking care of the advantage of the system because he'd be loving to pay all the taxes because then he gets more say as opposed to the people
They
getting
already
tax
pay the
returns.
majority of the taxes, and they majority get what they want as it is. I'm
understand.
not interested at all.
Well, okay, so then we should take negative points from people that get tax returns. You should lose votes.
Based.
So hold on. So if you're in the military, you get negative
Basically,
votes,
the
right?
entire
Because-
like bottom like
because the money
30%.
the money flows from the government to the soldier, right? So the soldier would have negative votes. Oligarchy USA, let's go.
all government
that's
employees.
not
would-
what
I don't know if that's the
would
same
be
thing as a tax
incapable.
return, ICO, but
Yeah,
I
that's
guess.
not a tax return. That's not what I'm talking about. But sure, I guess. I mean,
I
Well,
mean,
they're not producers. They're not economic
there
producers.
there
they're
are ways
economic
to
agents.
contribute to society besides being a porn star, right? Like there
porn stars.
It's like like the biggest part of
Where are
this
we
that
going?
pisses me off is that it absolutely just destroys the voting powers of like stay-at-home moms. It's like, oh, they have no economic power because of like the shit that they do when they actually do.
No,
Like,
but they
Well, then we'll do it
absolutely not.
and repeal the 19th. What the fuck,
But
dude?
no, but
Like, come on.
they pay taxes jointly with their husbands. So his money, her money. So as long as they're in the top like whatever percent, they would be able to use that.
If
to
they were
vote.
married,
we're gonna
yeah,
go
if
back
they
to
were married.
household voting now. Is that what we're doing?
I'm just saying.
James,
It's not-
this is why we don't understand this
the
shit.
more,
Why are you
the more,
such an
the more
edgelord?
land, the more land you own, the more vote you have.
Oh my God, we're going back to the 1850s with landed gentry.
Bill
yeah,
Gates gets 40% of the vote.
Yes, shit.
If you went off of land ownership as a percentage, Bill Gates would get like something like I'd have to look it up. I don't know what it is, but
It's
he's the
literally
largest
not even
It's-
1%,
landowner in
but
America.
he's got
a
the
tiny
biggest vote
percent of the
share.
actual. Yeah.
It's still, but he could still swing any election just by
And he should have
by
that
having
voting
much
power in
money.
every state he's got land in.
Corey,
Multiple states, multiple
Corey,
votes.
do you think that I should have the right to vote? What do you think?
What is your love affair with Corey tonight?
I don't.
There's
Because
there's no such
Corey
thing
is
as right
Having
to
a
savable.
vote.
ball. It's
It's
you
like
know
a dog with a bone. He's just like, you got
Everybody
it.
else can't be convinced. But
He just
Corey
wants
can
to
be.
rattle the fence.
It's like, leave this poor man alone. He's already Canadian. Like, good God.
I just
No.
love.
There's no such thing as a right to
coming
vote.
Together, okay. This is
Let
what
it
I'm hearing.
let
I'm
it let
hearing
it do
this
it. Go ahead,
union
FQ. Go
Voting is
ahead.
not a right.
I'm enjoying the mutual bullying.
The mutual bullying. This is
but-
a one-way relationship, and you know it.
I mean,
no,
I
it's
can.
not.
I mean, I
Huge
can
cock,
stop,
but
and
what
I
can I
can bully
say?
someone else for a
No,
while. That's all.
FQ,
fine,
go
man.
ahead.
Like, good God,
get
this
it
poor
out.
man has had enough.
Hey, knock it off. Let him do
Bring
it.
it
Go
on.
ahead, FQ.
So to answer your question, based off of my assessment, take it for what it's worth, and my respect for your intellectual capacities, you should have the right to vote.
You think so? Okay. What about the fact that you're doing this based off of the fact that you think I have enough merit to vote?
In my conception of my mind, yeah, without defining what merit is, sure, yeah.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. I can't be drafted, right? I can't. Because I'm not required to register for the draft in the United States, right?
That's my understanding of the law of the United States, yeah,
Right.
which I don't
Do you
necessarily
think?
agree
Do you
with.
think? Do you think that being required to serve in the military is a merit? Is something that should be factored into your ability to vote?
As in like a Starship Trooper type of situation?
Yeah, service guarantees citizenship.
Service, yeah, there you go.
I'm asking you. Do you think that's a
They do
merit?
that in South
Why
Korea.
is intelligence? I'm going to ask. Well, what I'm really asking is, why is intelligence the merit, but
Oh.
potentially service to your country is not
Because
a
it's a
merit?
decision. That's why.
Well, yeah, there's this decision-making process behind it. And again, I'm not hanging my hat on intelligence. That's why I said I also gave the civics example as well. But sure, I'll hang my hat for now
It's all
on
too.
intelligence.
It's too fungible. There's no way to do it without.
Yeah, sure. So
That's why
yeah,
money is the best
it's a
option.
decision-making process, as in
Fungible.
the decision to vote, and
Fungible.
that results in policy. Policy across the nation is different than deciding to go to be drafted into the military.
Dude,
I
there's
see
no,
this
there's no,
two
You don't
different
think, right? But you
there's
don't
no
think that-
justification even for the age of 18. Like the age of, like, why do we use the age of 18? I'll tell you why we use the age of 18. Because that's when people look like adults. Like
People are
the
gonna make memes
brain's
on
not
you.
fucking.
Don't go down this
I don't
road.
give a fuck.
Benjamin- not
I'll go down this
Benjamin
road. Like, no, listen. The fucking
Tell me
like,
about why
people
18
are
doesn't
not
matter.
meant.
Scott. Go ahead.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. People are not fucking adults. They're not fully developed until they're 24 to 26. Their prefrontal cortex is still developing. Why do we use 18? Because people look like adults. They're adult enough. We just kind of came together as a society and said, these people look enough like adults, so we accept that they're adults. There's no justification given other than it's a magic number we came up with where they said people look good enough to be able to vote. But the fact of the matter is the concept that an 18-year-old has
Also
the
when they graduate high
same
school.
fucking has the same fucking capacity to determine what rights violations, what wars we do, what our tax code is, etc., as like a 35-year-old is fucking insane.
Yeah, some
Right?
of them probably could do it better than the 35-year-olds because they're actually studying it in school and they're excited to like dive into that topic as opposed to like
Yeah,
Bob
but
the Builder who's
the exception,
35 and speaks at a second
that's
grade level
stupid.
about
People
the
The
movie.
exception
Well,
proves
no,
the rule.
because they don't
more
vote.
about that civics.
Actually, no, I'm not going to ask
If that
you.
were
I've bullied
true,
you
then the young people would be voting at
the
the same
exception
rate
proves
as
the
older
rule.
people, and they don't. That's the self-serving problem. 18-year-olds don't vote. They just don't want. They just don't give a
No,
shit.
it's
Hold
not.
on, hold
Like,
on.
it's not a
Too many
self-solving
vote.
problem.
Okay, that's the problem.
They just
none should
they
vote.
don't show up at the well.
Well,
Okay.
not-
Okay,
well,
it's a self-mitigating
the
problem. put it that way.
self-mitigate. There you go. That's
As
the
you get
term.
older,
Right.
you get more likely to vote.
Okay. So I'm going to ask two questions, okay? And I'm not going to ask them to Corey because I think
Now you're letting me down.
I'll come back
Just letting
and
you
get it,
free.
okay? All right.
I'm enjoying
so-
it with the Corey bullying.
Okay.
People are always too nice to him because he's
So
so
rude.
nice.
I'm gonna ask this to Lactoid. Lactoid, do you think? Actually, I'm gonna ask it to Lactoid to Scott. Do you think that a person with an intellectual disability should be able to own a firearm?
Depends how bad.
That's almost like my answer. You can't lump them all together with the
Sorry. I'm going to copy your answer. I'm on the fence about it. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
That's terrible.
Yeah,
Scott,
my answer is
you don't
no,
believe
my
in
answer
rights.
is the same. I never said I don't believe in rights, right? Private, especially when we're talking about private property rights, the right to own property. I absolutely believe in those. So what I would say is, if you have the mental capacity to be a moral actor, a moral agent, which is to say that you're capable of making moral propositional statements and being able to use inductive and deductive logic to determine the validity of your statements, you can own any and all property, full stop. There's no difference between owning a house, a car, a gun, etc. If you're not intellectually capable of inductive and deductive logic and making morally valid propositional statements and proper argumentation, then you shouldn't be able to own any property whatsoever, and you should have a guardian that is or a custodian of your rights, a protector of your rights over top of you, because you're not capable of making those rational decisions within society. So if at a certain point mentally, you lose all rights to those property until such a time that you're capable of gaining the capacity to do so, capacity to reason.
Wait.
Conservatorships?
So
yeah, a conservatorship. If you, I mean, it's no different than someone that's severely mentally disabled now, right?
Mhm.
And we recognize that parents maintain control over them if they so choose, because we know that they're not capable of doing all of the things that the rest of us are capable of doing.
Lactoid, do you think that you should have to take an IQ test before purchasing a firearm?
Maybe.
Bro, why that? Why that specific one?
Leftoid.
Come on,
Well,
you know.
hold on. Maybe like if you have somebody who is
IQ
like
test before you buy a house,
who is
before
like
you buy a car,
well,
before you buy
I'm almost
candy at the grocery
thinking we
store.
should probably just do this for like everybody, right? So like you can put it on your like government ID, like your IQ, and then that kind of like determines everything that you're able to do from then on, right? So like if your IQ is below a certain amount to where like the risk is high enough if you like own a weapon, and the same logic why we don't let felons own weapons, right? Because we're concerned about what they might do with them in
It's
terms
not the
of
same
like
logic.
risk factor. I think it's the same logic.
No,
I think it is the same logic.
the founding fathers put into the Constitution where you're getting all these precious fucking rights from instead of where they're actually from. The concept that we can violate felons' rights, right, because of the criminality aspect, not because of their ability to like
So
to be able to make decisions.
I am talking in like a moral sense where like I am okay absent the Constitution. Like I think if I was designing the Constitution from scratch and all the laws from scratch,
Mhm.
I would have a rule in place saying that violent felons should not be allowed to own a gun. And the reason why violent felons should not be allowed to own a gun
Even
is
if they
because
do their time,
What about
yeah,
like
even
a
yes,
pay
yes,
off all
even
damages.
the punishment part of the punishment is a lifetime ban on gun ownership if you're a violent felon. Okay,
Lactoid? What about
I think this is a good heuristic, and I think it's also true when it comes to
So
like
they're criminals forever.
yes,
Yeah, but
absolutely. You're always a felon. Don't rape.
So you can
Easy.
always violate the rights of them.
Lactoid,
They have no such
let's
thing
take
as
the
rights.
IQ test.
No punishment. We don't. Hold on. So we have things like probation, parole. Like we're allowed to punish people without going to the fucking extreme, right? Part of the punishment is okay, you killed somebody, so now you go to prison for 20 years, and then for when you get out, like you have these restrictions on you. What are these restrictions? You can't vote, you can't own a gun, like you can't be operating
Right, but you're
explosive
not
equipment.
deriving that. You're saying they're a criminal forever. When you say they have paid restitution, they've paid for their crimes, the victims of their crimes have been paid for in just compensation, whatever that is, to a point where they have paid all of their debts. You're saying even still, they
Yeah.
do not have the right to own certain property. And what I'm
Yeah.
saying is that your justification at that point is what? What's your fucking justification? They've paid all their crimes.
I think there's multiple interests we have with criminal justice. It's not restitution's a big one, and I agree with you. It's like probably my top one that we should be focusing on. But there's other concerns as well, right? We have to focus on things like deterrence, on rehabilitation, on confinement. There's all sorts of other things that we're
Your
concerned
answer
about
now
when it
is
comes to
we live in a society.
when it comes yeah, violent felons who have committed murder or mass shootings, like they should not be able to get guns if they happen to get out of prison.
Well, no. Violent felons who have committed murder or mass shootings, especially mass shootings, right?
Okay,
The
murder.
likelihood that they paid restitution is almost impossible. And in the case of murder, that means that the family and the people involved don't want this person dead, and that they paid.
I don't agree with
right,
this.
right,
No,
like no,
I
a
don't agree. I don't agree
murderer
with that part of
gives up their
restitution is
right to life.
no. I know. Okay, I know this is like a deep part of your philosophy. I
Right.
don't
So
agree
what we're
with it.
talking about now is we're talking about armed robbery, for example, and they paid off the armed robbery. Right.
Yeah.
They paid all the things that they stole. They did their time in prison. They got
Yes.
out. Why is it that a 19-year-old that participated in an armed robbery,
Bless you.
right, that paid their debt to society, paid their debt to the liquor store, did their time in prison, now has certain rights that they'll never be able to have, which
Because
puts them in the
because they
category
demonstrated
of a permanent criminal?
yeah, because they demonstrated a proclivity to rob while armed.
Hey,
That's
Not
why.
Let
anymore.
me ask you an IQ test question.
Not
though.
anymore, but they did. Look, recidivism is like a very like the recidivism
There's
rate.
no logical explanation here. It's arbitrary.
recidivism. No, this it's a heuristic, like all law enforcement. Okay, like
No.
recidivism is a indicator. It's a very strong indicator, right? And the reason why it's so prevalent, recidivism, is because whether you've committed a crime in the past is a great determiner of whether or not you're going to commit crime again in the future on a group level. Of course, there are groups that are risky enough where I don't want them to have guns. In this, like, and there's certain pieces of weaponry that are so risky that I'm not even sure I want regular people to have them, like nuclear
Okay,
weapons.
so what's the
which I know you
percentage
disagree with.
risk? So you're saying now it's a percentage risk, which is group rights and group responsibilities.
Uh-huh.
You're now at the point, right, where we're full blown Nazi, right? Full blown fucking group rights, group responsibilities.
Okay,
This
do children.
demographic.
You put children in a group, right? Is that Nazi?
Well, hey, let me
Group-
ask
No,
you.
but
children
there's-
have group rights, don't
you're-
they?
No. Children do not have group rights.
Okay,
Children
group
have individual
protections.
rights.
You're creating a group of children that have unique protections that don't apply to adults, right? Is that Nazi?
There are no unique protections to children than there are to adults. Children have the same rights and the same protections as do adults. What they lack is a capacity to exercise those rights. The same way that a mentally challenged person lacks the capacity to exercise
Should
those
I
rights.
be able to
So
sell?
they have a guardian.
Mhm.
They have
Should
a
I be able to
guardian
sell?
that
Should
is
I be able to
protecting
sell
them.
alcohol? Should I be able to sell alcohol to a child?
If the 6-year-old can pass
No,
an
the
IQ
child
test,
the child
they
can't
should be able to
consent.
drink or buy a
Okay,
gun.
so
You
you
have
created
130
you,
IQ.
Yeah,
yes,
if they
No,
pass
no.
the IQ test, like,
They have
wait,
the
hold on.
same right.
you
They have
created
the
this
same
group.
right.
It doesn't matter about the rights. Give me a second.
I didn't create a group.
You've created a group of children, right? This is a designation we have to what you agreed was just like a group of people who happen to be under the age of 18, right? And then you have just stated
Yes.
like this group cannot be sold alcohol to.
Yes. It's not
Okay,
special
so-
protection.
Well, it's a special treatment, right? They certainly can't be sold alcohol to. So you're like it's group identity. It's identity politics.
No, it's not a group identity. What it is an understanding. You gave me a group, right? And you said, what can we and can we not do to the group? The logic behind the child is that the child lacks the capacity to consent. Why do they lack the capacity to consent? Because
but what if they're
not
genius?
they're not developed enough in order to do so.
You're right.
Right?
Just like
Whereas
armed
with the
felon, or just
criminal-
like violent felons.
No.
They have demonstrated an
Violent
ability.
felons. No, they have not. Violent felons committed a crime, and what we are specifically talking about is individuals who have already paid restitution. When they have paid restitution, they are no longer stopped from arguing for their own rights. They are just as much a moral actor, just as much a moral agent as anybody else on the road. Just because they're percentage-wise more likely to commit crime doesn't mean that you can have their rights denied. By your logic, blacks
people.
don't deserve rights because they're percentage-wise more likely to commit crime.
If the percentage was high enough, I don't think it's there, but you could have a percentage high enough in which I would agree with that.
So you're
If it was comparable,
is
hold
high
on, hold
enough.
on. Yeah. If it was comparable, if you could compare it to like people with a history of violent felonies, which is incredibly high, by the way, the recidivism rate's very high there. Then like we can have a conversation. Yeah.
On that
That's
note,
a situation where
on
Not
that
twofold.
note,
Number one, we're talking about people that have fully paid their debt, right? Fully paid restitution,
That
which
doesn't
is
mean
not
they're
what many
fixed.
people do
hold
currently.
on. Let me just
No.
jump in.
I'm saying
On that
our current
note,
justice system does not do full restitution.
You're
Our
right
current
about that.
justice system, will let people go to jail for like 3 years, even though they stole or damaged like $50,000 worth of property. I'm talking about they worked until they had given $50,000 back to this person, the full restitution that they owe. Number one, so that changes what percentage of people would be in this group percentile wise. The other thing is that when you were saying, oh well, this group is likely to commit crimes, you're taking our current justice system and how it operates versus the justice system that I'm comparing it to.
I
And so
know.
it's
That's what
difficult.
I'm doing.
It's
I'm
difficult to do
jumping
this
in.
because,
I'm-
like, as
hold
it
on,
stands
let me
right now,
respond to you, you're gonna
felons
yell.
can't get
I'm done.
jobs. Like,
I'm
there's
done
all
with
Yeah,
kinds of
that's
issues
that's
that
why the
felons face.
recidivism rate is so high. Is because they can't get
I'll
jobs.
be,
They're
I'm out. Y'all
dropped
be,
when they get
y'all have a
out.
good time. This has been fun. I'm gonna go do some other
Take
stuff.
care,
Bye, guys.
Admiral.
Before we
and
start
you-
talking
It's
about,
only
before we
one.
start
Bye,
talking
Admiral.
age,
Yeah. Wouldn't that be the reason the recidivism rate is so high? Is because they get out, they're felons, they have felony marked on their, so they can't get a job, or they can't get a good
It's
enough
one
job or
reason,
paying enough job, so
like,
they
I would
end
never
up
do
committing the crime again.
Yeah, I would never do a
There's a lot of
univariate
other
analysis,
reasons.
right?
Yeah, there's a
Some
lot
some
of
of
other
it some of it is like you're controlling for people that have a behavior or a tendency to criminality, obviously, by talking about people who have committed crimes in the past, right?
Can I
People who have
ask you?
committed crimes in the past are obviously way more likely to commit crimes.
Yes, and the likelihood here is important because
That's
Scott,
not
let me
a,
ask
the
you.
likelihood.
Let's say you had a group.
Percentages and
Let's say you
likelihood
had a
is not
group.
a
I
is
know.
not a
Let's
reason to deny people
sure.
rights.
Let's say you had a group of people who there was a 99.9% likelihood that they would use the nukes if you gave it to them. Are you committing a rights violation by preventing them from consensually buying a nuclear weapon?
Nukes are not the same thing as small arms.
I understand they're the same thing, but you just said, hold on. You said before that anybody should be able to own any property, right? As long as they meet your threshold for moral consideration. So I'm asking you,
go through this.
Sure. So you have a group of people who meets your
If you
threshold
want me to
own any
explain,
property. You can explain it after I finish the fucking question, okay? So if you have a group of people that has this level of your, like, the minimum required traits to be moral agents according to you, but they are 99% likely to nuke Manhattan if they get a hold of a nuclear weapon. Are you committing a rights violation by banning the sale of nuclear weapons using government force against this group of people?
Well, first of all, government force, it would depend upon how you utilize that. It's like the existence of the government force is a rights violation itself. Right. But like to make it more simple so that it's not baked in, right? Like, would you rationally be able to go stop them? Right. If they obtain nukes, would I be able to immediately go use violence to get those nukes from them? Right. So the difference is what constitutes a threat. So when someone has small arms, what constitutes a threat is the process by which I aim the small arm to you, right? So if I have a small arm, right? If I have concealed carry, or let's say an open carry, right? And I have an open carry on my front hip and it's in a holster, that is not communicating a threat towards me. But if I pull the gun out and I point it at you, right? All of a sudden that drastically, and I put my finger in the trigger well, right? And then I rack a fucking round. That drastically changes the communication that's occurring, right? So I'm not in any way, shape, or form justified in tackling and taking the gun away from someone that has it in their holster on their hip. But I am absolutely justified in tackling and taking away the firearm of someone that pulls their gun out, points it to me, racks around, and puts a finger in their trigger well, right? So what is the substantive difference here is the communication and the level of threat in terms of whether or not I am under a threat. Now, when you are talking about a nuclear facility and a nuclear weapon that can be aimed, right? There's a couple of things. If I live in the immediate area where a nuclear weapon exploding, right, by accident could go off, I have a right to immediately go after that person just by being there. So if they're my neighbor and they have a nuclear silo next to me, I can immediately go stop them unless they got prior permission to do so. So it's imperative of anyone that owns nukes to build them somewhere where no one in the immediate facility either can be harmed and or where everyone there has permission, but they got permission, some voluntarism right there. Number two, the moment that you arm said nuke, right? Like, which is to say the silo opens up and it comes out, right? It doesn't matter where you're pointing it because that weapon has the destructive capacity to take out so much that is the act of pointing it essentially at everybody. So even with a 99.9% chance of them using said nuke in this arbitrary land that we live in, right? There isn't necessarily a communication that they're going to use it, whomever has it. But the moment that they start communicating that they're going to use it, either via their words or their actions, this is the same threat as pointing a gun at someone. And
so we gotta wait until
but at that point, it's too late. By the time they've built it and created everything that they need, like in order to shoot it, you've got a few minutes.
It's not too late. It's not too late. If I have
your own nukes,
no, listen. No. If I know that
We should have
in the
solved
mountains,
North Korea by
no,
now
listen,
if that was the case.
if I know in the mountains that there is some crazy people that just got a nuke and that they're like building it, right?
Yeah.
And they're not communicating in any way, shape, or form that they're going to use this nuke, but also they belong to a category or a demographic of people that almost certainly will use the nuke, which is like kind of already in a really weird hypothetical that doesn't quite match reality. But assuming all these things are true, I absolutely can build a fucking helicopter pad right next to these bitches and be training mercenary troops to move in the moment these motherfuckers do something untoward and get paid to do so.
All right, so Scott's
It's
okay
too
with
late.
the Arabs building
That point
nukes
is
in the
too late.
mountains. I'm good with that too.
Yeah.
Well, but the problem is that the problem is that my situation looks ridiculous because you set it up with. But the
It
inverse
does.
of that
It's a
is that
reductio.
Yeah.
no, listen. But the inverse of that is that you're saying the state and other people have the right to go invade and use violence and stop people from existing because they happen to belong to a demographic group that's more predisposed towards violence, which is the same thing as saying Obama gets to drone strike all the brown people because they're more likely to be terrorists, or that I get to go beat up all the black people because the darkies in that neighborhood commit more crime.
Well,
The
hold on,
inverse
we're on
of
Wait,
this
Twitch.
problem
what's your
is just
Israel
as bad.
Palestine stance?
Well, hold on, real quick. We're on Twitch, so let's refrain. But second of all,
Right, but that's your argument. That's the
no,
reverse
no.
of
It's,
your
it's
argument
actually
in a
not my. It's not
reductive.
it's not my argument because I am not taking the absolutist extremist position that you are. You have a tougher position to defend. I'm making a risk analysis argument. That's all I'm saying. If like you have,
But it's
rights
arbitrary.
you have
It's subjective.
no.
So I get to make it. I
Yes,
get to be able to
I
reductio
think all
as much
morality
as
is
you.
subjective. I think all morality is subjective. Obviously, I'm arguing
Right,
from.
and so once you admit that, I get to apply the reductio to you.
I'm arguing from my subjective moral perspective. And I think that most people agree that the idea of the answer being to nuclear silos is we'll just build a helicopter pad and train mercenaries to stop them if they try to arm their nuke. It's not only absurd, but it's unworkable. It's just like factually unworkable. We can't.
That's
can't
bullshit.
happen.
You set up a reductio that doesn't exist in reality.
I let you go through your whole thing about a fucking helicopter pad. Okay. All I'm trying to say is
you're bullshitting.
I have
and you know it.
no. I have a perspective of
It's bad faith. That's why I mean,
it's not bad faith because I'm a consequentialist, right? I believe in the maximizing consent end goal. So when you violate people by taking away their gun rights, you are indeed violating their consent. But if the risk of them using that machinery to violate consent is substantially high enough, like the calculation can flip, and you can actually justify taking away that machinery. So if a group of people who has 99.9% chance of using a nuke gets a hold of a nuke, we got to stop them. We got to prevent them from even getting the fucking nuke in the first place. If somebody who has a history of shooting at people, they shouldn't own a gun because they've demonstrated behavior that makes their risk of killing somebody with a gun substantially higher to the point where I'm uncomfortable with it. Like the risk there of them violating somebody is high enough that we're gonna have to stop them. Like we just got to step in and stop them.
No, you have accepted. You've framed a reductio, right? That is nearly impossible to exist in reality, but I accept it, right? So that we can test the limits of the logic here, right? Which is that there's a demographic of people that have a 99.9% chance, right? That are also not communicating their will to use it, right? So these are jihadists that are all secret jihadists, but we know that they're jihadists.
Yeah, a terror
they have
cell.
never told anyone, right? No, that's because a terror cell already has a terror cell. In order to be a terror cell, is communicating in some fashion their willingness to use it. What you were talking about is not
necessarily.
You're not talking about, no. You are not talking about a group of people that are demographically, because of some form of arbitrary collection, likely to use something. Right? If you're saying a terror cell, now these are no longer like terms, because what you're saying is these people committed crimes in the past, but they're not communicating in any way, shape, or form their desire to commit crime now is not the same thing as a terror cell that says, down with the West, we must destroy the West.
No, they don't say
the
that,
capitalist pigs must die.
There
right?
are
Like,
terrorists.
that
There
is,
are terror cells that don't do that.
Okay, but their affiliation as a terrorist cell with a terrorist organization that has a platforming message. What you're saying is that they have a 99.9
have to be?
No, okay, but you were saying this group has a 99.9% chance of doing the
A
terrorism
secret jihadi cell, yes.
without ever communicating their desire to do so
Yes,
to anyone.
yes.
How many times have
Yeah,
you
yeah.
heard like a news program where
That is
where
no
a
no
s-
no no no.
where
And
a
I'm
mass
with
shooter hold
Lactoid
on
refuses.
where a mass
No, you
shooter says they interview the neighbors and they're like, oh, he
refuse
was
to
the
respect.
quietest, most nicest
The
person I've ever
nicest guy.
seen. Yeah, we just didn't see it come from. Happens all the time.
Paid
They
his
didn't
And
rent
every
on
time you
communicate
do
in
it,
advance.
and right, and then every time you do it, you find out they're in some fucking Discord server with a Fed talking and planning about all the ways they're going to kill all these goddamn people. Right?
No,
They
every
communicated
time.
to
You
scum
don't.
people.
Very often,
Obviously not every time.
Guaranteed.
You see it
I
all
know.
the fucking time, right? Right. The problem is that you accept the reductio in one position, and you frame it as if I'm being crazy because I accept this thing that barely matches reality and likely doesn't match reality. But when I flip it on you, you say, no, 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 no. I have a subjective balance, this utilitarian equation that I use that, like, I can't give values to any of those. I just know that if you get to a certain point, you know what? We vibes it. We vibes
This
what
is the
demographic
strength of
groups
consequentialism. I'm
we're
immune
gonna
to
we're
reductio.
going to we vibes whether or not we're going to deny black people rights. We vibes whether or not we're going to deny this ethnic group or this demographic group rights based off of a percentage and feels and some data that we know may or may not be, problematic. It doesn't matter. And what I'm saying is that you don't get to do that. That's a rights violation. That your logic, the reductio of your logic, would be just the same as saying black people don't have a right to firearms.
I don't think
because
the
they
risk
commit
is
more
high enough for
crimes.
black people. I said that. So it's not
Okay,
a
but
valid
then-
reductio.
All right, so what is your percentile risk? Because you're saying
Somewhere
criminals
between black people
that
and
have.
felons.
Okay, so what is the recidivism rate for people that have paid full restitution versus the average black person in, let's say, the inner city? I don't think we're going to like that conversation on
Hold
Twitch,
on.
because I don't think they're
You're wrong.
as far away as you're saying.
Yeah, no, the average. I
If we
think you're
take
wrong.
low socioeconomic status,
I
high
reject
crime
this.
neighborhood black people, what you're
No.
going to find is statistics that get real fucking close to felons.
No, hold on. I don't disagree with you that the crime is going to be higher amongst that demographic, but we're talking about people with a history
So
of a
do we
violent
get to take away
felony.
their guns?
If we're talking about people with a history of a violent felony, no, they're not going to be the same.
Okay, so now
Well,
it's not about the utilitarian
there is
capitalist.
a difference
Now
between those.
now that I get those things close, all of a sudden it's about, well, they have a history.
No, they're
they
not close.
communicate.
You're
I don't think.
conflating
I never
two
said
things
history or
that are
communicated.
not
What are you
the
talking
same.
about?
You can't. There's a clear, bright line between a race and like your felony status, right? Like you can't, if you take any individual person like inside of a racial group, you can't blame that individual for what the group has done. But with Lactoid, because he's talking about felons, we're talking about everybody who's made an individual choice, and that this would then be a consequence to them for that individual. Now, I disagree with him there because felony status has been used to target black people in the past, but I'm just saying that those two are not the same group. One of them,
Scott,
no, I
they're not
agree.
the same.
One of them, presumably, assuming that they're not innocent, right? And they weren't wrongfully convicted, made some choice at some point, right, to violate rights. I absolutely agree. And black people, for example, have not made this choice. So the problem is that if we can use demographic data, right? So like when we look at parole, for example, in Chicago, they rolled out a program to use AI to try and help parole officers better understand whether or not they thought someone was likely to recommit a felony. And the AI was basically like, well, black people for sure don't get that right, because the data showed that black people, just the fact that they were black was enough for them to be like, yeah, they're going to recommit the crime. And so like that data is not necessarily valid, because that data is based upon a judicial system that may or may not target them, or may not have disproportionate.
but aggregate data doesn't apply to individuals.
Right, but the aggregate data, right. And so the thing here is that you're saying you admit
in all circumstances.
But you admit, once I nail it down and say, if we take enough data, such as black people living in high crime neighborhoods of low socioeconomic status, that we're likely to get close enough to where the difference is negligible between these two, we go, well, see, actually there's a difference. And the difference is that they committed a crime. So now It's not a utilitarian calculus. It's a utilitarian calculus plus the communication of committing a crime. And what I'm saying is the logic behind the communication of committing a crime is based off of an estoppel principle, that when you violate other people's rights, you don't get to then argue that your rights ought not be violated against. But when you pay your due, when you pay for your crimes, when you give all of the money that is owed, you are no longer stopped from arguing for your own rights, and it gets rid of that distinction. That's my argument, is that people that pay their due shouldn't have rights violated.
This could all be boiled down to in Lactoid's world, you're wearing a scarlet letter at a certain point, and that you just have that for the rest of your life, as opposed to with Scott.
Well, no, so Corey and Aiko, you both agree with me. Like paranoid schizophrenics probably should not be able to own like I don't know, rifles or like mortars.
Who?
You would agree with that, right?
Yeah.
I agree with the
Okay,
principle.
Corey wants to get rid of all fucking guns. Like, why are you like? That's not an. Don't
You're
fucking
right.
grab
You're
the
right. He was
committee.
the wrong one. You're right. You're right. He was the wrong
You
one.
know what I mean? Like,
Aiko.
grab the
Aiko.
fucking committee. Like,
You're right. You're
guns.
right. I want to ask Aiko because Aiko, you made the distinction of, well, in this case, it requires like an action, right? We can hold someone responsible for that action. But I'm not even convinced. Like
It requires
that you need to have an action.
not conflating the aggregate with the individual.
Okay, so paranoid schizophrenics are a demographic. You would agree?
Yeah. That one makes more sense than black people for sure. But I would my little only
Why?
caveat would be because you're talking about a condition rather than you're talking about it like
what
a
if I'm uber
behavioral.
racist and I just saying
You're
being
talking about
black
something
is a
that's
condition? What if I'm Mormon? What if I'm an old school Mormon? Being black is a condition of having a sinful soul, and God made their skin black because
the Mormons were crazy, dude.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but I would defer to the psychologists on this one in terms of whether or not it would be paranoid.
Oh, sure. Let's psychologists determine
No,
whether or
it's
not
a
people
risk
have
evaluation.
They've
It's
been
a
real
risk
good about it
evaluation,
lately.
right? This is all it is, right? Paranoid schizophrenics we cannot trust with a gun because they're paranoid schizophrenics and they're probably going to do something terrible with it. That's it. That's the justification.
Right.
So, like, the
Black
risk
people
is
in
high.
inner
The risk is high
cities
enough.
in high crime areas with low income can't be trusted with guns.
It's not a high enough risk, in my opinion.
We're doing that now, right? With domestic abusers in some areas.
Yeah,
like
true.
nobody knows if maybe it gets struck down eventually, but right now, domestic abusers can be put on those lists. So there are groups of people who, based on their behavior, not their identity, but their behavior, can be.
Nobody likes wife beaters.
And in true
it's
determination,
easy to violate the rights. It's easy to violate the rights of wife
Determinism.
beaters
You
because
really
nobody
choose your
likes
behavior?
wife beaters. That doesn't make it a good argument. It just means that this is a community that nobody fucking
Well,
likes.
no.
I
It
could
comes
do the
from
same-
research.
Listen, hold on, pause. I could do the same fucking thing with pedophiles, right? And say, well, pedophiles aren't allowed to own guns. Nobody likes pedophiles. No one's going to be like, well, fucking, we really got to make sure pedophiles have guns, bro.
They should not be able to work
no
in
one's gonna
kindergartens.
like-
Even hold on. I would agree. Here, let me ask you this: should a pedophile be able to work in a kindergarten even if they've never molested a kid yet?
Should
I would say no. The risk is too high.
You're asking.
Yeah,
hold on.
I would say
Are you
no as
saying
well.
from a natural? Hold on, pause. From a natural rights perspective, I
Should the
don't
government stop
actually
them?
have. Right, I don't have a right to stop them. Now, should you? But caveat here: one, public schools shouldn't exist. All schools should be private. And by that
So if
nature,
it takes place
if
at
you're a
home,
private
then it's
institution,
okay. If your
So the
parents,
private school can hire the. Okay,
It gets
all right.
even worse with
if a private school wants,
Homeschool
I think
parents.
it's terrible.
The
I think
Catholic
it's
private
terrible.
school is allowed
I
to
think
hire
the Catholic schools do it all the fucking
You
time.
can
Let's be
definitely
honest.
And it's
trust
a
free school,
problem.
I think it's a problem. I didn't say morally. Like morally, I think it's disgusting to subject yourself to that level of risk. But that's very different between whether or not we can violate someone's rights, right? Like I don't
it's
like
not.
defending the rights of pedophiles because I would prefer that they be excised from society.
Wait,
I would prefer that whatever society I live in have a rule that says pedophiles literally aren't allowed to live in the society whatsoever, and like fuck off, you're banished.
Should the hiring party be prosecuted if the pedophile doesn't act? So I hired the pedophile acts. Should I be punished?
No,
Of course.
no.
You hired a
Why?
pedo-
You hired the
hired
pedophile.
this guy and put him with a bunch of kids.
you took
yeah,
you
you'd be
you
punished.
assumed the risk. You assumed the risk.
You
It's just
put
like
them in
that.
a position to do it.
No,
This is
no,
just
you
like
assume
that
the
lady
risk. I don't know if you
that
put them in
got
position.
right,
You
but
assume
this
the
is
risk.
listen,
couple days ago
listen. We
got
all
sued
fucking
because
listen.
her
No.
son
No.
was a mass shooter.
No, you're not gonna let me not argue about people yelling at me about pedophilia, right? I'm gonna fucking like I'm gonna actually have a chance to respond without no.
Yeah.
That's fair.
The problem here when talking about pedophilia is it is a unique category that we all hate at our fucking core. We all want to see the most vile things happen to pedophiles, and like we would give almost no fucks. Most of us
Even
would
Obama
have zero
advocated for the death
sympathy.
penalty for them.
Listen, most of us would have zero sympathy if a dad found out that someone in their neighborhood happened to be a pedophile and he decided to throw him in a wood chipper and get rid of him. Most of us would be like, well, sometimes that happens anyways, right? And so the problem is it's very difficult to argue for their rights. I understand that. Nevertheless, that doesn't once you start giving people the right to go out and engage in violent actions towards people who have never engaged in rights violations, and you start saying that the very act of hiring them is a means by which you become responsible, what you do is a couple of things. Number one is you justify violating people's rights based off of thought crimes, which is a real fucking problem. And number two, what you're going to do from a consequentialist utilitarian perspective, Lactoid, is that you're just going to make all of these people hide. Like none of these people are, if you determine that they have no rights by the nature of their existence, then they will do everything they can to hide from
not saying
you
no
knowing that they
rights.
Blackstone
exist.
didn't say no rights. He just said they can't take care of children.
They can't work in a kindergarten. I'm not sure how that translates to we're not going to give them any rights at all. No.
Well, it started with the concept of them owning guns. So I'm assuming in my head they can't work with children, they can't own guns.
I don't know
right?
about
And
guns.
this
I'd have to
becomes
see
a
the stats
slippery
on that.
slope. This becomes a slippery slope of the ability to violate someone's rights based off of what you think or what you. It's the same thing as saying black people are more likely to commit crimes, and because of such, we can restrict their rights. It's the same problem,
It's
just
the
a
same
different
problem
demographic.
as telling pedophiles they can't work in a kindergarten.
Right. I'm not saying that if you're a hiring manager, you have to fucking hire them. Just
No
like
one's
I'm
saying
saying,
you're saying that.
if you sell guns, you shouldn't have to do it. Just like I'm saying, not saying that if I have a fucking mayonnaise sandwich shop, that I need to let black people be there.
Yeah,
right.
let
Like
me be-
what we can do, we have a right to discriminate, and sometimes discrimination is good, and you ought discriminate because it's in your rational self-interest to do so. What we don't have a right is to grab the government's guns and take away people's rights because there's a higher percentage that they might be bad people. Fuck off with that line of logic.
If it's a pedophile who was going to go work in a kindergarten, I'm in favor of having a government regulation saying pedophiles cannot work in kindergartens. I don't know if this makes me like a socialist. I'm sorry in advance.
Welcome to the club, Lactoid.
It sounds
I
super
fell over to your side
reasonable.
of the fence.
It sounds super reasonable because it is the most extreme situation, right? And we intuit that that's not wrong. But you know just as well with all of these other things that every time you give the state a justification, you do it in one domain, they do it in multiple other domains.
This is a consequentialist
problem.
one. This is a consequentialist argument that I take a lot of favor to, right? You're right. When we let the government do XYZ, this brings concerns for them doing it to other people, right? I can see this being a very strong argument when it comes to denying black people the right to have guns because it's not based on a particular action, it's based on this different category of identity, and I'm concerned with the government taking that further. Sure, right? I am 100% on board with this, but this still is a consequentialist appeal. Meanwhile, when it comes to violent felons, I'm not particularly concerned about violent felons.
No, it's not a consequentialist. It's only a consequentialist appeal to you because you're only dealing in the domains of consequentialism.
Because
right?
that's my ethical framework, yeah.
Right. When determining policy decisions in a state that is already violating the NAP, yes, I often do consequential analysis as a means of understanding what I think will be the most effective means of dissolving the state. But the end goal has to be reducing state power. When you give the state new additional powers and new justifications for violating people's rights, you basically have to assume, based off of any fucking rational view of history in liberal democracies in the West, that the moment you start giving them the authority to violate people's rights based off one justification, they will eventually do it in other domains. The moment you say pedophiles who have never offended, whom we think are pedophiles based off of these metrics, right? Or who
let's say they recently had a stream busted where they had like their folders open or something on screen.
Right. The Vosh people, right?
I didn't say
because
name,
they're lolicons. right? Because they're lolicons and they're into lolly, right? That there's a percentage chance that they're pedophiles based off of the fact that they're into lollyhags or whatever, right? Um, the moment that you say the government can restrict their rights is the
To teach
moment
children.
that you give is the moment that you give the government, the state, the right to intentionally go after non-offending people based off of their demographic and say that they are allowed or not allowed in certain areas. It's like day one, it's pedophiles can't do these certain jobs, which I agree. I would never want that. The problem is day two is Muslims can't join the military. Day three is like things that sound only a little bit less rational, right? Because what was there not a guy that shot up a mental health clinic and a ton of people in a military installation because he did so for ISIS? That was his justification. When really it turns out that he was probably just a gay dude that couldn't deal with the fact that he was gay, so he wanted to go do something to fucking get rid of the fact that his life was haram, whatever. But like, it doesn't matter. We have evidence to suggest that this is a dangerous group of people that should be denied certain rights based off of their likelihood to offend. You do that and you get closer and closer and closer. You can't give them any fucking power in that domain. Instead, you take away power. You say public schools are a violation of rights, and that and I don't like these fucking weird woke blue-haired crazies teaching my fucking kids. So get rid of these goddamn public school so that I can get the $11,000 to $25,000 that is spent on every fucking child back in my bank account out of the fucking taxes, so that I have the money and the means to send my children to private school so that they can be properly educated instead of this state sanctioned pedophile groups that are trying to groom my fucking kids. Because guess what? The pedophiles are already teaching your fucking kids, and it's called social emotional learning, asshole.
Should they be allowed to do that?
It shouldn't exist. Public schools shouldn't exist.
Okay, but
If you
assuming that we have
if you
public
want to
schools,
restrict,
should we stop them?
right, assuming we have public schools, right, and the fact the public schools are already a rights violation, I'm in a totally different category in terms of what is and isn't justified. So if you create a law that says in public schools pedophiles aren't allowed to teach kindergarten, that's not an additional rights violation of people, because no one has a right to a government job. The government job in and of itself, it requires taxation. It requires a violation of other people's rights, right?
What
So
if we had a
anything
law
that
saying
limits
private
in that
schools
domain,
also a private school also cannot hire a pedophile? What about that law?
yeah, then that's a rights violation. Like, it's one that like morally I agree with, in the sense that like from a subjective perspective, but I can't say that I morally agree with it in the sense that ethically the state doesn't have the right to do that.
So I've been like asking a bunch of questions, but like here's my fundamental problem with it, which is
Also,
I think that there's
maybe you ought to be investigated if you're a parent that's intentionally sending your kid to a private
I
school
agree. Yes.
knowingly that has pedophiles. Like,
Yes.
I'm thinking maybe you kind of already are abusing your children in other
Mhm.
means.
I don't disagree. But my whole point here with all these questions is that I don't think that there's really as much of a delineation between harm and risk of harm as you might think, right? Like you talked about the distinction of like you got a gun in your belt and then like you pull up the gun and aim at somebody. But even if you pull
Mhm.
out the gun and aim at somebody, this still doesn't necessarily mean they're going to shoot you. It A doesn't
Yeah,
necessarily mean they're going to pull the trigger.
it's
It also does, even if they did pull the trigger, it doesn't guarantee they're actually going to hit you. There's just a heightened
mhm.
risk, right? It's a heightened risk analysis, and the risk analysis, even though it's not 100%, gets, and you don't even know their intent, right? They could be think like it could be a toy gun, right? You don't even fucking know. But the risk analysis
Mhm.
gets high enough, right? The risk becomes high enough where become willing and justified to use incredible force against this other person's life to the point of potentially even killing them because you feel like the risk is high enough now that you get to do so, right? So
No,
even if you're shooting at somebody and you're not hitting them, it doesn't matter, right? You're still putting their life in danger. You are still imposing a risk upon them, which gives them the ability to defend themselves. Exact same thing, exact same analysis when it comes to
it's a
arming
mischaracterization of my
the
perspective.
group the terror cell with nukes in the first place, or giving the paranoid schizophrenic a weapon in the first place. The risk profile of this person getting this
Mm,
machinery in the first place is going to be comparable, potentially comparable to like, or at least too high for me to make it more in the camp of somebody shooting at me down the street. I'm not comfortable with
no,
paranoid schizophrenics
you're
walking
you're
around with machine guns.
hold on, misappropriate. I don't know, like you're straw manning me here a little bit. And I know
Okay.
I don't think you're trying to, right? I don't actually think you're trying to. your distinction is harm and risk of harm. My distinction is harm versus communication of the intent to harm. It's very different. When someone is pulling out a gun, they're communicating an intent. When someone brandishes the firearm, it's a communication of intent. When someone puts their finger in the trigger well and racks the round, it's a further communication. There's a when I understand that from your perspective as a consequentialist, there's very little difference here, right? But it's important to recognize that from my perspective, there is, which is at what point is a rational person to determine that that person is communicating an intent to harm? That is when it becomes acceptable to utilize it. So it's consequentially it is the same. I agree with you, but the rationale behind whether or not someone gets to do that, from my perspective, is what changes in terms of the non-aggression.
I don't like the difference here, like the comparison being communication of harm compared to risk of harm, though, because you can imagine scenarios in which somebody is not actually intending to harm you, let's just say, but like they're putting you in so much like risk of harm that you're still justified in using self-defense. For example, let's say there's a gunman who's like not shooting at you,
Yeah,
they're not targeting you,
just
they're targeting
shooting
the guy
into the
behind
crowd
you,
indiscriminately.
yeah, or they're targeting the guy behind you, and you know they're targeting
Yes,
the guy behind you because like he's got a sign on his chest saying, "I'm going to kill the guy in the yellow shirt," and the guy in the yellow shirt happens to be behind you. But it turns out you're in the
but
way,
that's
right? He's
not
not intending to kill you.
you're not you're doing the same thing, right? You're saying intent in your maybe it's because you're a lawyer. You're considering intent in terms of like mens rea as a means of intentionally attacking me, right? When I say intent to harm, it can still be intent to do an action that puts me in risk of harm,
Wait,
right?
I want to
So like
clarify something.
if I'm going to indiscriminately fire into the crowd, right? It doesn't matter whether or not you intend to specifically shoot me because I'm in the crowd, right? Like
Okay,
you're intending, you're communicating where you pull out the gun and you go, I'm gonna kill you all, motherfuckers.
yeah,
Right?
I'll
Like
change the
that's still
hypo.
the same
I
communication.
can, yeah, I
Right?
can change the hypo to get around this objection though, and then I want to let Corey talk. So let's say you know somebody's a paranoid schizophrenic, you know for a fact, and this paranoid schizophrenic,
Right.
you know, believes that you are a demon and they're going to try to kill you, not because they actually want to kill you, but they believe you're a demon. Or in fact, let's even change even further, because then you might say, well, they still intended to do some kind of harm. Let's say they don't even like they're in this state of delusion. You know, like they have these massive delusions or whatever, and they think the gun is not real. They don't believe the gun is real, and they believe it's a water gun, and they believe they're just going to spray you with a water gun, and they point the gun at you, even if they have no intent, and you know they have
Yeah,
no intent of
this is the
shooting you.
lawyer brain. This is the lawyer brain. You're stuck in mens rea, and that's not what I'm talking about when I say communicating an action. When they pick up the water gun,
I can
they're
clarify that.
communicating that they're about to shoot me, even if they think it's a water gun. It doesn't matter that they don't have guilty mind. What matters is that they're communicating via their actions that they're about to shoot me.
Let me
It
try.
doesn't
Alexis.
actually
Okay.
matter that
So
they're
hold on,
not
is acquiring a
mentally
nuke?
competent.
Sure. So so where along the like the distribution chain does this like come into effect? If I acquire a nuke, is
I gave
this
you that
some
answer
evident?
already.
Yeah. So you're just saying the line is like between arming the nuke and acquiring the nuke, but why is the line there?
So the line between arming a nuke and acquiring the nuke exists only for a group of people that have never communicated their desire to harm. So so you're talking about so it would be like Elon Musk. If Elon Musk himself, right, whom we assume to be fairly rational, was and let's say like society went to ANCAP, right? And he went out in the mountains where there was no one and he built a nuclear facility, and he said that he was going to have nuclear weapons to protect his holdings, but also he was going to have like nuclear energy too, whatever, right? What I'm saying is if you live next door to him, you get to go, fuck you. You don't get to build this here. I might die because any accident that occurs here puts me in serious grave harm. But if you don't live directly there, right, and you're not in the blast radius of any potential problems, and you live in New York City, you don't get to immediately kill Elon Musk to keep him from getting the nuke. But if Elon Musk says, I'm building a nuke because fuck New York City, I'm ready to blow that bitch to smithereens, and and goes full evil villain, then yeah, you get to stop him from attaining a nuke because he's communicating his desire both through his actions and through his
Sure,
words.
wait.
why isn't acquiring a nuke communicating your intention to use it?
Because a nuke can be a defensive weapon, mutually assured destruction. A nuke can protect me
Right, you
from
use it.
no, but if it can, you could use it only on an aggressor and this is by means of defending yourself. So
In
if
the
Russia wants
US?
to New York, Yeah, if Russia wants to nuke fucking New York City, why do we? That's one of the big reasons people give for not giving up our nukes is that Russia knows if they nuke us, we'll nuke them, that they're the aggressor. Now, granted, innocent people in, you know what I mean? Innocent people, like, you should only be nuking a military installation.
We also
right?
have Russia.
Like,
We also have Russia. Like we have Russia targeted, right? And Russia has us targeted in certain areas, right?
right.
So they're doing the act of targeting. Is that enough to justify going into like shooting nukes and destroying the other
So,
party
I mean,
that's nuke
Russia,
targeted at you?
so like there was an escalation,
'Cause that's
right?
pointing,
That is
right?
that is right, but there's an escalation there of communication via history and government organizations that we know that that isn't a communication of their intent to pull the trigger right now, right? So like if I know the gun is fake, right? Or if I know for a fact that the gun is unloaded, for example, and someone pulls a gun on me, right? I'm not justified in killing them just because they pointed a gun at me. Same situation kinda with the nukes is yes, they've armed them, yes, they pointed them at us, right? But there's a history of us both doing that, and there's a history of us stopping from actually doing that. And we recognize that there are mechanisms and checks and balances that occur that like stop them from just hitting the button at any second, but they might, right? And so like I mean there is some argument there. I do agree that there is some argument about pointing it, but I think there's other communications that communicate that they're not actively about to nuke us, right? Which is the last 40 years of history.
Can I try to clarify something? Because now maybe I'm just not following everything that you're saying. So, Scott, in your examples, using the gun example and like loading the gun, or rather like picking up the gun, used to me an interesting word of like, yeah, you're kind of like on some sort of spectrum. You're communicating that you're going to shoot another person if the person's in front of you. I'm curious,
Mhm.
like what you weigh more heavily, as in, as I'm like picking up the gun, okay, and as I'm going through all the actions, I'm also verbalizing I'm not going to shoot, just over and over. I'm even wearing a T-shirt that says I am not going to shoot, and like a baseball cap, I'm not going to shoot, but I'm still going through the motions.
Yeah.
What do you weigh more on?
So
As in, are you
so I would
justified in
say
shooting this person, or
yeah, actions are more meaningful than words, right? Because actions are less likely to be a lie as opposed to the words that come out of someone's mouth, right? So, and this is the same thing with the estoppel principle, right? If I commit a crime, I can't go, oh no, don't do anything to me. I'm actually a good boy now, right? It's like until you pay back restitution for the crimes that you've committed, you're not a good boy, bitch. You're beholden to me until I get my money, until I get my restitution, until you fix the problem that you caused. Doesn't matter what you say. So the same thing is true with like the gun situation. Now, there is obvious the answer is it's a rational individual, which I know is a cop out. I understand that like that changes the scenario to a certain degree, but it is unfortunately the answer that I have in the sense that we do have to determine post fact like what was and what was not rational to determine at that time because like I'm not going to shoot you, I'm not going to shoot you, I'm not going to shoot you while from a random stranger that pulls a gun on me, not very convincing. But if I'm on a movie set all of a sudden, you know what I mean? Like we've kind of already agreed that that person's not going to shoot me. But if they're Alec Baldwin, I don't fucking know. You know what I mean? Like maybe it's rational to fucking stop them.
interesting? Yeah. Uh, yeah, I think it's interesting that you weigh actions. I don't necessarily disagree, but I'm on the fence of in that
Well, I think
scenario.
actions are
Mm.
communicating, actions communicate and words communicate, right? These are both forms of communication. I would say that actions are superior forms of communication than words because, well, because of the reasons that I laid out. I don't know that there's a rational, if someone has a rationality that like words are better than actions, um,
I
I'd
mean, I
love to
think it's
hear it.
context
And so would
dependent. Yeah.
Stefan Kinsella. Yeah.
Like I do tend to agree with that. Generally speaking, actions reveal more about a person's behavior and their values than words. But it's not strong enough for me that if I encounter that situation of another person who's like loading a gun, but they're actively saying, "I'm not going to shoot you." Well, first of all, like, yeah, I'm anti-gun anyways. But yeah, I'm not sure what I would do in that situation or what I would weigh more heavily. But teach their
Well,
own.
I mean, sure. I
Their
mean, like
actions.
that's a personal choice, right? What we're talking about is do you have a right? It's very different than like what you would do, right? Like it's perfectly acceptable to say that like I don't know, so I'm going to run away. or I'm going to try and get behind something, or I'm going to be like, yo, 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 like try and talk to this person, etc. Right? Like what you choose to do in that scenario is up to you. The question is what are you justified in doing?
Yeah,
That's where
well,
we
yeah,
get into a
yeah,
real
one
choose your
sec.
language.
One
I'm not
second.
sure.
Stream. I'm gonna end the stream if you're on YouTube. Hit the
I'm surprised we're
subscribe
still
button.
talking, to be fair.
Yeah. Okay.